Chapter 392. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "What are you talking about? Big brother, am I bad enough to be hung up by mother?" After Zhang Xiaohua explained, Zhang Xiaolong understood. He found a rope from the corner and tied Zhang Xiaohua's hands and feet firmly. Don't say, Zhang Xiaolong's skill was not bad. He tied Zhang Xiaohua so tightly that she couldn't move an inch. Guo Sufei at the side was distressed. She repeatedly said to be gentler and looser. After Zhang Xiaolong finished, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, do you think this is tight?" Guo Sufei quickly nodded and said, "It's tight, it's tight." Guo Sufei hadn't finished nodding when she saw Zhang Xiaohua's hands and feet exert a little force. Two ping-ping sounds were heard. The ropes that Zhang Xiaolong used a lot of effort to tie Zhang Xiaohua's hands and feet broke like withered grass. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, "How is it?" "Mother, even if I'm caught, I can still escape." Guo Sufei was stunned. She knew that her son was strong, but she didn't expect it to be so frightening. However, she still didn't give up and said, "But, if they catch you, they will definitely throw you into prison. What's the use of your broken ropes?" Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and said, "Since it's like this, mother, boy will show you my skills." Finished speaking, he led the three people into the central room. Zhang Xiaolong found a rope and tied himself up. This time, Zhang Xiaolong used a trick. He knew that this guy would definitely break if he struggled, so he didn't waste any more effort. After Big Brother finished tying, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Mother, father, Big Brother, this place will be the bad guy's prison. Lock the door and go out. See how I escape." Zhang Xiaolong looked at his parents. The three of them didn't understand, but they still followed Zhang Xiaohua's instructions and locked the door. They stood in the middle of the yard and stared at the window. They wanted to see how Zhang Xiaohua would escape. But even after a long time, there was still no movement from the window. Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, "Father, mother, Xiaohua really screwed up this time. Luckily, I didn't tie his hands and feet tightly." At this moment, a laugh came from behind them. Someone said, "Who said I screwed up? I've been standing behind you for a long time." The three of them were shocked. When they turned around, wasn't it Zhang Xiaohua who was standing there with a smile on her face? Zhang Xiaolong was shocked. He ran up to her, looking her up and down, reaching out to touch her left and right. He said, "Are you Xiaohua? How did you come back from outside?" Then she turned her head and asked, "Mother, I don't remember having a twin brother." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Dage is making fun of me. When did you learn to be this humorous? I'm the Xiaohua in the room." Guo Sufei also didn't believe it. She pushed open the door and saw that there were only a few pieces of rope left in the room. Looking around, Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, "It seems that Xiaohua escaped from the window in the back wall." "Io, that's not right. The window in the back wall was sealed well and didn't break. Little Blossom, how did you manage to escape?" Looking at her mother and father's questions, Zhang Xiaohua said, "This is an escape technique that I learned from Misty School. It allows me to escape when others aren't paying attention. It's very useful." "Is that so?" Guo Sufei and the others somewhat understood. Since Zhang Xiaohua was able to escape when her hands and feet were tied up, then Guo Sufei really didn't have any other opinions. Even if Zhang Xiaohua couldn't beat the other party, she couldn't escape at that time. Even if she was caught, she could still escape easily. She really didn't have any reason to keep Zhang Xiaohua here. Of course, the bloody means of Jianghu were far more than this. It wasn't something that Guo Sufei could understand. Zhang Xiaohua used this simple earth escape technique to convince her mother. It was just to make her mother feel at ease. Seeing that her mother finally agreed, Zhang Xiaohua's face also revealed a smile. Then, she took out 10 jade talismans from her bosom and said, "Mother, father, Dage, these are some strange things that I got from a deserted island. They can protect people. Find a string and wear them on your body. Zhang Kai reached out and took one of the jade talismans. Looking left and right, he said, Xiaohua, this jade talisman is quite valuable. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Father, whether this jade talisman is valuable or not, you must remember not to sell it. It can save lives. What? Zhang Xiaolong almost cried out, saying, this broken thing can save lives. I think it's better to sell it. Hua Sufei wasn't happy and said, look at you two old and young, how do you know about money? Listen to Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Mother knows me best. This, can it save lives? Hua Sufei also tried to persuade. Zhang Xiaohua hung a jade talisman on her body and said with a smile, Dage, take that hoe and hit me hard. No. Absolutely not. Before Zhang Xiaohua finished her words, Hua Sufei immediately objected. Oh, then how about this, Dage, I'll put this jade talisman on the ground. You take the hoe and hit the jade talisman hard, what do you think? No need, Xiaohua, this jade talisman is worth at least a few silver coins, it's such a pity. Zhang Kai was not happy, he glared at Zhang Xiaolong and said, just this few silver coins, do you need to go so far? Xiaolong. Oh. That's right, father, I'll listen to you. Saying that, Zhang Xiaolong took a jade talisman and threw it on the ground. Then he looked for the hoe and used all his strength to hit the jade talisman. When the hoe touched the jade talisman, it was like hitting a ball of cotton, sinking. But no matter how hard he tried, there was always a gap between the hoe and the jade talisman, it couldn't touch it. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolong shouted, interesting, interesting. But Xiaohua, if you wear this thing on your body, people won't hit the jade talisman when they hit you, right? It's okay, father, as long as you wear it, it will protect your whole body if you hit it with more than a certain amount of force. How about I put the jade talisman on Huan, you can use a wooden stick to try. Sure enough, if the jade talisman was put on the four odd beasts, Zhang Xiaolong would use a wooden stick to hit Huan's butt. No matter how hard Zhang Xiaolong used, he couldn't hit it. Zhang Xiaolong was overjoyed, he quickly grabbed one and said, this thing is great, with it, your sister-in-law won't be able to hurt me anymore. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and gave the other 9 jade talismans to Hua Sufei, she said, Mother, let's each have one. Keep the rest as a backup. This jade talisman won't work forever, it may not work after a few times. Okay, Hua Sufei agreed. She carefully put it away and said, I'll find a silk rope later, we'll all wear it. Seeing that her mother put away the jade talismans, Zhang Xiaohua took out 10 light red jade talismans from her arms. Before she could say anything, Zhang Xiaolong shouted, Xiaohua, what are these? Are they different from the ones just now? Yes, big brother, you're right, the one just now is for protection, this one, Zhang Kai interrupted, for hitting people. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Father is really smart, no wonder the 3 of us are so smart, it's all thanks to you. Hua Sufei smiled and said, don't flatter your father said so many good things to you last night, it's all thanks to your mouth. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Father is good, mother is good, hee, please wait a moment. After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua moved a large rock from outside the yard. It was about the size of the Zhang family's dining table. Only Zhang Xiaohua had the strength to move it. If it were Zhang Xiaolong, it would take at least 5 people. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua move such a large stone, the 3 of them didn't understand. What does this have to do with hitting people? After the stone was placed in the middle of the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua said, Father, Mother, Big Brother, you all stand behind me and watch how I use this jade talisman. The 3 of them didn't dare to be careless and stood behind Zhang Xiaohua. They saw Zhang Xiaohua pick up a jade talisman and throw it at the stone with all her strength. With a "kacha" sound, the jade talisman broke into pieces and a red light flashed from the jade talisman. It was a red flame, but the flame was different from the usual flame seen in the Zhang family. When the flame touched the stone, it actually burned. After a cup of tea's time, more than half of the huge stone was burned. This strange scene made the three of them even more stunned. Yes, this was the first time they saw a flame that could burn a stone. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and handed over the remaining few jade talismans. Zhang Xiaolong stretched out his hand but didn't dare to take them. He asked with some fear, "Xiaohua, isn't this thing too dangerous? If we were to accidentally trip and fall onto the jade talisman while holding it, wouldn't we burn ourselves in an instant?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and casually threw another jade talisman on the stone. This time, it didn't break. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and picked it up. She put it in someone's pocket and said with a smile, "This jade talisman needs to be thrown with all your strength to be effective. If you are a little bit weaker, it won't break. Moreover, if Big Brother is carrying the jade talisman just now, the two jade talismans will meet and perish together. Of course, there won't be any danger." "Ah. So it's like this." Only then did Zhang Xiaolong boldly reach out to take the remaining jade talismans. Looking at them carefully, he said, "Xiaohua, this is a sharp weapon, more effective than any sword or saber. Do you have any more? Give me a few more." Zhang Xiaohua heard this and her heart was moved. Why didn't she think of it? She smiled and said, "I still have some. I will give them to you later. But, Big Brother, don't use this thing in evil ways." Zhang Xiaolong also smiled and said, "You look like Big Brother. How come Big Brother doesn't know what you think?" Zhang Xiaohua gave the remaining few jade talismans to Guosufei. Guosufei took them and said with some reluctance, "Xiaohua, when do you want to leave after giving us all these things?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the clouds in the sky and said, "Mother, as soon as possible. If possible, I will leave tomorrow. What do you think?" Tomorrow is the 18th of the first month. It is not even the first month. You came back on the 9th day of the first month. It has only been 9 days and you want to leave. Hearing the word 9, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was moved. She smiled and said, "Mother, I should leave tomorrow. This 9 is very auspicious." Chapter 393. What new book, hehe. Guosufei sighed deeply, "No matter how auspicious it is, as long as you leave, Mother will not be happy." Zhang Xiaohua smiled, "Mother, don't worry, as long as there is news about second brother, I will immediately send someone to bring the news back. You just have to wait to make braised pork to reward me." Guosufei forced a smile and wiped her tears. Yes, Little Blossom was her son, and Little Tiger was her son too. They were both her flesh and blood. There was no reason to stop her from looking for her second son just because she felt sorry for her youngest son. Seeing this, Zhang Kai changed the topic, "Today Xiaohua, stay at home, don't go anywhere, accompany your mother." "Oh right, child's mother, bring the good things Xiaohua brought for Qianqian to see." "Okay, we will go now." Guosufei agreed and the three of them went next door. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "You guys go first, I will go back to my room, I will be there soon." Guosufei showed the 2 jade talismans to Lu Qian and explained how to use them. Lu Qian had previously received the small primeval stones from Zhang Xiaohua, so she naturally knew that this brother of hers was not ordinary. Of course, she did not doubt. She immediately found a suitable thread from the sewing tray and passed the 6 jade talismans to everyone. Byron also received one and wore it around her neck. As for the other light red jade talismans, she also took 2 and hid them close to her body. Seeing that their daughter-in-law trusted them so much, Zhang Kai and Guosufei also did as instructed. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua also rushed over, took out a dozen light red jade talismans and said, "Big brother, big sister-in-law, this is all, please keep it." Lu Qian glared at Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, don't you still need these?" You keep them for yourself. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, don't mention it, big sister-in-law, I don't need these, you guys can use them, as long as you don't use them casually and only use them to protect yourself. At this time, Guo Sufei also took out her own jade talisman and said, Xiaohua, mother will let you wear this. Mother, I really. Zhang Xiaohua said half of the sentence, she could not continue, with tears in her eyes, she stretched her head and let her mother wear the talisman around her neck. Seeing this, Lu Qian hurriedly put on another one and handed it to Guo Sufei. Zhang Xiaohua said, Mother, you should wear it too. Why don't you let father help you? Forget it, I'll do it myself. Guo Sufei smiled and put the jade pendant on her body. Then, Zhang Xiaohua handed over a dozen jade talismans to Lu Qian. Lu Qian only took half of them, the rest were given to Guo Sufei. Guo Sufei only took half of them and returned the other half to Lu Qian. At this time, Bai Ren on the Kong had already woken up, ya sound, turning over on the Kong. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua by the Kong bed, his eyes seemed to light up. He reached out his small hands to ask for a hug. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and held Bai Ren in his arms. Only then did the little guy stop scratching in his arms. He just looked at him and chuckled. Zhang Xiaohua once again swept with her spiritual awareness, but Bai Ren was still the same as other children, there was no fluctuation of primordial qi. If it was not for the fact that this 8-day-old child looked like a 5-month-old child, Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't believe that this was the baby she took out from the innate array. Lu Qian next to her asked, Xiaohua, I heard from mother that you will leave tomorrow, Bai Ren is not 1 month old yet, why don't you wait to eat Bai Ren's full moon banquet? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, sister-in-law, I will leave in the end, why do you care about sooner or later? Speaking of Bai Ren's full moon banquet, I have prepared a gift in advance. After that, he took out a large piece of primordial stone from his arms and handed it to Lu Qian, this is the same stone I gave you last time, I think Bai Ren will like it. I have nothing to give him, just treat this as a toy for him. This piece of primordial stone was the size of an adult's fist, the primordial qi contained in it was really surging. Zhang Xiaohua had been refining qi for a long time, but the amount of primordial qi in her body was not so much. Although Lu Qian did not understand the preciousness of this primordial stone, she knew that her son's birth was related to this stone, and it was just a much smaller stone, this one must be even more precious. However, Zhang Xiaohua was her younger brother, so she did not need to be too polite. Before she could say thank you, Bai Ren's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his small hand to hug this thing that was about the size of his head. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua put the primordial stone on the Kong, and also put Bai Ren beside it. As a result, Bai Ren reached out and hugged the primordial stone and rolled around, he had long forgotten about Zhang Xiaohua. One day passed quickly, and Zhang Xiaohua's family stayed in Lu Qian's house, accompanying Bai Ren for the entire day. Lu Qian was still in confinement, so she could not leave the house. On the 17th day of the first month, the family had dinner in their central room. Mr. Lu, Lu Kai, and Li Yinfeng also came over, and it was a happy reunion dinner. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone into the house. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, sighed softly, and pushed the door open. He did not plan to go out to the courtyard to practice the Big Dipper magical fist, and wanted to leave quietly, afraid of the heartache of separation. Unfortunately, just as he stepped out, he saw the dark red fire in the stove. His mother had already woken up. Quietly standing at the door, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes could not help but moisten. Guo Sufei woke up very early. When Zhang Xiaohua came out, she had already baked a large stack of pancakes. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, Guo Sufei smiled and said, Xiaohua, go and sleep for a while. We still have to hurry on the road today, so rest well. Zhang Xiaohua whispered, Mother, you don't have to bake so many pancakes, I can't finish them. This is for you to eat on the road. Along the way, other people's food is not to their heart's content, I'm afraid that you won't be used to it. Mother. Zhang Xiaohua was a little choked up. Well, if you can't sleep, wash your face and tidy up your huan. It still has to carry you on the road, don't starve. Zhang Xiaohua responded and went. It seems that Zhang Xiaohua's idea of quietly leaving had completely failed. Not long after, Mr. Lu Kai, and Li Yinfeng also came over. After eating, a group of people sent Zhang Xiaohua out like stars surrounding the moon. Only Lu Qian and Bai Ren didn't go out of the house. Zhang Xiaohua specially went to say goodbye to her sister-in-law. Bai Ren, this boy, was still sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but hug and kiss his chubby little face. There were many people in the village who woke up early. Seeing that only the third son of the Zhang family was going out again, they all stopped and carefully gave their blessings. Zhang Xiaohua was ashamed. She thought that people were too bad before. At this time, she carefully smiled and greeted the people who were familiar with her. At the entrance of the village, there was no need to mention the reluctance and attachment. This time was different from before. Although they were reluctant to part at the beginning, they knew that there was no danger to their lives. At worst, they could just pat their butts and come back. This time, they knew that the road ahead was dangerous. Although Zhang Xiaohua showed a few skills yesterday and dispelled most of the old people's doubts, how could they bear to see their son take risks? Guo Sufei's face was still full of tears. Although Zhang Xiaohua was sad, she was after all 18 years old. She was not like the youth of the past who only had tears in her eyes. After saying a few words to her mother, father, and the others, she floated onto the deer. She patted Huan's bald horn and the deer lifted its legs and moved forward. After a few steps, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look back. Everyone raised their hands. Only her mother covered her mouth with one hand and put the other hand in front of her face with difficulty, slightly waving it. Zhang Xiaohua's hand also seemed to be weighed down by tens of thousands of pounds. It was extremely difficult for her to wave it. The tears that had been in her eyes all this time finally couldn't help but flow down the corner of her eyes. Thinking that her mother would definitely be sad if she was sad, Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile. Then, she resolutely turned her head and let the sparkling tears fall to the ground. Huan also seemed to understand Zhang Xiaohua's intentions. With a low whistle, it flipped its four hooves and galloped towards Lu Town. After turning the corner at the foot of the mountain, the Guozhuang house was hidden by the mountain. The mountain could block one's vision, but it couldn't hide one's longing heart. Zhang Xiaohua had already released her divine perception long ago. From afar, she could see her grieving family members. This kind of parting was always so sad that it made one's heart turn cold. When Zhang Xiaohua neared Pingyang City, his emotions gradually calmed down. The Guozhuang house was a peaceful harbor that he would always look forward to. However, it was not the stage of his life. Zhang Xiaohua already knew that ever since he obtained the Carefree Heart Sutra and entered the cultivation of the immortal Tao, his life had become very different from that of ordinary people. Even the martial artists couldn't compare to him. Therefore, it was still the same old saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Trying to escape? That's impossible. Looking at the approaching gates of Pingyang City, Zhang Xiaohua was filled with anticipation. How were the two little girls, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange, doing? Although he could see what he wanted to know as long as he released his divine perception, was there any point in doing so? Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the inn. Everything looked the same as before. It was just that the new year had just passed and there were more merchants coming and going. Business seemed to be much better and the inn was bustling with activity. However, the inn staff seemed to have a strange look in their eyes. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua enter, they weren't as enthusiastic as before. It seemed like they were avoiding him. Could it be that I didn't tip them with a large sum of money the last time I came? That's why they seem distant. Could it be that Nie Qianyu has run out of money and owes them money for their rooms? Zhang Xiaohua walked into the courtyard of the inn suspiciously. In the corner of the courtyard, the horse carriage was left alone. It didn't seem to have moved at all. Zhang Xiaohua left the four odd beasts behind and walked to Nie Qianyu's door. There was no noise from the two little girls inside. Zhang Xiaohua frowned even more. Walking to the tightly shut door, Zhang Xiaohua knocked lightly on the door and asked, "Is there anyone at home?" Immediately, a hoarse voice shouted from inside, "There's no one here." However, before the voice finished, it was followed by an exclamation. "Ah, Brother Ren! It can't be." When Zhang Xiaohua heard her surprised and joyful voice, cold sweat broke out on his back. I don't think he was this intimate with Miss Nie. It's only been 10 days since we last met, yet he misses her so much." Chapter 394. Although Nie Qianyu was only 12 years old, she was still a young girl. Cough cough, she had already grown up and her body was filled with the unique fragrance of a girl. Her movements were like a swallow returning to the forest, but this really put Zhang Xiaohua in a difficult position. Should I step aside and let her pass? Wouldn't that be letting Miss Nie eat dirt? However, if I don't step aside, won't I be taking advantage of her? Although Zhang Xiaohua did not release his divine perception, Nie Qianyu's movements still allowed Zhang Xiaohua to make sufficient movements to avoid her. However, after thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua still stood there bravely and fearlessly. He only felt a soft and delicate body in his arms and a sweet smell entered his nose. Then, a delicate arm wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua's waist. Zhang Xiaohua swayed and almost fell to the ground. His body, which had been tempered by the heavenly thunder and refined by the qi of heaven and earth, had never received such treatment before. All of a sudden, he seemed to feel uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaohua was about to reach out and push Nie Qianyu slightly to express to her that it was inappropriate for men and women to touch each other when Nie Qianyu leaned in his arms and cried, "Brother Ren, why are you only back now? Little Orange, she has been snatched away." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Is it because of my words? If I had known that I was so powerful, I wouldn't have joked with you guys. Quickly tell me what happened. Don't tell me that the bullies of Pingyang City want to force Little Orange to be his second concubine. Or did the bandits outside the city want to kidnap her to be their mistress?" No matter what Zhang Xiaohua said, Nie Qianyu seemed to be frightened and refused to let go. She lay in Zhang Xiaohua's arms and cried non-stop. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see Nie Qianyu buried in her arms, she could imagine the scene of Nie Qianyu sobbing in the rain. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but pout. This child doesn't have parents to love her. She's so pitiful. After about 15 minutes, Nie Qianyu seemed to be tired from crying and realized her impoliteness. She quickly escaped from Zhang Xiaohua's arms and lowered her head, blushing, as if she wanted to hide her little face in front of her chest. Zhang Xiaohua found it a little funny. She coughed twice and asked, "Little you, quickly tell me what's going on with Little Orange. How did it get snatched away?" Hearing this, Nie Qianyu quickly looked up and was about to say something, but she saw that Zhang Xiaohua's chest was wet. Wasn't that her tears just now? She immediately lowered her head in fear. Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and patted her head. "Little you, sit down first and tell me slowly. I'm back, so leave this to me." Zhang Xiaohua's action of patting her head was a little reckless. He was used to being patted by his parents, eldest brother, and second brother at home, so he naturally thought it was a gesture of comfort. However, Nie Qianyu was a girl, so it was inappropriate to pat her head. Even if it was some other part of her body, it was a big taboo to pat her head without permission. Fortunately, before Nie Qianyu could dodge, her head was patted by Zhang Xiaohua's sneaky hand. Nie Qianyu looked up a little unhappily. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua's calm smile, she felt a lot more at ease. She felt that the hand patting her head was 1,000 times warmer and made her feel safe. Nie Qianyu obediently sat on the edge of the bed and recounted everything that had happened after Zhang Xiaohua left. It turned out that ever since Zhang Xiaohua left in the snow on the 6th day of the first lunar month, although Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were angry at Zhang Xiaohua's joke, the two girls felt isolated in this unfamiliar Pingyang city. Therefore, they almost never went out. They only strolled in the courtyard when the sky cleared up. There were a few words on the stall, seeking future and marriage. Nie Qianyu's mind was preoccupied with the idea of placing the lanterns at night and didn't notice at all. However, Little Orange saw it and couldn't move her feet. She insisted on dragging Miss to take a look at the stall and said, helping Miss find marriage. How could Nie Qianyu not understand Little Orange's intention? Hence, the two of them went forward to perform a divination. The blind man asked for their birth characters and gave them two divination signs. One was above average, which fulfilled Little Orange's wish. The other was below average, which ruined Nie Qianyu's good mood. Nie Qianyu pouted and tipped them a few coins. As she walked, she said, "Not allowed, not allowed. It's too unlucky." However, when it was time to place the lanterns at night, her face was still gloomy. Little Orange carefully placed the lanterns for Mississippi. She even specially said that the water god was definitely more powerful than the blind man. Only then did Nie Qianyu feel slightly relieved. However, just as they turned the corner and returned to the inn, a man in black suddenly flew down from the wall beside them. He stretched out his hand and sealed their acupoints. Before Nie Qianyu fainted, she clearly saw the man's figure. Wasn't he the blind man who performed a divination on the street earlier? When Nie Qianyu woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. In the room of the inn, she heard from the innkeeper that he went out to look for friends last night and happened to see the man in black committing a crime. The man in black seemed to have seen someone appear and hurriedly ran away. Only then did he leave Nie Qianyu behind and not kidnap her. At that time, Nie Qianyu was so scared that her face turned ashen. She didn't dare to take half a step out of the inn. She didn't even have the thought of reporting it to the authorities. The innkeeper always said that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If the victim didn't report it, then what did it have to do with him? Therefore, he kept it a secret. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood the way the innkeeper looked at her. Of course, she was missing but didn't dare to report it to the authorities. The innkeeper thought that she was a human trafficker. Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin and thought for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she asked, "Little you, is Little Orange's birthday on the 7th day of the 7th month?" "Ah." Nie Qianyu was shocked and said, "How did you know?" Immediately, her face turned ashen and she said, "She even told you this?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "When did Little Orange tell me? Why didn't I know?" You know that you already know Little Orange's birthday." "I didn't tell you." "She didn't tell you either." "Did you dream about it?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She laughed and told her what happened in Lu Town. Nie Qianyu then laughed through her tears and said, "I thought you were blind." "Blind? Ha." Zhang Xiaohua also laughed and said, "If I were blind, I wouldn't kidnap people." Then, he frowned and said, "I didn't think so much that day. I just wanted the authorities to intervene in this human trafficker's matter. However, I forgot to interrogate the man in black. It was really negligent." "Yes, Big Brother Ren. It's been almost 10 days. I wonder if Little Orange is still alive." At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was calm. That was because, as Nie Qianyu said, it had been 10 days. If something had happened, it would have happened long ago. Moreover, the kidnapping of the little girl by the men in black in Lu Town was probably an organized and planned collective event. It should be different from the usual plucking. Little Orange's real concern should be her life and nothing else. But, Big Brother Ren, what should we do now? I didn't dare to report it to the authorities at that time. If the authorities asked about my background, I was afraid that I would attract the attention of the bad guys again. So, I've been waiting for Big Brother to come over for the past few days. Don't you think I'm too selfish? Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, little you, is very smart. It's very right not to report it to the authorities. Didn't you hear me say that that day at the place I went, the authorities couldn't wait to run away? Why would they care? The authorities in Pingyang City might be better. However, once they ask about your background, it's not wise for you to fall into their trap first, not to mention Little Orange. Then, Big Brother Ren, do you think I did the right thing? Zhang Xiaohua gave her a thumbs up and said, it's more than right. You're extremely smart. Nie Qianyu's face flushed red. The grievances that she had been suppressing in her heart for the past 10 days had long disappeared. After interacting with her for a few months, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this girl had always been competitive. However, she was still young and immature. When faced with such a situation, it was difficult for her to have the best of both worlds. He laughed and said, all right, I'm back. Leave Little Orange's matter to me. Look at your haggard face. You'd better rest more. Then, he looked around and said, little you, I'll go next door. You sleep. Big Brother Ren, please add it to your collection. Please tip it. Thank you. Chapter 395. Brother Ren, Nie Qianyu wanted to say something but stopped. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, okay, you go ahead and sleep. I'll stand at the door. With that, he got up and walked to the door. His slender figure blocked the sunlight and his elongated shadow was cast on the brick bed. Nie Qianyu's face was a little red and her heart was racing. She curled up on the brick bed and pulled the blanket over her body. She also covered herself with the warm shadow and felt very at ease. Not long after, she started snoring softly. When Zhang Xiaohua heard it, he tiptoed and closed the door. Then, he got up and went to the room next door. The target of the men in black was Little Orange, the girl who was born on the 7th day of the 7th month. Nie Qianyu was not in any danger at all. She was just frightened. Sigh, poor child. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in his heart. First, she was chased after. Now, her own girl was kidnapped. She has been in a state of fear for the past few days. I wonder how many tricks she has used. I forgot to ask her. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the small house and sat cross-legged. To be honest, he was just comforting Nie Qianyu. He did not have any confidence in himself. Pingyang City was so big. Where could he find Little Orange? Moreover, she had been missing for 10 days. He did not know where she had been transferred to. But if he did not say that, what else could he say? Sitting cross-legged on the brick bed, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine senses. His divine senses were already very powerful and could cover the entire Pingyang City. However, just like what happened in Lu Town previously, even if he could cover it completely, what was the use? You can only see, but you can't know all the movements like the back of your hand. This is divine sense, after all, not a domain. If only there was a way to leave a mark on Little Orange's body. Once he released his divine senses, no matter where she was, as long as she was still in Pingyang City, he would be able to sense her. How good would that be? Zhang Xiaohua's divine senses circled around Pingyang City for a long time but did not find anything. He had no choice but to withdraw it. It was still early, so Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes to cultivate. The content of the Way of Heaven was boundless and vast, so it couldn't be rushed. Before leaving the Guizhuang house, he had made jade talismans that gave him a lot of inspiration. Since he could make talismans and cultivate at the same time, why not? However, before creating the talismans, Zhang Xiaohua had something more important to do. She had to comprehend the 365 talismans in the golden formation in her Naiwan palace. The first time Zhang Xiaohua chose a talisman, just as he immersed his spiritual consciousness into it, he was immediately exhausted, so he immediately withdrew his spiritual consciousness, so he still did not know anything about these 365 talismans. Now that he had some free time, he naturally had to continue to talk about each of the talismans and try to find a breakthrough in his cultivation. Looking at these 365 talismans that were connected together like tadpoles, Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. These tadpoles were almost exactly the same. From the outside, one could not tell the difference at all. However, Zhang Xiaohua knew that these talismans were definitely different from each other. Looking at the swimming talismans, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to immerse his spiritual consciousness into a talisman that had just drifted in front of him. Just as his spiritual consciousness entered, he felt a wave of fatigue in his head. However, this time, Zhang Xiaohua did not withdraw his spiritual consciousness immediately, but insisted on immersing it in the inner layer. As his spiritual consciousness penetrated deeper, the fatigue became more and more serious, and there was even a slight prickling pain. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant, not knowing if he should persist. But at this moment, the talisman emitted a milky white brilliance, producing a strong suction force. It pulled Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual consciousness tightly, as if it was about to absorb it. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was not alarmed, but happy. He was most afraid that no matter how he probed, the talisman would not respond. However, at this moment, just immersing it in for a while, it produced a suction force. Presumably, he needed to send his spiritual consciousness into the talisman. Finished thinking, Zhang Xiaohua slightly controlled his spiritual consciousness and let his spiritual consciousness slowly enter the talisman. As his spiritual consciousness was absorbed, the talisman's brilliance became more and more brilliant. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not use his eyes to look, there was a dazzling feeling. When his spiritual consciousness was about to be completely absorbed, the brilliance was extremely brilliant. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua calmly took out 2 small primordial stones from his arms, one in each hand, and operated the jade blood elixir refining technique. The true qi in the meridians of his whole body slowly turned into heart fire, and directly burned the elixir refining technique. Since Zhang Xiaohua practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra to the 6th level, his spiritual consciousness was extremely profound. Cultivating the jade blood elixir refining technique had little effect, so he did not practice it much. At this time, when he saw his spiritual consciousness was about to be absorbed, he immediately thought of this technique. Sure enough, when the heart fire burned the elixir refining technique, it was immediately absorbed by the brilliant talisman. After the brilliance was extremely bright, it gradually dimmed. At this time, the talisman was no longer in the shape of a tadpole, but slowly revealed its original appearance. However, it was still somewhat faint and could not be seen clearly. Seeing that this technique was effective, Zhang Xiaohua left and operated the Heart Sutra. He absorbed the heaven and earth primordial qi from the primordial stones into his meridians to replenish the true qi that had turned into heart fire. With the new supply of primordial qi, the heart fire was not extinguished, and was slowly absorbed by the talisman. After absorbing for an entire afternoon, the talisman gradually revealed its true form. It was actually in the shape of a cute rabbit. What kind of talisman was this? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat aghast. Following the complete appearance of the rabbit talisman, a set of extremely complex techniques containing 365 different finger techniques immediately appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Zhang Xiaohua carefully comprehended it. Wasn't this the technique of the rabbit talisman? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Just as she was about to comprehend it further, a huge feeling of exhaustion came from her mind. There was actually a feeling of exhaustion. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to try again. She immediately withdrew her divine sense, and let the golden array revolve around the elixir refining technique. She silently operated the Heart Sutra and adjusted her breathing. After the time it took to eat a meal, the the true qi of the 6th level of the Worry-Free Heart Sutra had circulated through the meridians of her entire body a few times. Her entire body felt comfortable, and only then did she stop. After a little check, Zhang Xiaohua found that the Worry-Free Heart Sutra had not made any progress, but her divine sense had increased. However, there was a slight throbbing pain in her mind. Presumably, the true qi that she had used to cultivate the cultivation method had been supplied to the talisman all the time. It had long exceeded the capacity of her mud pill palace, and thus caused the injury. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to continue comprehending, for fear that going too far would be as bad as not going far enough. At this time, the sky had already turned dark, and she did not know whether Nie Qianyu had woken up or not. Zhang Xiaohua floated down to the ground and came to the door of Nie Qianyu's room. She gently knocked on the door again, and there was still a light snoring sound coming from the room. Presumably, Nie Qianyu was still sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. For the past 10 days, Nie Qianyu must have been exhausted and did not dare to sleep. She only completely relaxed when she saw her. How could she be sleeping soundly? After waiting for a while with her hands clasped behind her back, Zhang Xiaohua went to the front of the inn to find some porridge in side dishes and brought them back. The innkeeper knew that the guest had met with a calamity. He was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would be angry, so he carefully accompanied her and welcomed her with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua did not bother to explain to him, so she took the food box and left. After Zhang Xiaohua put the food box on the table and lit the lamp, Nie Qianyu was finally awakened by the bright light in front of her eyes. Rubbing her hazy eyes, Nie Qianyu's face was burning. She asked in a low voice, "Brother Ren, have you been accompanying me all this time?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "No, I also went back to my room to sleep. I just woke up and thought that you must be hungry, so I called you to get up and eat something." While they were talking, they heard Nie Qianyu's stomach growling. Nie Qianyu's face was burning even more. Zhang Xiaohua opened the lid of the food box and said, "Come, little fishy, eat something first and then go back to sleep." "Okay," Nie Qianyu nodded and said, "Brother Ren, you should eat too." Zhang Xiaohua said, "There's no need. I've already eaten. This is for you." After saying that, he was about to scoop rice for Nie Qianyu. How could Nie Qianyu let him scoop rice for her? She hurriedly jumped off the Kong bed and ran over without even wearing her shoes. "Let me do it, Brother Ren, you should rest." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sit down, little fishy. Your wrist must not be completely healed. If it is injured again, won't you need to rest for many days?" Nie Qianyu was a little embarrassed and said, "Then, I will have to trouble Brother Ren." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not say anything. He took out the side dishes and the porridge and placed it on the table. He stood at the side and smiled as he watched Nie Qianyu eat in small bites. Nie Qianyu seemed to have never eaten as well as today. She actually finished the small pot of porridge. After putting down the bowl and chopsticks, Nie Qianyu said embarrassedly, "Brother Ren, you have never seen me eat so much, right?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Of course, when I saw you before, I only tasted a little. Today, it was an eye-opener for me. You can eat more than me." Nie Qianyu smiled and said, "Brother Ren, you have never seen so much. Take your time to broaden your horizons." After saying that, she seemed to feel a little inappropriate and lowered her head slightly. However, she immediately raised her head and asked, "Brother Ren, is there any news about Little Orange?" After saying that, she laughed at herself and said, "Oh, Brother Ren just said that he was resting in the room. I was too anxious." Zhang Xiaohua said, "I asked around outside first, but there were no good clues. I will go out later. Maybe I will find something at night." "I see." Nie Qianyu was a little disappointed and said, "Then, be careful. Don't do anything inappropriate." "Okay." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and walked to the table to clear the bowls and chopsticks. She said, you should rest. You probably haven't slept well for many days. Go to bed. Maybe you can see Little Orange tomorrow. Really? Nye Qianyu was a little excited. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, I am just comforting you. I am not a god. How can I find him so quickly? Sigh. Nye Qianyu sighed and said, I can't help you. I just want to sleep. Go to sleep. You will be the biggest help to me if you rest. Nye Qianyu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was not polite at all. She could only twitch her mouth and sit in front of the Kong bed again. Zhang Xiaohua took the food box out and shouted, Little you, lock the door. Got it. Go. Nye Qianyu said weakly, go and come back early. Chapter 396. Why would Zhang Xiaohua need to leave the house personally? He returned the food box to the inn and returned to the house. He sat cross-legged and released his divine perception. Although there was still some pain in his head, it was not a big deal for him to use his divine perception to observe. Pingyang City was really lively at night. There were all kinds of things. Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. His divine perception followed a few sneaky thieves and watched a few filthy dramas. Then, he hurriedly escaped. See no evil. There were also a few places where tragic tragedies happened. Zhang Xiaohua really could not stand it anymore. Although he knew that this would alert the enemy and spoil his plan, he really could not remain indifferent when he saw innocent people about to lose their lives. Hence, he raised the small sword in his arms again and stopped them in time before harm happened. Of course, after the first time, there would be a second time and a third time. For the entire first half of the night, Zhang Xiaohua did not do anything else. He only enforced justice on behalf of the heavens and helped the weak. This sudden black light saved many people. From then on, the legend of Lunar Shadow was born in Pingyang City. After being the savior of the commoners for half a night, Zhang Xiaohua was really exhausted. When midnight came, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. As Zhang Xiaohua flickered in his dream, a mysterious wave was emitted from his body. The starlight in the endless starry sky was instantly projected. As usual, it gathered into a cocoon-like ball of light around his body. After a long time, the wave around Zhang Xiaohua's body changed rapidly. The light cocoon wrapped around his body suddenly expanded as if it was attracted by something inside his body. Then, it was sucked into Zhang Xiaohua's body like a whale sucking in water. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua's bones, which had been refined to the point that they were transparent, became completely transparent in an instant. Then, on many parts of the transparent bones, traces of red appeared. At this moment, there was no more starlight around Zhang Xiaohua's body. The wave around his body surged a few times and adjusted to another mysterious amplitude. Gradually, it stabilized. As the wave stabilized, starlight was projected from the horizon again. In an instant, it enveloped his entire body. However, who would know if this starlight was the same starlight? The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua had just gone to the courtyard to practice her martial arts when she heard Nye Qianyu running out of the house happily. She raised her head and looked around, but to no avail. Disappointed, she asked, Brother Ren, did you not find Little Orange last night? Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to stop. She said apologetically, Little you, I exaggerated a little last night. I searched the entire Pingyang city but did not find any clues. Nye Qianyu said desolately, It's all right, big brother Ren. How can anything in this world be done just because you said so? Little Orange has been missing for 10 days. It will be difficult to start looking for him now. Moreover, I know that what you said yesterday was just to comfort me. You wanted me to have a good rest. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and smiled. Little you, is really smart. I'll go out and look again today. Maybe I'll find something. Nie Qianyu's eyes lit up and said, I understand. Big brother Ren, are you looking for a blind fortune teller today? Shaking her head, Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly, yes, I am. That's great, big brother Ren. It's a little difficult, but I hope you can work harder. Please don't, give up, okay? Nie Qianyu sounded like she was pleading at the end. In fact, Nie Qianyu could not be blamed for not trusting Zhang Xiaohua. It was just that before Zhang Xiaohua left them, she was indifferent to them and did not like to interfere. Therefore, she was really afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would give up. If it was in the past, Zhang Xiaohua might hesitate and consider whether she would expose her background if she acted in Pingyang City. But now, she was full of chivalry and naturally would not decline too much. She smiled and said, look at what you're saying, little you, her. Along the way, we've developed feelings for each other. How could I possibly give up? The word feelings was not used appropriately. Yes, it was really worth the 3 months of studying the 3-character classic. Nie Qianyu's forehead flushed red. She didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Then, Nie Qianyu smiled and said, Big brother Ren, I won't hold you back from practicing martial arts. After that, she bounced back to the house like a little swallow, as if her wrist was not injured at all. Looking at Nie Qianyu's cheerful back view, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and continued practicing the Big Dipper magical fist. After practicing the Big Dipper magical fist for a few days, Zhang Xiaohua felt that his strength seemed to have increased by a lot. Therefore, he paid more attention to this fist technique. Late in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua went out of the inn with his hands behind his back. In fact, he could stay in the inn, but after all, Nie Qianyu was beside him. If he stayed in the house alone, Nie Qianyu would blame him for being lazy, and there would be no reason for her to find any clues in the future. There were many people from all walks of life in Pingyang City, and there were even a few blind fortune tellers. Zhang Xiaohua found a tea house and ordered some fragrant tea. As he tasted the tea, he used his divine senses to monitor these blind men. It was easy to say, but difficult to do. Zhang Xiaohua had to look at this and that at the same time, lest he missed the real murderer. He could only see, but he could not really hear the conversation between the blind man and the others. Therefore, most of the time, he had to pay attention to the shape of their mouths and the changes in their expressions. He had to guess what they were thinking to determine if there was anything wrong with what they were doing. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had an unusually hard time drinking the tea. Almost all the waiters in the tea house were muttering at the side, is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Why is he so flustered when he's just drinking tea? When the sky turned dark, those blind men left their stalls and went back to their homes. Zhang Xiaohua followed them closely, but he still did not find anything. The only thing he found was a stomach full of tea. Nie Qianyu was also obedient. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had returned empty-handed, she did not pursue the matter. She only served the food in the inn and comforted him gently, don't worry. Heaven helps the worthy. Perhaps there will be news tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua ate 2 mouthfuls hastily and returned to the house. He pondered carefully. Although his divine senses were powerful and could monitor several blind fortune tellers in Pingyang City at the same time, it was after all an act of waiting. He did not know which blind man was the real culprit. Moreover, if the culprit did not disguise himself as a blind man, what should he do? For a moment, he was filled with worry. The direct result of Zhang Xiaohua's worry was to release the small sword. With the power of a thunderbolt, he showed the will of heaven and punished many people who took advantage of the dark to do evil in Pingyang City. It was only late into the night that his worry subsided. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua left the inn early. However, this time, he did not sit in the tea house. Instead, he rode out of Pingyang City on the David's Deer. These 2 nights of eliminating pornography and illegal activities in Pingyang City had already shown some results. There were more and more cases of people helping the elderly cross the road. The bad guys who kidnapped the young girls were not really blind. They would definitely sense something. The best way was to look around Pingyang City and see if he could find some clues. However, when he exited the west gate of Pingyang City, he realized that the city gate was slightly different from before. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua came to Pingyang City for the first time 6 years ago and the numerous times he entered and left Pingyang City after that, he had not met any soldiers at the city gate. However, today, there were actually a few soldiers guarding the west gate of Pingyang City. They interrogated the passers-by especially the horse carriages and the like. The inspection was especially detailed. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who was all alone, was interrogated in detail. They also looked at his strange steed from left to right, up and down. They only let him leave the city when they confirmed that there was nothing more to ask. As for the passers-by who entered the city, they did not interrogate them at all. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. However, he had never been very interested in the officials and thus could not be bothered to ask. Of course, even if he wanted to find out, he might not be able to get anything. He could tell just by looking at those soldiers who treated the passers-by like wolves and tigers. Zhang Xiaohua followed his own train of thought and carefully checked the east, west, and north of Pingyang City for several days. He did not discover anything even though he was more than 10 miles away from the city. He even checked the surroundings of the ethereal heights in detail. However, the Righteous Alliance had already taken over the heights and Zhang Xiaohua did not go deep inside. With the reputation of the Righteous Alliance in the pugilistic world, they would not do such a heinous thing. Even if the Righteous Alliance wanted to do it, they would definitely not choose Pingyang City. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua only looked around the surroundings. Huanqi Heights seemed to be like what Qiuju had said. There were not many changes and everyone had their own business. However, all these had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, he did not rashly go there and try to establish old ties with Tian Zhongxi and Ma Jing. It was already dusk. Zhang Xiaohua returned from the east side of Pingyang City. This day, he had walked dozens of miles away from the city and found many villages and forests. He had also used his divine perception to check many places that were rarely visited but to no avail. Now, he only had not seen the south side of Pingyang City. However, he had entered from the south gate and did not see anything strange along the way. It seemed that if there was no special miracle, he could only apologize to Nye Qianyu. However, at the thought of Little Orange's voice and smile, after not seeing them for more than 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua felt a wave of sadness in his heart. If he did not leave the two of them alone in Pingyang City and instead brought them to the Guizhuang house, even Lu Town, would they be able to avoid this disaster? The more he thought about it, the more guilty Zhang Xiaohua felt. He felt that he really should not have avoided these two girls so much. Just as he was thinking, from the east gate of Pingyang City, came a big dung cart carrying farm treasures. An unpleasant stench assailed his nostrils. Many people on the side of the road covered their noses to avoid it. Zhang Xiaohua grew up in a farmer's house. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with this smell and did not take it seriously. However, Zhang Xiaohua was riding on the back of the deer. Huan had always had a habit of walking in the middle of the road. This time was no exception. As they were about to bump into the dung cart, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly patted Huan's head, indicating for it to quickly make way for the cart. Although he was not afraid of this smell, it would not be good if he bumped into the cart and got himself covered in farm treasures. However, just as Huan brushed past the dung cart, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. Chapter 397. Although Zhang Xiaohua had not given himself any farm fertilizer for a long time, he had seen farm treasures since he was young. Naturally, he would not frown just because he was close to them. The reason why he was like this was because he realized that there was something wrong with the two coachmen. Farm treasures naturally referred to the dung in the fields. This large dung cart must have taken the dung from the toilets of the people in Pingyang City and brought it back to the fields to be fertilized. Normally, when farmers did this kind of work, they would drive along the side of the road and drive the cart carefully. They were afraid that they would annoy the passers-by and embarrass their family. Moreover, this kind of work was not a dignified job. Who would swagger in the middle of the road? Furthermore, it was just after the New Year. It was not a proper day to dig dung in the fields. If the crops were growing and needed a large amount of fertilizer, it was understandable that 2 strong laborers would go to the city to dig dung. However, there was no need to rush to fertilize the fields. They were just pulling the dung back and storing it first. Why would they need 2 people to do this kind of idle work? Of course, the 2 of them might have come together to be companions or because it was on the way. However, since they were here to dig dung, they should not cover their noses. Their family was the first to despise this farm treasures. They really did not have any professionalism at all. From this point of view, how could Zhang Xiaohua not be able to conclude that there was something wrong with these 2 coachmen who were digging dung? Sigh, these 2 coachmen were also pitiful. Of all the people they could meet, they just had to meet this hero Ren who grew up in the countryside. Yes, he was also a hero who was extremely proficient in farm fertilizer. Zhang Xiaohua brushed past the large dung cart. In order not to attract their attention, he did not stop. Instead, he continued to move forward until he could no longer see the shadow of the cart. Then, he patted the head of David's deer and turned around to chase after the cart. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. Anyway, he could use his spiritual sense. He just needed to hang from a distance. He would definitely not be discovered by them. The dung cart kept going east until it was dark. The 2 men got off the cart and looked around to make sure that there was no one around. Then, they drove the dung cart into a small forest. Not long after, they came out again. At this time, the wooden buckets of dung on the cart were gone. Zhang Xiaohua saw with her divine sense that the 2 men covered their noses as they carried the wooden buckets out of the cart and casually threw them in the forest. The carriage continued on its journey. Not long after, it came to a small fork in the road. The coachman skillfully drove towards the small path in the southwest direction. It was a muddy path that could barely allow a carriage to pass through. In front of it, there was a patch of lights. It seemed to be a very small village. The 2 of them entered the manor and did not hesitate. They went straight to a dark courtyard at the entrance of the village and knocked on the courtyard door rhythmically. Immediately, an old man's head popped out. He first looked into the distance, then opened the courtyard door and said angrily, "You 2 brats, why did you just arrive? Hurry up and come in." The 2 of them did not dare to speak. They looked at each other and drove the carriage into the courtyard. Before the carriage came to a stop, the old man asked, "Have you brought the item? The days are getting closer and closer. If we still can't complete the task, the commander will blame us." One of them, who was slightly taller, smiled apologetically and said, "Banner Master Gao, don't worry. Although we are 2 days late this time, we still brought the item on time. We didn't delay the commander's matters. You make it sound so easy. I have waited here for a few days. How can I not be anxious? The date that the commander has requested is approaching." "Oh right, why did you delay for so long?" "Ah, don't mention it. Sigh, don't talk about it anymore. Our days in Pingyang City have been tough as well. You don't know that Pingyang City has been haunted for the past 2 days. Many of my subordinates, yes, not only me, but also the brothers in other territories. When they went out to work at night, they all met a monster that they called Legend of Lunar Shadow. My goodness, you haven't seen it before. All you saw was a flash of black light and everything creaked. You were all turned into spare parts. This person was very long-winded and even said, 'You don't understand,' a few times. This made Banner Master Gao very unhappy. At this moment, the person beside him smiled apologetically and said, "Old Master Gao, just as my brother said, the city has been rather chaotic these few days. As long as the brothers in the underworld go out to work, there will always be some strange things interfering. Therefore, for the sake of the commander's grand plan, I have no choice but to shrink my head and act carefully." When Banner Master Gao heard this, his expression softened a little. He said, "It's not easy for you guys either. You have delivered a lot of good stuff. If the commander asks about it, I will definitely report to him and reward you handsomely." The two of them were overjoyed. They cupped their fists and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Banner Master Gao." At this moment, Banner Master Gao sniffled and lowered his head slightly to look at his feet. Then he said, "Oh right, what is the legend of Lunar Shadow that you mentioned just now? Tell me about it in detail." "It's like this." Reporting to Banner Master, "None of us have seen what it is exactly. It's just a flash of black light. If it's not cutting off people's limbs, it's breaking their tendons and bones." 2 people's ears were also cut off. Yes, and, at this point, the two of them had a strange expression. They were gloating and almost laughed out loud. They said, "Fatty Nyo from the west of the city went to rape women at night. The thing under him was also, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha." Banner Master Gao's expression changed slightly. He said, "Could it be an expert from the Jianghu? Or an expert from the Righteous Alliance?" The two of them laughed and said, "We don't know about this. However, I don't think the Righteous Alliance would ignore us. Moreover, at first, we did suspect that it was an expert who had lost his martial arts. However, the black light appeared almost at the same time in the west and east of the city. Even if it was an expert in martial arts, it's impossible for him to attack in 2 places at the same time. What kind of lightness skill was that? There's actually such a strange thing. Could it be that several experts from the Jianghu attacked at the same time?" "Ah." The two of them couldn't help but shrink their necks. They said, "Pingyang City is already the territory of the Righteous Alliance. Such a big sect that could even destroy the Misty School, how could they allow other experts to act arrogantly in Pingyang City? This, even a fool may be right. What you said makes sense. Forget it. Anyway, Commander Master has more or less collected the amount. It should be time to hand over the order. Sigh, I just don't know why Commander Master dares to let us do these things under the nose of the Righteous Alliance. It's really hard to understand." The person who spoke first laughed and said, "Banner Master Gao, I don't know about this. That day, I specially asked Blind Man Fan. Guess what he said?" Banner Master Gao was unhappy again. He snorted and sniffled again. Inconspicuously, he rubbed his feet on the ground a few times. The person next to him laughed and said, "Don't blame him, Banner Master. Blind Man Fan only said one thing, the most dangerous place is the safest place." Banner Master Gao said disdainfully, "Everyone can say this. Do you think I don't know? If you don't have enough skills, everywhere is a dangerous place. This only shows that our commander is highly skilled in martial arts and wise. Commander Master is mighty." The two of them quickly shouted. "Shoo," Banner Master Gao said, "keep your voices down. Don't attract the attention of others." As he spoke, he sniffled. He couldn't help but raise his feet to take a closer look. The two of them laughed and said, "Is Banner Master Gao tired? Let us massage your legs for you." Banner Master Gao was sweating profusely. He waved his hands and said, "No, I'm not tired at all. It's just that, where did this stench come from? I don't think I stepped on any dog shit. You guys wouldn't have stepped on it even if you drove here." "Ah. This." The two of them looked at each other in dismay. One of them said cautiously, "That. Banner Master, it's not that you stepped on dog shit. It's that the carriage that we came on was loaded with big shit." "Big shit?" Banner Master Gao was stunned. He said, "Why did you guys give up on your great career as a pawn and change your profession to digging for big shit?" At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already followed them to the entrance of the village. She left the David's deer in the field and floated down. She looked around carefully. With a sway of her body, she used the earth escape to the side of the small courtyard. She hid herself and stuck out her ears from the corner of the wall to listen carefully. The smarter man laughed and said, "Banner Master Gao, you should take a look at the goods first. Then you'll know the reason." Banner Master Gao was puzzled. What did this thing have to do with big shit? However, he still pinched his nose and walked to the front of the carriage. He saw that the man activated some mechanism on the carriage. In the middle of the carriage, where there was some feces and urine, there was a small crack. Through the crack, some clothes could be seen. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense suddenly saw a thin little girl wearing beautiful clothes. Instantly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart understood. It seemed that she was really lucky. Just when she was about to give up, she actually met the right person. If she wasn't wrong, it should be this group of people who kidnapped Little Orange. Sigh, Little Orange wasn't destined to die yet. However, Zhang Xiaohua was as puzzled as Banner Master Gao. Although she was very suspicious of this big shit carriage and used her divine sense to scan it, why didn't she find any clues? She had to admit that this carriage's mechanism was very well hidden. The man carried the little girl out of the mechanism of the carriage. The little girl's eyes were tightly shut and her breathing was even. She must have been drugged with some kind of drug. Banner Master Gao looked at the little girl and couldn't help but frown. To be honest, he really couldn't see how this little girl had anything to do with this big shit carriage. This specially made carriage used to transport some secret items. It was reasonable that this little girl was hidden in the mechanism. However, what did she have to do with this stinky big shit? After thinking for a moment, Banner Master Gao's eyes lit up. He said, "The two of you actually used this big shit to cover your tracks. Could it be that the so-called legend of Lunar Shadow in Pingyang City made you so afraid?" Hearing this, the two of them gave him a thumbs up and said, "Banner Master Gao, you're really smart." Sigh, Banner Master Gao was unhappy again. Chapter 398. Sigh, how can you flatter your leader like this? Banner Master Gao was speechless. Fortunately, the Prime Minister is magnanimous, so Banner Master Gao couldn't take them seriously. The clever man said, "Banner Master Gao is wise. That legend of Moon Shadow is only one aspect. This legend has forced us not to work at night. But since you've been urging us, we have no choice but to work during the day." "Ah. You guys are really bold." Banner Master Gao looked at his two loyal lackeys and laughed. "How dare you kidnap someone on the streets? Old Dog Fan is blind. TSK, who knows how many lost lambs he has fooled." The man took the opportunity to say, "It's all because of Banner Master Gao and Commander Ling's good leadership. That's why we were so bold." Good. I understand your intentions." Banner Master Gao was very pleased. He asked, "Then, what's the other aspect? That should be the main point. You're wise. Look at this little girl. What's the difference between her and the girls in the past?" Banner Master Gao sighed. "It's very unwise to question your superiors like this." However, he still took a closer look. Then, he slapped the man's face and said angrily, "This child's skin is soft and tender. She's also wearing silk and satin. She's obviously different from the girls in the past. Needless to say, it must be you guys who were bold enough to kidnap the child of a wealthy family. How many times have I told you? Although the head commander is urging us, it's best that we don't provoke the children of these wealthy families. Who knows which one of them has connections with the higher-ups? If we cause trouble, not only will all our previous contributions be erased, we might even lose our own lives. The man was hurt but didn't dare to make a sound. The other man immediately stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, Banner Master Gao. Firstly, this girl is rich and she's not a noble. I don't think she'll cause trouble. Secondly, I've always been reliable. You know this too. How can I let anyone have something against me? I saw that the 4 gates of Pingyang City were guarded by soldiers. So, I got a big dung cart and secretly gave the guards 2 taels of silver. That guy let me out. Haha, he was bought over with just 2 taels of silver. That's really cheap." Oh. Banner Master Gao was interested. He said, "Tell me, which family is this girl from? How did you get your hands on her?" The man smiled and said, "Actually, it's quite a coincidence. Didn't I hook up with an attractive kitchen maid at a rich merchant's house in the east of the city? A few days ago, I didn't dare to go out to do anything, so I let Blind Fan set up his stall alone while I went to the east of the city to have some fun. In the end, I didn't find any fun, but I heard 2 little brats fighting over this little girl in the back garden of the rich merchant's house. One said that he was this little girl's older brother and that he should take good care of her, while the other said that he was this little girl's younger brother and that they should treat each other intimately. Tell me, Bannerman Gao, how can this rich merchant's child know how to hook up with girls at such a young age?" Banner Master Gao coughed and didn't answer. The man chuckled and continued, "I heard this girl ask them how they knew her birthday. I heard the older child say, 'You are born on the 7th day of the 7th month. You are the most charming because of the 7-7 technique.' Of course, I know. You say, Banner Master Gao, isn't this a case of traveling far and wide looking for something only to find it without any effort? We worked so hard to get a blind man to find out her birth characters, but I was able to find her just because I wanted to have some fun. Isn't this a credit given to me by the heavens? So, I jumped out without saying a word and knocked the 3 little brats out. I carried this girl and left." Oh. Banner Master Gao smiled and said, "You are quite lucky. We haven't found anything suitable for you for many days, but you found it so quickly. Looks like you can't avoid the reward from the commander." The man grinned and said, "It's just that the city gates have been closely guarded by the officials these few days. I couldn't deliver it in time. I've made Banner Master Gao wait for a long time." "Oh. It's okay." Banner Master Gao said generously, "I'm just giving you directions. You have to work hard for everything." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly asked, "What did you say just now? There are soldiers guarding the city gates of Pingyang City?" "Yes, Banner Master Gao. I made it very clear just now. It's because those soldiers have gone crazy and are guarding the city gates. They made things difficult for me and I didn't dare to take the risk. That's why I delivered it so late." "You." Banner Master Gao didn't know what to say. He asked, "Do you know how long it has been since there were soldiers guarding the city gates?" The man scratched his head and said, "I've been in Pingyang City for more than 4 years, but I don't think I've seen anyone guarding the city." "That's right. Don't you think there's a reason why the city gate is suddenly being watched so tightly after 4 years without anyone guarding it?" "Banner Master Gao, you can just say what you want to say. I'm stupid. How would I know about the affairs of the soldiers? Maybe the officials are just doing an inspection and are just putting on an act." Sigh. Banner Master Gao looked as if he expected better from them. He said, "Didn't you contact this girl?" "Ah." At this moment, the 2 men realized what was going on. They looked at each other and their eyes were filled with fear. They said in a trembling voice, "Is it because we kidnapped this little girl? But she's just a relative of a wealthy merchant. I'm sure that this wealthy merchant only has a little bit of relationship with the officials. I heard this from the cook." Banner Master Gao shook his head and looked at the 2 men who were ignorant and fearless. He said, Fortunately, you actually knew how to use money to trick the soldiers into letting you go. If you were caught by them, you wouldn't have any chance of survival." As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and realized that something was wrong. However, he couldn't figure out what it was. He couldn't help but frown and think hard. The two men realized that they had gotten into big trouble. They looked at the little girl in their hands and didn't know if they should carry her or throw her away. At this moment, Banner Master Gao suddenly asked in a loud voice, "You said that you gave 2 coins of broken silver to the soldiers?" "Yes," the man replied. "I won against them last night and gave it to them casually." "Banner Master Gao, you don't have to worry about it. Consider it my own allowance and you don't have to reimburse me." "Pa!" Banner Master Gao's slap landed on the other side of the man's face. The man was puzzled. He didn't want the organization to fork out money, so he had to fork out money for nothing. Was that wrong? Looking at the man's confused expression, Banner Master Gao angrily scolded, "You're an idiot. Don't you know that you're pretending to be a farmer in the countryside? Don't you have a brain? Who in this farmer's yard would pay 2 coins for a cart of dung? Even if it's 2 coins, they would have to think twice." "Ah!" The two men were dumbfounded. Of course, which farmer would be stupid enough to pay money for a few buckets of dung? If the crops irrigated by this manure were gold, it might be possible. "Then, what should we do?" one of the men asked. The other man said, "It doesn't matter. We threw the dung in the forest by the side of the road before we reached the fork in the road. They probably won't be able to find this place." Banner Master Gao raised his hand. The man had already noticed it and immediately turned his head to the side to avoid it. However, the old man waved his hand and another crisp slap was heard. Banner Master Gao angrily said, "You idiot. The smell of dung is so strong. How could it not leave a trace and smell on the road? You're causing trouble for me." After he finished speaking, he took the little girl from the man's hands. The man said, "All right, then we'll send her back. Perhaps there won't be any problems." Banner Master Gao sneered and said, "You think it's easy? This child is in our hands. The officials won't let us off easily. It's too late to send her over now. In any case, your master's martial arts are superb. Why should we be afraid of the officials? It'll be our merit if we send her back to your master. Let him deal with this troublesome burden." "That's right. Banner Master Gao is wise." The two men were not stingy with their flattery. "All right. Since that's the case, let's leave quickly. The sooner we leave, the better." After he finished speaking, Banner Master Gao was about to leave with the little girl under his arm. The two men immediately called out, "Banner Master Gao, you're a master who comes and goes, but we don't know lightness techniques. What should we do?" Banner Master Gao pointed at the inferior horses in the carriage and said, "You brought 1 horse. There's another in the stable behind my house. Each of you will take 1 horse. I'll take the goods and use my lightness techniques to travel. What do you think?" "Ah!" The two men were so moved that snot and tears flowed out of their noses. They said, "Banner Master Gao is indeed virtuous. You love your subordinates so much. You'd rather walk by yourself and give the horses to us. We're so touched." Banner Master Gao smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. I've always loved my soldiers like my children. Work hard in the future and bring my spirit to greater heights. I'm going to walk, so I'll go first. You can ride your horses and follow me." Seeing the two men nod, Banner Master Gao exerted force with his feet and leaped onto the roof, shooting toward the west like lightning. The two men in the courtyard had looks of envy on their faces. They hurriedly unloaded the horses from the carriage and led them to the stable behind the house. When the two men got on their horses and galloped toward the south, a slender shadow suddenly appeared in the quiet courtyard. It was hero Zhang Xiaohua, who had been eavesdropping for a long time. Standing in the courtyard and smelling the faint stench, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Banner Master Gao was right. With such a strong stench, if the soldiers were to chase after them, there was no way they wouldn't come here. However, it was already late. Should she chase them south or not? Even if she chased them, wouldn't she still fall asleep at midnight? How could she keep up with them? Just as she was thinking, she suddenly discovered something with her divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. Chapter 399. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was wondering if he should chase after him, his divine sense suddenly detected that Banner Master Gao, who had already run out of the village, suddenly turned around and hid behind a huge pile of firewood by the side of the road. Not long after, two burly men on two horses galloped past the road. As they walked, they said, "Banner Master Gao's martial arts are indeed extraordinary. He disappeared in such a short time. He's even faster than a horse. Oh, and he's even bringing someone with him. AI, who knows how long it'll take for us brothers to reach such a level of cultivation." In the dark night, the sound of the horses' hooves was quite loud and traveled quite a distance. When the two horses were far away, Banner Master Gao finally came out from behind the pile of firewood. Looking at the dark night, he turned around and actually headed back to the village. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense saw this, he was very surprised. Soon after, he understood that this Banner Master Gao really had some skills. Seeing that Banner Master Gao had returned to the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua quickly floated up to the wall and carefully bent down to observe his every move. He saw that Banner Master Gao had the little girl under his arm and didn't let go. He only went into the house to tidy up and put away some things. This time, he left the house without even closing the door and floated back into the house. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, "This guy is really cautious. But with his movements I still have to chase after him." Thinking this, he wasn't in a hurry. With his divine sense monitoring him, he guessed that Banner Master Gao wouldn't be able to escape. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense while heading toward the village entrance. He wanted to call out to Huan, but after just 2 steps, a smile appeared on his face again. Of course, Banner Master Gao couldn't continue running after reaching the north side of the village. Instead, he went downstairs to another clean courtyard and entered it. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. This popular phrase instantly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Zhang Xiaohua came to the entrance of the village and pulled Huan to sit on the pile of firewood at the entrance of the village. She used her spiritual perception to observe for a long time and did not see any movement from Banner Master Gao. Presumably, he would be resting here tonight. This was exactly what Zhang Xiaohua wanted. He also went into the pile of firewood and closed his eyes to cultivate. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua woke up. Before she even opened her eyes, she heard the clamor of people and horses outside. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and saw that the small village had already been surrounded by many armed soldiers. The small courtyard where Bannerman Gao had appeared earlier had already been discovered. Many soldiers were searching inside. Moreover, there were small groups of soldiers knocking on each door, as if they were searching each house. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua inwardly cursed. With such a commotion, Banner Master Gao must have already fled. When she turned her divine sense to the courtyard where Banner Master Gao had been last night, she found that he was still sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. How could this guy be so calm? After carefully observing the movements of the soldiers, Zhang Xiaohua nodded inwardly. Indeed, Zhang Xiaohua had always despised the government. She thought that the government was full of worms and incompetent people who didn't need to be taken seriously. However, with her divine sense, she saw that there were many skilled soldiers among the soldiers surrounding the entrance of the village. Moreover, there were a few people with white hair and dressed in official robes. They were carefully looking at the ground and muttering something. Then, as if they had reached a consensus, they walked towards another person on a horse. The person on the horse seemed to be an official. After hearing their suggestion, he frowned and shouted something loudly. Thus, the soldiers who were searching the houses immediately stopped disturbing the villagers and gathered at the entrance of the village. When the soldiers were in formation, the official waved his hand and the entire group of soldiers headed west of the village. Wasn't that the direction the two of them had ridden to last night? However, before the official left, he looked around the entrance of the village as if he was looking for something. It was only when everyone had left that he patted his horse's butt and chased after them. After a while, this small village with an unknown name quieted down again. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's admiration for this banner master Gao surged like a torrential river. This guy was really smart. Last night, he had fainted a shot and then slept soundly in his room. Just like that, he had shaken off the pursuing soldiers. This was similar to the trick Zhang Xiaohua had played in the small town in front of Tanha City. However, looking at his mentality and maturity, Zhang Xiaohua could only hope to catch up. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand that sometimes, things in this world couldn't be completely solved by force. She also immediately became more wary of this banner master Gao who didn't seem very powerful. Sure enough, less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea after the soldiers had left, Bannerman Gao woke up. He walked out of the door and listened carefully before returning to the courtyard. He found a shabby carriage and pulled out a small donkey from the backyard. He put the donkey on the carriage and then returned to the house. Nobody knew where he found the girl, but he carried her out and casually placed her in the carriage. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was watching with great interest and secretly pondering and seriously studying, a man dressed in martial arts clothes suddenly appeared at the entrance of the village where the military official had been standing. He was even pulling a handsome red horse with him. As he walked, he looked around in a flamboyant manner, as if he was very strange. That man was still mumbling, "What's going on? I just had diarrhea, and all these people are gone. Cousin too, why didn't he tell me when he left? Where did they all go?" Zhang Xiaohua carefully identified the person, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was an old friend. He hadn't seen him for a long time, and Zhang Xiaohua had a special affinity with him. Wasn't this Yu Dai, the eldest young master of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, who had studied together with Zhang Xiaohu in the martial arts training center? Speaking of the great young master Zhang Xiaohua, he indeed had an affinity with Zhang Xiaohua. On the way to Pingyang City to practice martial arts, this fellow had met the two brothers Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu together with Li Jinfeng and Yuluan. They had even entered the city in the same carriage. When Yu Dai was practicing martial arts at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, he had used his family's heirloom cinnabar palm to injure Zhang Xiaohua's right hand. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua's fist of the North Star had the effect of tempering the bones, it was likely that Zhang Xiaohua's right hand would still be unable to exert any strength. Also, during the martial arts exhibition at the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua and Yu Dai met again. However, their results were completely different. Zhang Xiaohua had passed several rounds consecutively while Yu Dai had returned empty-handed, losing all face. Of course, because the results were different, the two of them didn't know each other's battle results. After the martial arts exhibition, they hadn't met again. It had been 5 years since then. Looking at Yu Dai, Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. Yes, it was purely a smile of seeing an old friend. It was as if he didn't remember that he had been injured by someone back then. At this time, Banner Master Gao had also gotten on a donkey cart and was heading towards the village entrance. If there were no accidents, the two of them would meet very soon. Putting aside Yu Dai's current martial arts and whether he could be a match for Banner Master Gao, even if Yu Dai could easily take down Banner Master Gao, it would still spoil Zhang Xiaohua's plan of setting a long line to catch a big fish. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua absolutely wouldn't allow Yu Dai to spoil his plans. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua took out a large handkerchief from his bosom and covered his face. With a twist of his body, he used Earth Escape to appear behind Yudei. He reached out and grabbed the back of Yudei's neck. In a low and hoarse voice, he said, "Brother, if you want to live, then don't speak. Pull on your date red horse and follow me." Then, without waiting for Yudei's response, he grabbed his neck and pulled him back. Yudei was looking around when he was suddenly grabbed and threatened. Moreover, there was an irresistible force pulling him back. How could he dare to resist? He didn't even dare to speak. He walked backwards while pulling on his date red horse. Before long, the two people and the horse arrived at the village entrance behind several large piles of firewood. At this time, Banner Master Gao happened to be driving his donkey cart out of the village. He stopped at the village entrance for a moment and looked around before heading east. He was going in the opposite direction of the other two people from last night. The donkey cart was moving very slowly. It seemed that Banner Master Gao wasn't in a hurry. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to slowly follow him. For a short while, he wouldn't be able to escape from his surveillance. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua only let go of his hand when the donkey cart was gradually far away. When Yudei felt the person behind him let go, he immediately did a somersault and dodged far away. At the same time, he drew his sword from his waist and pointed it at Yudei. He said sternly, "Who are you? Not only are you masked, you even dared to sneak an attack from behind. What are your intentions?" When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he was secretly amused. He lowered his voice and said in a hoarse voice, "Who are you? Why are you here?" In fact, Zhang Xiaohua's action was unnecessary. When he first met Yudei, he was about 14 years old. It was the time when a child's voice changed. Now that he was 18 years old, his voice had already become deeper and was not as sharp as before. Even if he spoke normally, Yudei might not be able to recognize him. When Yudei heard the other party's question, he frowned and said, "I am Yi, the brother-in-law of the leader of the 4th Troop of the city guards under the Pingyang city garrison. I followed him here to suppress the bandits. How dare you kidnap me halfway? Be careful, I will ask my brother-in-law to send troops to kill you." In the end, he was no longer confident. "Yi, suppress the bandits?" Zhang Xiaohua was laughing in his heart, but his face was serious. He said, "Oh, so you are from the government. You are here to suppress the bandits, not to kidnap a girl. Forget it then. You go your way and I will go mine. Let's just pretend that you did not see me today." When he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua pretended to leave. When Yudei heard this, he was not willing to let him go. He shouted, "That thief, you, don't tell me you are the person who kidnapped my niece." As Yudei said this, he wanted to draw his sword but did not dare to. He looked around, as if looking for help. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Your niece?" Yudei looked around and saw that there was no one around. He could only say, "That's right. That girl is from the government. If you know her background, you have to tell me honestly." Chapter 400. At this time, Banner Master Gao's donkey cart had already traveled for a while. Zhang Xiaohua was afraid of delaying the important matter, so she said, "I'll tell you the truth. Your brother-in-law's group has already traveled west. They seem to have found some useful clues. Moreover, I'm not the thief who kidnapped your niece. If you want to find your brother-in-law, you can go west." When Yudei heard this, she turned her head to look at the small path to the west. She slowly walked in that direction, but she said, "Since you're not the thief, how do you know that I'm looking for a girl?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her belly, but she said, "Yes, this is what I want to tell you. If you want to find your niece, then don't go west." Yudei curiously stopped in her tracks and asked, "Why is that?" "Because that's the thief's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The people in the west are just small fries. The real thief is riding on a donkey cart. Ah. Yu Dai said in surprise, how do you know? Zhang Xiaohua smiled, when I pulled you over just now, that thief drove his cart out of the village. He went straight east. Why didn't I see him? Yu Dai was surprised. Because I'm taller than you. This. Seeing that the masked man in front of her was only a few fingers taller than her, Yu Dai was speechless. This didn't seem to be a very accurate reason. Then why didn't you stop him? Your martial arts aren't good enough. The two of us should be enough, right? Why don't you chase after him, and I'll go report to my brother-in-law. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, if I stop him, then I can only save your niece. I won't be able to save anyone else. Moreover, if you go and report the news now, not to mention whether you'll be able to find that thief when you return, it won't be easy for you to find his nest. Yu Dai was also a smart person. She immediately understood Zhang Xiaohua's meaning. Then you mean to say that we should follow that donkey cart? Just the two of us? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, nonsense, do you think I want to take you there? If it weren't for the fact that you'd run into Banner Master Gao just now, and if it weren't for the fact that you'd report to your brother-in-law, who we don't even know if it's true or not, would I have taken you there? His face was expressionless as he nodded. There must be a lot of people in the thieves' lair. Just the two of us might not be a match for them. I think we should inform my brother-in-law first. Zhang Xiaohua stared at him coldly without saying a word. Seeing this, Yu Dai felt a chill in his heart and immediately said, fine, since your distinguished self's martial arts are so strong, then fine, this one will also risk his life to accompany you. This one will follow you into the wolf's den. Yu Dai understood that this man would definitely not let him go. If he did not follow him, he might be killed immediately. The feeling of being grabbed by the back of his neck was very uncomfortable. Good, very good. This is Brother Yi's own initiative, I did not force you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, furthermore, aren't you going there for your niece? Your intentions are commendable. Yu Dai secretly curled his lips. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long whistle and the 4 deer Huan galloped over from outside the village. When it got close, Zhang Xiaohua floated up and said with a smile, Brother Yi, why don't you get on the horse? Yu Dai stared at the mule dumbfoundedly and did not say anything for a long time. Finally, he asked, your distinguished self, you're going to ride this? Can you catch up to that donkey cart? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, isn't it just a donkey cart? It's not a carriage, so why can't we catch up? They were also speechless. That's right, didn't he just say that it was a donkey cart? Using a mule to chase a donkey was exactly the right thing to do. He must have his helpers ahead of him and they must have marked the road ahead. So, he was no longer afraid. Since he had helpers, he did not need to be a lone hero. All the way to the south, in the direction of Lu Town. Moreover, this time, they actually walked for as long as 2 days. Fortunately, Bannerman Gao on the donkey cart did not travel at night. He also traveled in the morning and slept at night. Most of the time, he slept in the night or in the wild. This was good as well. It saved Zhang Xiaohua the trouble of searching for him. But the drowsiness at night was annoying. Zhang Xiaohua had to find a reason to go far away and find a suitable place to sleep. She could only appear the next day. But fortunately, Yu Dai was tactful. She knew that they were already far away from Pingyang City and she had nothing to rely on. She could only follow this mysterious swordsman. And this swordsman indeed had the same idea as her, which was to save people. So, he listened to Zhang Xiaohua's arrangements and did not run away or act on his own. This afternoon, the donkey cart moved slightly to the east and entered a small path. The speed of the donkey cart was obviously faster. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She immediately used her divine perception to scan ahead. Indeed, there was an extremely quiet village ahead. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She guessed that this was Bannerman Gao's destination. Zhang Xiaohua said to Yu Dai, "Brother Yi, hurry up. I see that it's already late. I wonder if there's a place to stay ahead." Yu Dai was stunned. She immediately looked up at the sky and thought to herself, "It's already early. How can it be late? Could it be that this person is talking in his sleep? He seems to be resting with his eyes closed every day. He must be suffering from insomnia at night." But she said, "I'll listen to the swordsman's instructions." Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart. She did not reply. She patted Huan's bald head and asked it to speed up. Not long after Bannerman Gao entered the village, the two of them also arrived at a place not far from the village. From afar, they could see the village on the other side of the forest. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and pointed out, "Brother Yi, this small path in the mountain seems to be leading to this village. If I'm not mistaken, the donkey cart must have entered it. Tell me, since it's a small path for people to walk on, do you think that there will be people watching us from the inside?" Yu Dai's heart trembled. She shrunk her neck and said, "Swordsman, can they see us?" "I don't think so. We haven't reached the end of the small path yet. They can't be clairvoyant." Yu Dai listened and let out a long sigh. "That's good. But how are we going to enter the tiger's den? We'll still have to listen to the swordsman's instructions." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the obedient Yu Dai in front of her. He was no longer as arrogant as he was in front of her a few years ago. She turned to look at the village in the distance and said, "This is easy. You can stay here and keep a lookout for me. I'll go and take a look. If there's anything strange or if there's anything, I'll inform you. What do you think?" "Ah. I see." Yu Dai was surprised when he heard that he did not need to be a lone hero. He only needed to stay at the side to keep a lookout. He could not help but have doubts in his heart. This person brought me here from Pingyang City just to keep a lookout for me? This is unbelievable. Could it be that there's a trap? Seeing Yu Dai's hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Why don't Brother Yi go in by himself? I'll stay here and keep a lookout for you." Yu Dai smiled bitterly and waved his hand, "Hero, you should go in by yourself. My martial arts skills are limited. It's better for me to stay here and keep a lookout." His tone was far from the high-spirited person he used to be. Zhang Xiaohua found it strange. "Haha, that's right. Anyone who lost their confidence after being beaten up by a group of teenagers 5 years ago would be the same." After making the arrangements, Zhang Xiaohua no longer rode on the David's deer. She only used her qinggong and leaped onto the treetops. She leaned forward and moved forward. At this moment, Banner Leader Gao had already driven the donkey cart to the innermost part of the village, in front of a huge manor. The manor's gate was tightly shut. Banner Leader Gao did not find it strange. He jumped off the donkey cart and walked to the front of the gate. He held the door knocker and knocked a few times rhythmically. The gate opened with a creaking sound and a burly man poked his head out. When he saw Banner Leader Gao, he frowned and said, "Banner Leader Gao, why are you only here now?" Banner Leader Gao quickly cupped his hands and said, "Steward Qi, I was delayed because of some mundane matters. However, I have brought the goods that the commander needs. I hope that Steward Qi can accommodate me." When Steward Qi heard this, he looked at the donkey cart outside and said with a smile, "Banner Leader Gao is still the best. You have completed the commander's order so early. Come, let's go to the Jiaomen. I will open the gate for Banner Leader Gao." Banner Leader Gao cupped his hands and went down the stairs. He drove the donkey cart to the Jiaomen. At this moment, the Jiaomen was already wide open. There was a projector wall facing the Jiaomen. On the projector wall, a huge tiger with a white forehead and white eyes was staring at the donkey cart that was entering the Jiaomen. "Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 401. The manor was surrounded by forests. Many of them were pine trees that didn't shed their leaves even in the winter. They were there to conceal something. However, this was exactly what Zhang Xiaohua wanted. She hid herself in a corner and released her divine sense to carefully observe the surroundings. She saw a very large manor. It seemed to be as big as the entire village. The interior was indeed different from what Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. There were fields and houses in Huanxi Manor. The manor of the South Sea Flood Dragon King in Jinghua City also had mountains and rivers. However, this manor was mostly made up of small houses that looked very neat. Banner Master Gao drove the donkey cart through several crisscrossing paths and stopped in front of a large hall in the middle of the manor. Just as he was about to get off the cart, two men dressed in green came out of the large hall. When they saw Banner Master Gao, they said in surprise, "Banner Master Gao, why are you here again? Could it be that you found some good goods?" When Banner Master Gao heard this, he smiled and said, "So it's Banner Master Lu and Banner Master Liang. Are you two also here to offer goods to the commander?" One of the men with a slightly dark face said, "That's not the case. The commander's requirements are a bit high. I really didn't find many suitable goods in my area. I was afraid that the commander would be anxious, so I came to explain to the commander first and ask him to give me more time." The other man also said, "My situation is similar to Banner Master Lu's. I only found a dozen or so people from before and didn't find anything else. A few days ago, I found one in town. However, before I could offer her to the commander, I ran into an expert and was saved." Su Lu also had his acupoint sealed and a group of people lit up a sky lantern. Hearing this, Banner Master Gao was stunned and said, "Why is Su Lu so unlucky? He actually ran into a group of experts." That Banner Master Liang smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know exactly how many there were. The people who lit up his sky lantern were only ordinary people in town. It's just that Su Lu's acupoints were sealed and he couldn't resist, so he was accidentally burned by the lantern." Banner Master Gao was speechless. Being killed by an expert could only mean that he wasn't skilled enough. Being killed by a group of ordinary people could only mean that he was unlucky. With a sorrowful expression, he said, "Poor Su Lu. Banner Master Liang has lost both his left and right arms. This number is much harder to come by." "That's right. Last night, I personally went to capture that girl and killed a few of her family members and neighbors. It can be considered as revenge for Su Lu. Sigh, Banner Lord Liang, you are truly benevolent and righteous. If Su Lu's spirit is still in the underworld, he will also thank you." When Banner Master Liang heard this, he was very happy and said, "Not at all. We're all brothers, so we naturally have to take revenge." "Oh, that's right, I'm still missing a few. Do you have any extra?" Banner Master Gao hurriedly waved his hand and said, "If it were any other day, perhaps I could spare a few for Banner Master Liang. However, this brother has been in an eventful period in the city these past few days. A few strange things have happened, so I reckon that I won't be able to do anything in the short term." The last girl in the carriage was also obtained by this brother after taking a great risk and losing two brothers. "Please forgive me, Banner Master Liang." When the two Banner Masters saw that Banner Master Gao was declining, they didn't continue to be long-winded. They cupped their hands and said, "Then congratulations to Banner Master Gao for completing the Command Master's order. Presumably, you will receive a generous reward. Let us congratulate you in advance." Banner Master Gao smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. I'm only serving the Command Master. I don't have to be greedy for merit." Banner Master Liang said, "However, the Command Master isn't here today. Only the Vice Command Master is here. I'm afraid that Banner Master Gao will be disappointed." "Oh. I see." Banner Master Gao indeed looked a little disappointed. He said, "Didn't the Command Master say that he would be here these past few days?" "This one." Before he could finish speaking, a dignified voice came from the main hall. Gao Lin, do I still have to report the command master's whereabouts to you? Banner Master Gao's expression was startled. He hurriedly bowed and said, Vice Command Master Dan, this one was wrong. This one shouldn't have thought too much. The two banner masters hurriedly bowed as well. At this moment, a tall man walked out from the main hall. He was also wearing a light green robe, and his hair was a little white. This person wore a bronze mask on his face, so his true appearance couldn't be seen. Why aren't the two of you hurrying off to do your business? Can't you see that there aren't many disciples in the manor? They've all gone off to do their business. Why are the two of you still standing here chatting? The masked Vice Command Master Dan said coldly. The two banner masters didn't dare to tarry. They bowed again and hurriedly left. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already hidden herself in the pine tree. She released her divine sense and saw Vice Command Master Dan standing at the main hall's entrance. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She tried to use her divine sense to see through the bronze mask to see Vice Command Master Dan's true appearance. However, just as her divine sense was about to envelop Vice Command Master Dan, Vice Command Master Dan seemed to sense it. He suddenly raised his head and looked around in the air. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. She hurriedly withdrew her divine sense and thought to herself, could it be that this person can sense divine sense? When Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense, Vice Command Master Dan also seemed to sense something. He frowned slightly and continued to look around in confusion. After a while, he didn't discover anything. He asked, Gao Lin, when you came here, was there anyone following you? When Banner Master Gao heard this, he immediately replied respectfully, I was cautious. Vice Command Master Dan should know that I took many detours to get here. I didn't even notice anyone following me. Even if there was someone following me, I would have shaken him off long ago. Vice Command Master Dan replied. However, he still wasn't completely at ease. He activated his inner energy and magnified his senses to check carefully. He then said, perhaps I was overthinking. Oh, right. You said that Pingyang City isn't very peaceful. What is it? Tell me about it. Banner Master Gao smiled and said, Vice Command Master Dan, please take a seat inside. I will pass the girl in the carriage to you and tell you about it in detail. How about that? Alright, Gao Lin. You just like to scheme. Vice Command Master Dan smiled and said, aren't you just afraid that I won't reward you? Come, come. Put the girl in the back hall and tell me in detail about the strange incident. Then, I will give you the reward that Vice Command Master Dan promised. Really? Banner Master Gao was overjoyed. Thank you, Vice Command Master Dan. After he finished speaking, he turned around and carried the little girl out of the carriage and followed Vice Command Master Dan into the main hall. Zhang Xiaohua thought that her supernatural awareness had been seen through and did not dare to release it again. After thinking for a moment, she didn't dare to stay any longer. She jumped down from the ground and used the earth escape technique to reach Yudei's hiding place. She found a place where she could hide from him and walk to Yudei. Brother E. Yudei hurriedly asked, Hero, did you manage to find out what happened in front? Zhang Xiaohua told Yudei about what she saw in the manor just now. Finally, she said, there are indeed a few experts in the manor. I reckon that the two of us might not be their match. Can you see if you can find some helpers? Helpers? Yudei was puzzled. Where did the helpers that you sent go? Him. Zhang Xiaohua said, he left earlier. I don't know where he is now. Then where do you want me to find helpers? Yudei asked. Sigh, how would I know? Now that I think about it, it might not be a bad thing to lure your brother-in-law here. Hero, it's useless to regret now. However, I have an idea. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. What is it? Tell me about it. I have a command arrow for the deployment of soldiers from Pingyang City. I received it when I went to the village to exterminate the bandits. With this command arrow, I can deploy some soldiers to the towns and cities around Pingyang City that are guarded by soldiers. However, I don't know where we are and which town is the closest to here. It's impossible to go back to Pingyang City now. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart. If it's Pingyang City, I won't know. However, this journey seems to be in the same direction as my journey from Lu Town to Pingyang City. I've just passed by here. How can I forget? Then, Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be deep in thought. After a while, she said, from what I remember, there seems to be a town called Lu Town in the southwest from here. It should be half a day's journey. With Brother Yi's speed, you should be able to reach it in the middle of the night. Of course. With my speed, with my mount speed, there shouldn't be a problem. Good. Brother Yi, I'll leave the task of returning to Lu Town to mobilize the soldiers to you. I'll stay here to keep an eye on them. If they do anything strange, send your niece to another place. I'll leave a message here. What do you think? Yu Dai cursed in his heart. Look at the situation now. Alright, you still have to mobilize the soldiers. If you didn't let me do it earlier and saved her, we would have returned to Pingyang City long ago. But now, the one with the bigger fist was right. He didn't dare to raise any objections. He cupped his hands and said, then, I'll have to trouble you. I'll go and mobilize the soldiers now. I think I'll be able to return by tomorrow morning. During this time, please keep an eye on these bandits. Don't let my niece go missing. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, don't worry, don't worry. If anything happens, even if I don't save my own people, I'll save your niece first. How about that? Yu Dai didn't care whether he believed it or not. He still cupped his hands and said, thank you, hero. I'll go now. After he finished speaking, he mounted his horse and lashed out with his horsewhip. The purplish-red horse's hooves flew as it galloped along the small path. When Yu Dai was far away, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and pondered carefully. Ever since she cultivated her divine perception, no one had ever found out about it. How did it get discovered today? Could it be that martial artists who cultivated to an extremely high level would also have divine perception? However, that day under the lava on the deserted island, when her divine perception came into contact with the monster with huge eyes, it was different from what she felt from the bronze-masked man today. Perhaps, this bronze-masked man didn't have divine perception. But, could he feel that she was using her divine perception to observe? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. If that was the case, she couldn't use her divine perception. What should she do? Chapter 402. Zhang Xiaohua's guess was right. Martial arts were modified from the way of the immortals. Many skills and supernatural powers were based on the way of the immortals. Divine sense was a supernatural power unique to the way of the immortals. Martial artists were unable to absorb qi into their bodies and could only use the yuan qi of the heavens and earth to acquire divine sense. However, they knew the wonders of divine sense. In the past 10,000 years, many talented martial artists had cultivated their internal energy to the peak according to the records in the ancient books. They were able to sense everything within a few feet of them. Although the deputy commander of the manor wore a bronze mask and did not want anyone to know his true face, he was still a famous figure in the Jianghu. Of course, even if he did not wear the mask, Zhang Xiaohua would not recognize him. This person's internal energy had also been cultivated to a certain level. That was why he could sense the abnormalities around him. Of course, this was only a slight flutter in his heart. If it was really as Zhang Xiaohua thought and he could sense someone using divine sense to spy on him, this deputy commander would still need to cultivate for more than 10 years. However, his abnormal behavior put Zhang Xiaohua in a difficult position. His original plan was to use his divine sense to find the girls who were imprisoned in the manor. Then, he would wait for an opportunity to rescue them. If Little Orange was in the manor, that would be great. If not, he would have to find someone alive and interrogate them properly. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua raised his head to look at the manor that could be vaguely seen on the other side of the pine forest. His heart was filled with excitement. This old man with the bronze mask is obviously the leader of the manor. Since he can sense my divine sense, he should be a master of martial arts. Ever since I returned from the deserted island, none of the opponents I encountered were able to withstand a single blow from him. I don't know how good my martial arts are. If I can exchange a few blows with this person, it will be a test for me. Since ancient times, there have been many heroes in the Jianghu. Who would have thought that a country boy like me would have the qualifications to compete with a master of the Jianghu? Life is so fast. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua almost had the urge to charge into the manor and challenge the old man with the bronze mask. However, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but laugh. It seemed that her temperament was still not tempered enough. The most important thing now was to find Little Orange, rescue the girls in the manor, and compete with the bronze-masked old man in martial arts. Which time was not good? Zhang Xiaohua patted the head of the David's deer and took the long sword from Huan's back. But after thinking for a while, she put it back. She only had two weapons now, one was a long sword and the other was a small sword. The small sword could be kept in her bosom, but the long sword could not be. But in the future, when she roamed the Jianghu, she would definitely see a weapon. The small sword could be activated, which was a cultivation method of immortality. It was her secret and could not be revealed. Otherwise, she would immediately become the target of the entire Jianghu. So the long sword was her only choice. In today's trip to the manor, there were many opponents and she was alone. However, she knew that there were tigers in the mountain, but she still went to the mountain. If she only relied on her long sword, she might not be able to succeed. She would have to rely on the cultivation method of immortality, or even the escape method to be effective. Instead of that, she might as well use the small sword directly. Zhang Xiaohua put the long sword away and tidied the handkerchief on her face. She thought to herself, that guy's bronze mask is not bad. I should take the time to take it. How cool it is to wear it. She took a deep breath as if to encourage herself. Her body flew diagonally and went straight to the pine forest beside her. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the tree where she was hiding, she thought for a moment and jumped down from the tree. She made a hand seal and her body entered the ground, heading towards the manor. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua's head popped out from the side of a small house. Just as her body appeared, she heard a series of goo-goo sounds. Then, there was a series of ling-ling-ling-ling sounds. A flock of gray pigeons flew out from the house beside Zhang Xiaohua's. This gave Zhang Xiaohua a fright. Before she could steady herself, she immediately made another hand seal and escaped to another place. When they were far enough away from the room, they saw two men dressed in martial arts attire running out of a house. They looked at the pigeons circling above the house and then carefully looked around. One of the men shouted, "Old Seven, did you see anything?" Old Seven also replied, "No, there's nothing. There's not even a footprint. This is strange. Why did the pigeons fly out of nowhere? Oh, maybe it's a mouse in the house. Didn't Grandpa Sue's cat scare this flock of pigeons last year? Maybe. In any case, it's fine as long as there's no one. No one. If there was someone, the brothers in the front yard would have discovered him long ago. Why would they let him run here? Brother Zhang, if you said this before the new year, you wouldn't be wrong. But now, all the brothers are out looking for people for the commander. Where is the previous strict security? Brother Zhang smiled and said, "Let's go. We're just pawns. We don't even have the task of looking for people. I really don't understand why our commander needs so many girls. Even if he's a groom every night, he doesn't need to be in such a hurry to get 77 girls, right?" Then, he hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Moreover, many of the girls he got are only a few years old. Why do you think our commander has this kind of hobby?" Although I've never seen the commander's real face, looking at his figure and hair from afar, he doesn't seem to be young. His body, will he be able to withstand it? When Old Seventh heard this, he also looked around and said mysteriously, "I reckon you won't know the reason even if you crack your head open." Eh? Old Seventh, from the looks of it, you seem to know something. I didn't say anything about that. I know, Brother Zhang. Don't talk nonsense. Hee, Old Seventh, do you think I don't know your temper? We've been brothers for more than 10 years. We've been through thick and thin together from the time we helped the commander. What's so hard to say? Why don't I set up a table tonight to warm you up? Tisk, tsk. Speaking of this, Brother Zhang is being an outsider. Yes, I won't hide it from Brother Zhang. A few banner masters were drinking together before the new year, and I was fortunate enough to serve them. I overheard some of it, but I've never told anyone. I'm telling Brother Zhang today because we've been brothers for so many years. You absolutely must keep this a secret for me. When Brother Zhang heard this, his eyes lit up. He patted his chest and said, "Who's your brother Zhang?" Zhang Yilang, who's known to be tight-lipped, how could he have leaked it? Hey, Old Seventh, tell me about it. Actually, Brother Zhang, it's nothing special. I just overheard it. It said that the commander recently obtained a method to cultivate internal energy. He uses 77 girls who were born on the 7th day of the 7th month to harvest their primordial yin. He can cultivate a type of peerless internal energy that's rarely seen in the world. Ah. These little girls also need to have their primordial yin harvested. When he said this, Brother Zhang was at a loss for words. When Old Seventh heard this, he quickly went forward and covered Brother Zhang's mouth. He said reproachfully, "Brother Zhang, look at you. Didn't you say not to make a fuss over nothing? What does the age of these little girls have to do with us? They're not our relatives, and we didn't kidnap them. We're just running errands. Even if the heavens punish us, the taller ones will bear the brunt of it." Brother Zhang reached out and pulled Old Seventh's hand away. He said, "But, I'm just curious. How did the commander harvest the primordial yin of these little girls?" Seeing that the brothers have all gone out to look for them, the commander must be very anxious. He'll probably be here soon. When he's done, there will definitely be some news. Let's just listen carefully. Zhang Xiaohua was annoyed and glad at the same time. She was annoyed because the commander was obviously a beast. He didn't even let go of little girls. She was glad because Little Orange was among these girls. She was sure that she hadn't been harmed yet. She wasn't too late. However, this manor was so big that she didn't dare to use her divine sense to look around. It was difficult to find where Little Orange was. She only hoped that these two people would say a few more words and tell her about Little Orange and the others. Unfortunately, these two people chatted for a while and stopped talking about this. Zhang Xiaohua was very anxious. She was about to jump out and capture them for questioning when she heard a voice shouting from afar, "Zhang Qing, Bai Qi, what are you doing? Come back quickly." Brother Zhang hurriedly raised his voice and replied, "Manager, please wait a moment. This kid is here." There was some movement from the pigeons just now. After saying that, the two people didn't dare to delay and hurriedly left. Zhang Xiaohua was left behind with a gloomy face. Looking at the small houses that looked very similar, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Little Orange and the others were definitely not here. But where could they be? Could it be that they're in the hall where the old man with the bronze mask came out? And, seeing how Banner Commander Gao was so respectful to that person, he must be the commander that Brother Zhang and Brother Zhang are talking about. Zhang Xiaohua thought as she burrowed into the ground and moved towards the hall. Since that old man could sense Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, He might also be able to sense Zhang Xiaohua's earth escape. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. After walking for a while, the sky started to darken. Some of the small houses were lit up. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. There were very few lit houses, which meant that there weren't many people in the manor. At this time, it was alternating between black and white, and her vision was the most blurred. Wasn't this the best time for Zhang Xiaohua to make a move? Zhang Xiaohua flashed out. She didn't go towards the hall. Instead, with the hall as the center, she walked around the manor. She confirmed that other than the slightly bigger house in the hall, the other houses were all small. Little Orange and the others couldn't be outside. Only then did she walk to the vicinity of the hall. To be honest, Zhang Xiaohua's usual method was to use her divine sense to open the way. It was always successful. Now that she used her divine sense, she felt that her hands and feet were tied. She was extremely uncomfortable. Looking at the hall, which was slightly bigger than the small houses next to it, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. There were 77 people, and they weren't standing upright in the house. The hall didn't seem to be able to fit them all. At this time, there was a faint light coming from the hall. Zhang Xiaohua made up her mind and flew over, landing on the roof of the hall. Please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 403. Zhang Xiaohua went up to the roof and bent down. He put his ear to the roof and listened carefully. He heard a respectful voice in the hall say, "But Commander, I am very grateful that you think so highly of this lowly one and allowed this lowly one to see such a secret." Another slightly older voice sounded, "Bannerman Gao, you've done a great service by being able to gather enough girls within the stipulated time limit. Not to mention that you should be rewarded, this mission alone is a test for the Bannermen. We all have important matters to attend to, so we can't stay here for long. This manor is the foundation of our Roaring Sky Order. If there's no one who's skilled enough to manage it, we won't be at ease." Banner Leader Gao's voice trembled as he said, "Could it be? Commander. This lowly one's ability is shallow. I'm afraid that I won't be able to live up to your expectations." The commander said, "It's fine. Banner Leader Gao, oh, I should call you Steward Gao in advance. What we mean is that we should set up a stewards group above the steward and select a few stewards to take charge of the affairs within the command. What do you think?" Banner Leader Gao was a little disappointed but also a little excited. He said, "That's how it should be. But Commander, thank you for your promotion and care." Then, one of them complimented the other, and the other enjoyed the compliment. They actually talked a lot of nonsense. Seeing that the sky was already dark, Zhang Xiaohua felt very helpless. She was about to go down the roof and find a person or two to capture and ask about the details when she heard Banner Leader Gao say, "Commander is indeed talented and bold. If it wasn't for Commander, this lowly one wouldn't have dreamed that there would be such a spacious underground hall under this hall that's only a few feet wide." When the commander heard this, he laughed softly and said, "Steward Gao, you praise us too much. The underground hall wasn't our work. It already existed long before we took over this manor." Manager Gao seemed a little awkward, forcing out a smile, "That is also because of your good fortune. Otherwise, such a good thing wouldn't have been sent to you." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, "These two people have spoken so much nonsense. This young master has drunk so much cold wind on this roof. Only this sentence is the most effective. But, is the entrance to the underground hall inside the hall?" Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh in her heart. "Do I still need to find the entrance now?" Then, Zhang Xiaohua flipped over and landed lightly. She was like the wind and did not attract the attention of the commander in the hall. Before her body landed, Zhang Xiaohua had already formed a seal. When her body landed on the ground, she immediately burrowed into the soil. At this moment, A man holding a tray in his hand was wiping his eyes vigorously. He asked the person beside him, "Brother, did you see a figure land on top of the hall just now? Why did it disappear as soon as it landed?" The person beside him laughed and said, "Seventh brother, could it be that you have gone crazy from holding it in these few days? Who can disappear after landing on the ground? Even if one's lightness skills are superb, there should still be a figure left behind." "It's true. I really saw it just now. It must be right." "Forget it, seventh brother. The sky is so dark. How could you see it? It must be an illusion." "No, I just saw it with the help of the light in the hall. How could it be an illusion?" "Then, seventh brother, why don't you go to the hall now and report to the vice commander? What do you think?" Forget it. Maybe I really saw wrongly." The few of them walked away while the seventh brother looked back from time to time. He really didn't believe that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that she had been seen by others. She was using the earth escape technique and delightedly went down. Sure enough, after a while, her eyes lit up. Under the hall, there was actually a spacious space that was several times bigger than the hall above ground. And in this space, there were actually countless jade coffins. Why are there so many coffins here? And they are even coffins made of jade. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. These jade coffins were arranged in a very strange way. They were scattered on the ground, and in the center, there was a dark green grass praying mat. Looking at the position of these coffins around the praying mat in the center, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. This seemed to be a kind of array. If each coffin was replaced with a talisman, then it would be an extremely strange array. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to use her divine sense. She could only roughly see with her eyes. After counting carefully, there were actually a total of 77 jade coffins. Most of the coffins had their lids open. Only the coffins near the center were tightly closed. Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin with her hand and pondered. Could it be that these coffins are used to store girls? Could it be that the commander used this array to collect girls' primordial yin? That's not very possible. In Elder Hua's jade bamboo slips, there was no mention of an array that could collect girls' primordial yin. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to pursue the matter further. The most important thing was to see if Little Orange was here. Indeed, starting from the periphery, there was a girl lying in each coffin with its lids open. They were dressed differently, but they were all below the age of 20. There were even a few children who looked like they were only a few years old. The little girl that Zhang Xiaohua saved in Lu Town was also among them. When Zhang Xiaohua walked to the center, indeed, she saw Little Orange lying quietly in one of the coffins. Her face was a little pale, but her expression was serene. Her breathing was long and deep, as if she was in a deep sleep. Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of Little Orange's coffin. Her hanging heart finally settled down. As long as she could find Little Orange, and it seemed that she wasn't in any danger, then she could answer to Nie Qianyu, who was waiting bitterly in Pingyang City. But what was Little Orange's situation now? Zhang Xiaohua had no idea in her heart. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at the jade coffin that contained Little Orange. The jade coffin seemed to be of good quality. There was a dark green color in the pure white jade, and on the surface of the jade, there were many mysterious patterns. Looking at the lid at the side, there were also complicated patterns. Zhang Xiaohua understood in her heart that this coffin was really a huge talisman. What she usually used and made were just small jade slips, but this array was so powerful that it used such a huge jade coffin. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's mind lit up. She suddenly understood that this array was not an array to remove a person's vital yin. In Venerable Fire Dragon's jade slip, it mentioned a more evil array. It was an array that used a person's vital essence or life as the foundation of the talisman. The purpose of this array was not to attack or defend, but to use heaven-defying methods to achieve extraordinary benefits for the caster, such as increasing one's lifespan, or raising one's cultivation level, etc. It seemed that the token master above her should also know some immortal Tao arrays. That was why he found 77 girls on the 7th of July and used the lives of these 77 innocent girls to achieve his heaven-defying goal. Instantly, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a sharp light. She already had a plan in her heart. What is chivalrous? Seeing injustice, drawing one's sword to help is chivalrous. Since I saw such a thing today, how can I let it go? Only saving Little Orange is a kind of righteousness. Only by killing the token master, saving these girls and cutting off the source of this array is chivalrous. Moreover, I don't have many jade slips with me. The last time I made jade talismans for mother, father and the rest, I have already used them all. Now that there are good jade materials, if I don't take them, wouldn't I be a sucker? It's better to let someone else take the lead. However, Zhang Xiaohua was in a bit of a difficult situation. These 77 jade coffins were spread throughout the entire hall, far from being able to fit in the space in his money pouch. Furthermore, weren't there girls in the coffins? He couldn't just casually put the girls on the ground, right? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and came up with an idea. We can't take the coffins, but we can take the coffin lids. There is a lot of space in my money bag and the coffin lids don't take up much space. It is a good item to take. Moreover, if I use my divine sense slightly, it should not be noticed by the bronze masked token master above. After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua took out his money bag and took the coffin lid next to Little Orange. Then, Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and walked all the way to the green grass praying mat in the middle. He had already put the 77 jade coffin lids into his money bag. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to feel the neatly stacked jade lids in the space of his money bag. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. This trip was not in vain. Looking at the green grass praying mat in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua inadvertently used his divine sense to scan it. He could not help but exclaim softly, "What is this thing?" There is actually a slight fluctuation of vital energy coming from the grass praying mat. Is this a grass praying mat woven with herbs? No matter what it is, as long as it is something good, I will not let it go. Thinking, Zhang Xiaohua put the grass praying mat into his money bag. Sigh, he would rather take the wrong thing than let it go. This was Zhang Xiaohua's usual style. Looking at the empty space in his money bag, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but have an idea. The array in this hall was obviously an evil existence. How could he let it continue to exist in this world? If he took away the coffin lids, he did not know if he could destroy it. If he could still make it work, then wouldn't it be a waste of his efforts? However, if he was asked to smash these jade lids, he could not bear to do it. Why not take away the other empty coffins? When he had a use for them in the future, he could cut them into jade pieces. Wouldn't that be perfect? Killing two birds with one stone. With a perfect reason, Zhang Xiaohua then put the last 10 jade coffins into the money bag, filling up the space. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua clapped his hands and walked in front of Little Orange, reaching out to pull him out. At this time, a scream sounded, "You! Who are you? Please add, please tip, thank you." Chapter 404. Zhang Xiaohua looked back and saw the bronze-masked old man walking down a flight of stairs at the side of the hall. Oh no, how did he find out? Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in her heart. The bronze-masked old man asked sternly, "Who are you? How did you break into my sex-restricted area?" Then he looked at the missing coffins in the array and was even more shocked. He exerted force on his feet and flew to the front of the array. He shouted, "Where are the coffins? Did you do something to them? Where did you take them?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She smiled apologetically and said, "Brother, you misunderstood me. I just came down and walked to the front of the coffins. I didn't understand anything and you appeared. What coffins are you asking about? I don't know. The bronze-masked old man said, Oh. Then I've wronged you. But, how did you get in? There's only one entrance to this hall and it's right below my seat. I've been sitting there the whole night. How did you get in? Hearing the old man's question, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She released her divine sense and scanned the entire hall. At the same time, she looked at the old man. However, the old man didn't seem to feel anything. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. She immediately scanned the old man with her divine sense. Sure enough, the old man seemed to feel something again. He raised his head and looked around. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and immediately withdrew her divine sense from the old man. It turned out that the old man wasn't able to sense divine sense. When the divine sense really scanned his body, he would feel it. If the divine sense circled around him, he wouldn't be able to feel it. After the old man looked around, he didn't find anything. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohua pointed to a corner and said with a smile, I saw a light here just now. It came in from that ventilated place. Oh. The old man looked at the corner thoughtfully. Subsequently, the old man said as he walked, Young man, although you're masked, I can tell from your voice that you're young. I'm also a person who cherishes talents. Since you're able to sneak in here safely, you must have your own unique skills. My sect is now recruiting talents. If you can make a vow to not reveal the secret of this place and join my sect, I don't mind taking you as a disciple and teaching you everything I know. Moreover, I also have an important position in my sect. Your future will be 100 times better than what you have now, won't it? As he spoke, he was already within 10 paces of Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to be aware of it. She continued to let him walk forward, as if she was still thinking. Seeing this, the old man laughed in his heart. He didn't stop and continued to say, You can see that my sect has a deep foundation. Although we do some shady business, we treat these goods very well. They even sleep on jade beds. If you agree to this old man's request, you can choose a few of these goods to be your concubines. What do you think? As he spoke, he got a lot closer. He was almost 10 paces away from her. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, It's not difficult to agree to your request, but how can I trust you? I still don't know what sect you belong to. Who are you? Why don't you take off the bronze mask first and let this one take a look first? The old man smiled and said, You little brat are quite naughty. Good, since this old man has the intention to take you as a disciple, I'm not afraid that you'll see this old man's true face. After he finished speaking, he stood still. He didn't open his left hand, but his right hand was about to take off the mask. However, just as his right hand touched the mask, his wrist flipped, and in coordination with his left hand, he slapped towards Zhang Xiaohua's chest. However, Zhang Xiaohua acted as if she already knew this was going to happen. She didn't wait for the palm wind to reach her body. She immediately floated up and stood beside a coffin. She smiled and said, Old man, why are you so impatient? Why don't you wait for this one to explain clearly? When the old man saw that she had turned hostile, he didn't give her any face. He said sternly, What's there to explain? The coffins in this hall are connected to this old man's mind. If anyone moves, this old man will be able to sense it. This old man has been sitting on top of it for an entire night and there was no movement. How can this old man sense it when you just came in? Don't tell me this isn't your trick. Who else could it be? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that there must be something in this array that was connected to this old man. When she moved the lid of the coffin, it didn't affect the array. Therefore, the old man didn't sense anything. She could only blame herself for being greedy and wanting to take more, which attracted the old man's attention. However, since she was going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, she definitely had to go against this old man. Moreover, fortunately, this old man didn't seem to know her intentions. He thought that she was greedy and didn't use Little Orange to threaten her. If he really used Little Orange to threaten her, it would be difficult for her. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Since you know my intentions, I won't say anything more. If you let me out, I swear that I won't reveal the secret of this place. Otherwise, hee." Zhang Xiaohua's eyes looked at the jade coffin under her feet with a sinister smile. "You." Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but be enraged. He said, "You brat, if you dare to damage this array, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she deliberately asked, "Array? What's an array?" "This." The old man seemed to have just realized that he had revealed something. He only snorted and said, "This day next year will be your death anniversary. What's the use of knowing so much?" Zhang Xiaohua's face was suddenly enlightened. She said, "I see. If I damage this stupid array, you'll pull out my tendons and skin me alive. If I'm honest, this day next year will be my death anniversary. Why don't you tell me why I didn't touch this coffin?" The old man was speechless. Yes, wasn't this the reason? Seeing that the old man was deflated, Zhang Xiaohua was very excited. She exerted force in her leg and was about to kick the coffin at the side. The old man was shocked and immediately jumped up. His right hand was like a knife. The leg that was kicked out towards Zhang Xiaohua was also like a sharp sword, chopping towards Zhang Xiaohua. There was a girl sleeping in the coffin, so Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't really kick it. Seeing the old man's right hand chopping towards her, she laughed out loud. She flipped over to the top of the old man and clenched her left hand into a fist. Like a bolt of lightning, she punched towards the old man's face. When the old man saw this, he knew that he had fallen for Zhang Xiaohua's little trick. He didn't care and raised his left hand, using the power of fire to burn the sky to block it. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart. Even if this simple block was filled with inner force, how could it be a match for her strength of 10,000 jin? Zhang Xiaohua had never had the awareness of an expert. She had always pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. However, Zhang Xiaohua's concealment was useful to deal with ordinary experts. But who was her opponent now? Although he didn't know, the other party was one of the famous experts in Jianghu. His experience was not ordinary. Although he didn't have the divine sense like Zhang Xiaohua, but with his inner force, he was able to see and hear clearly. Before Zhang Xiaohua's fist hit, the strength in the fist had already caused the surrounding air to change. The wind from the fist was biting cold and was very different from the usual. That old man's expression changed slightly. He immediately put away his contempt and raised the inner force in his palm from 30% to 70%. In an instant, his palm and fist collided. A muffled pang sound was heard and a light breeze was set off around the two of them. The two of them felt an extremely abundant and unmatched strength coming from their arms. They saw the old man's body bend backwards and retreated 10 steps. His feet actually left a footprint on the ground before he stopped. Zhang Xiaohua was the same. Her body flipped in the air for 10 over somersaults before she was able to dissipate the strength. The two of them stood on the ground with a grave expression. It was really out of their expectations. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this old man's martial arts were extremely high and was a formidable opponent. But she didn't expect that the old man's hasty response would cause her to suffer so much. Then what was his true strength? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to re-evaluate the old man's martial arts. The old man was also surprised. He didn't underestimate Zhang Xiaohua from the beginning. Before the fist and palm collided, he thought highly of her after hearing the wind from the fist. But after seeing the strength of Zhang Xiaohua's fist, he thought highly of her even more. He placed Zhang Xiaohua at the same level as himself. This was the difference in experience. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know the old man's martial arts background and didn't know how many levels of inner force he had raised at the last moment. Therefore, she overestimated the old man's strength. On the other hand, the old man estimated Zhang Xiaohua's strength to be infinitely close to the truth. Of course, this was only close to the level of martial arts. Although Zhang Xiaohua estimated that her martial arts couldn't beat the old man, the situation in front of her didn't allow Zhang Xiaohua to retreat. Not to mention that the old man wouldn't let him go. Even if the old man wanted to let him go, he might not be willing to leave. A chivalrous heart was sometimes that simple. The two of them looked at each other with a grave expression. Then, they shouted loudly and attacked almost at the same time. They fought bare-handed. Although the old man was old, the wind from his fist was biting cold. His inner force was incomparably abundant. It was actually not any less than Zhang Xiaohua's divine bravery. The two of them fought for dozens of rounds. The old man suddenly laughed and said, "I thought you were Xiaoxia from some sect. So you're a disciple of the Misty School. This is strange. The Misty School has been destroyed for so many years. How are you still free and unfettered? Moreover, how come I've never heard of someone like you in the Misty School?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly and said, "Don't ask where a hero comes from. Miracles come from people. Why do you care which sect I'm from? Your fist technique is something this old man has never seen before. But if your Qigong isn't the ethereal steps of the Misty School, then what is it? Only, my sect has nothing to do with the Misty School. Why did you come to my sect to behave so atrociously? Ha ha ha, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. If you didn't do anything outrageous, why would you be afraid of me coming to your door?" The old man laughed and said, "That's good. I don't care where you're from. Leave your life first." After he finished speaking, he pulled out a short sword from his waist and stabbed it towards Zhang Xiaohua's head. Zhang Xiaohua also laughed and said, "Only you have a sword. Watch me." After she finished speaking, she also pulled out a short sword that was a bit shorter than her opponent's. She took a step forward and faced the attack. It's been hard for everyone to listen to my story slowly. I wanted to come up with some interesting plot, but no matter how I look at it, it's similar to the plot of those little hooligans in the city. Who would be so stupid as to come up with it? It's not interesting. In fact, Xiaohua's combat strength was already very high. As far as the current situation was concerned, it was definitely enough. Moreover, wasn't it very unrealistic to get injured in a fight, and once injured, one's strength would increase explosively? The golden finger couldn't be activated any faster. The heavenly axiom and the innate divine restriction had already revealed some clues. The path of cultivation was diverse and varied. Even if it was plain, it would still feel like the third place. Thank you again, Langzi, and everyone's opinions. The essence is everyone's. The reward points will be given to everyone every month. I never use it for myself. Oh right, I also have to thank everyone for their recommendation votes. Please vote more in the future. Chapter 405. The battle between a dagger was not comparable to a battle between two long swords. As the saying went, every time you're short, you're in danger. If the two daggers clashed, it would be a joke. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the old man could not really sense his divine sense, so he had already released his divine sense to monitor the changes in the old man's swordsmanship and body movements. Therefore, no matter how the old man's swordsmanship changed, whether it was a combination of real and fake moves or real moves, it could not escape from Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. He could always find the time when the old man's dagger was changing and easily use the nameless swordsmanship. He would place the dagger at the old man's throat, forcing the old man to continue changing his moves to dodge. After more than 10 rounds, the old man was already at a disadvantage. Although the bronze mask covered the old man's face, it could not cover the throat. Moreover, from the sound of the wind caused by Zhang Xiaohua's dagger, the old man had no doubt that the dagger could easily pierce through the mask even if it directly pierced through it. Where did this young man come from? His swordsmanship is so powerful. Could it be that he's a new talent from some misty school that disappeared in recent years? Although I can't see the young man's face, his voice seems to be young. If he has such cultivation at such a young age, won't he be able to suppress us if he has enough time? If we don't kill him today, we won't have another chance like this in the future. The bronze-masked old man, who was at a disadvantage, immediately had a plan. He wanted to nip the young man in the bud who threatened him in the bud. The old man took a deep breath. His face was hidden under the bronze mask, so he could not see any changes. However, the hand that was holding the short sword immediately turned red, as though it had swelled up a little. At the same time, the old man's short sword suddenly changed its stance, and it suddenly became faster. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense immediately changed as well. It was as though the short sword stance had turned blurry, and it was no longer as clear as before. Even the flaws of the sword stance were difficult to discern. Since Zhang Xiaohua could not see any flaws, his incomplete nameless sword art was immediately at a disadvantage. In the span of a few breaths, he had clashed with the short sword many times, and sparks seemed to fly. What kind of sword art is this? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Her divine sense could not see the trajectory of the old man's swordsmanship clearly. After a few crisp clashing sounds, there were no more clashing sounds. The old man's swordsmanship changed again. It was as if he had just been testing the waters, and the next sword move was his true strength. Zhang Xiaohua's small sword could no longer touch the short sword. It was as if the old man's entire body was flawless. At this moment, just when Zhang Xiaohua was hesitating and did not know where to start, she felt a sharp pain under her armpit. When she looked carefully, the old man's dagger was piercing her armpit. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She waved the dagger in her left hand and greeted the old man's throat. The old man thought that his attack would succeed, but the tip of his dagger could not pierce through Zhang Xiaohua's body. He was stunned. When the tip of the dagger was about to reach his body, he hurriedly waved his dagger to block it, but he had already fallen behind. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua snickered in her heart. One move after another, she no longer had the elegance of the nameless swordsmanship. Like a storm, she attacked the old man's throat. The old man did not panic and seemed to have figured out the direction of Zhang Xiaohua's attacks. He held the dagger tightly to protect his throat. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua was unable to penetrate the old man's throat. After a few moves, a smile appeared in the old man's eyes. His incomparably fast sword moves were unleashed, attacking Zhang Xiaohua's face and throat. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. His robe could protect his entire body, but it could not protect his face and neck. Thus, he moved his feet and immediately used ethereal steps, barely dodging the short sword's attack. Seeing this, the smile in the old man's eyes deepened. He exerted strength in his feet and his figure flashed continuously. Under the light of the lantern, a series of afterimages flew out. It was actually a movement technique that was not inferior to the ethereal steps. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua's footwork that she had used to equalize the situation was immediately lost. Her face and throat were immediately attacked by the old man's dagger. Who was this old man? How could he have such skills? In a moment, a few questions flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Originally, after returning from the deserted island, Zhang Xiaohua had met several tough opponents. But none of them could withstand one move from her. In her heart, she had long underestimated the martial way. Just now, her sole consciousness was detected by the old man and it had slightly aroused Zhang Xiaohua's vigilance. But she soon realized that the old man could only sense her sole consciousness spying on her and knew nothing else. Hence, she started to underestimate him again. Until now, her fist, sword, and ethereal steps could not be compared to this mysterious bronze-masked old man. Her heart was in turmoil. She had underestimated the heroes of the world. In fact, it was not only Zhang Xiaohua who was shocked. The shock in the mysterious old man's heart was 100 times stronger than Zhang Xiaohua's. Who was he? One of the famous masters in Jianghu. In the beginning, he was actually evenly matched with this unknown young man. Moreover, he was at a disadvantage. Following the display of his trump card sword skills, even if he managed to turn the situation around and almost pierced the young man's body several times, he still could not kill him. He did not know if the young man had practiced hard body skills like iron shirt, or if he was wearing an extremely powerful protective armor. Now, even after using his superb Qin Gong, he still could not immediately kill the young man. This young man's martial arts were almost on par with the top masters in Jianghu. Who exactly was this young man? Both of them were guessing each other's identity. However, their feet did not stop moving. Zhang Xiaohua was still at a disadvantage and could not turn the situation around. The mysterious old man's lightning-fast attacks forced Zhang Xiaohua into a fluster. The old man's eyes were filled with joy. Taking advantage of Zhang Xiaohua's unpreparedness, he thrust his dagger at Zhang Xiaohua's throat from a strange angle. This was the place where Zhang Xiaohua could not defend. Zhang Xiaohua's blood was about to splatter on the spot. In this moment of crisis, Zhang Xiaohua's hands continuously formed seals. Her figure flashed and immediately disappeared. Under the astonished eyes of the old man, the dagger that was supposed to be infallible actually pierced empty air. This. The old man could not help but cry out. At this moment, the ashen-faced Zhang Xiaohua appeared from another place in the hall. It was really thrilling just now. If not for Zhang Xiaohua's proficiency in the earth escape technique, she would have been pierced by the dagger. Even so, Zhang Xiaohua, who had just escaped from danger, still felt her heart beating wildly. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua appear from another place, the old man was horrified. He did not dare to think too much. He exerted force on his feet and a string of afterimages appeared. He stabbed at Zhang Xiaohua like lightning. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to let him get close to her. She swung her left hand and threw the dagger at the old man like a hidden weapon. The old man laughed. How could such a clumsy technique hurt him? He flicked the dagger in his hand and sent the dagger flying into the sky. He did not care about it. His figure did not stop at all and continued to shoot at the motionless Zhang Xiaohua. But when he was a few steps away from Zhang Xiaohua, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua still did not respond. She only made a strange gesture with her fingers. He could not help but be vigilant in his heart. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind came from above his head. He was startled and did not bother to look up. He dodged to the side. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the dagger that was sent flying by his dagger was falling straight down. He could not help but be puzzled. How could it be so coincidental? The dagger is falling on my head. But before he could finish his thought, the small sword that was falling changed direction and flew straight towards his face. In an instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through the old man's mind. He remembered something and could not help but exclaim, "Flying dagger." Seeing that the dagger in front of him was stabbing at his weak spot as if it had a mind of its own, the old man no longer had the calm demeanor he had before. He held the dagger in his hand and blocked left and right, immediately falling into a disadvantageous position. On the other hand, when Zhang Xiaohua saw that his flying sword was effective, he couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. That's right. This is the way people of the immortal Tao should attack. Just now, I used martial arts to deal with a peak expert of the martial Tao. How can I not be defeated? With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua remained calm and composed. She stood there leisurely and formed a seal with her hand. She used her divine sense to drive the dagger as if it was her extended arm and stabbed at the old man's weak spot. Perhaps it was because the nameless swordplay was originally a sword-driving technique of the immortal Tao, but the incomplete swordplay was immediately much more powerful than the dagger driven by divine sense. It forced the old man to defend himself with his sword and was unable to escape from the dagger's attack to threaten Zhang Xiaohua in the distance. Moreover, the old man seemed to be shocked by the sudden appearance of the flying dagger. For a moment, he did not have a better way to deal with the flying dagger and could only defend himself. On the other hand, although his fast swordplay forced Zhang Xiaohua, who was holding the dagger, into a hopeless situation, it met its nemesis when it met the dagger driven by divine sense. The dagger driven by divine sense was much more agile than the dagger held by the arm. It could change its angle in Zhang Xiaohua's mind and was far faster than the speed of the old man's swordplay. Moreover, the old man's lightness skill, which was comparable to the ethereal steps, was also clumsy at this moment. Although there were still a series of afterimages, they could not escape the threat of the dagger. The dagger chased after the afterimages, leaving a black shadow behind. Zhang Xiaohua had used the flying dagger several times before, but it was like a one-sided massacre. It was not like this time, where it could be considered a match. Today, he truly understood the power of the flying dagger of the immortal Tao. In this battle, he gradually became more familiar with the nameless swordplay and became more proficient in changing the moves. After more than 10 moves, the old man was barely able to defend himself and had almost no strength to fight back. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He made a gesture and saw an opening of the old man. The dagger turned around and suddenly pierced towards the old man's bronze mask. In a hurry, the old man did not have time to change his move and could only stretch out his left hand to grab the dagger. Zhang Xiaohua sneered in his heart. He saw the dagger tilting its body and dodging the old man's left hand, going straight for his forehead. But just as Zhang Xiaohua imagined that the dagger was going to pierce the old man's mask, he heard the old man laugh loudly and his left hand suddenly enlarged. With a puff sound, he actually caught the dagger in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned ashen. Chapter 406. It was said that this old man's internal energy had already reached the peak, his entire body was enveloped by his internal energy. Although he could not travel as far as Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, he could still distinguish all the movements near him. Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword was about to pierce the old man's forehead when at the crucial moment, the old man took the risk and used his internal energy to lock onto the small sword. He risked transferring his internal energy to his left hand and grasped Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword in his hand. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he was incomparably shocked and was so scared that his face turned ashen. In fact, this was also because Zhang Xiaohua was too careless. The previous few times, as long as he used his divine sense, the flying sword would not be as agile as his will and would be able to avoid being caught by others. This time, Zhang Xiaohua also thought the same and only changed the trajectory slightly. This was why the old man took advantage of this and lost his flying sword. When Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to move the small sword again, the small sword in the old man's hand was like a small snake that had been grabbed by its weak point. After struggling a few times and flashing left and right, it was unable to break free from the old man's left hand that had become somewhat thick. When the mysterious old man saw that the flying sword was unable to break free from his palm after struggling a few times in his hand, he could not help but laugh and said, "Young man, you're actually cultivating the way of immortality." Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that after the way of immortality had been destroyed for 10,000 years, this old man would actually be able to see someone from the way of immortality. It's really like wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it without any effort. If I had known that I would meet someone from the way of immortality today, why would I have spent so much effort and set up a formation? As long as I capture you and interrogate you about the way of immortality, that would be enough. Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile and said, old man's martial arts are superb, this young one admires you. But if you want to capture this one, it's impossible. This? The old man was also somewhat hesitant and said, what kind of qigong did you use just now? You actually managed to escape from here to there in an instant? Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said with a smile, if you return the small sword to me, I can consider telling you. When the old man heard this, he tightened his grip even more. He knew in his heart that he had just taken a risk and was lucky to have succeeded. He reckoned that this young man was also a beginner and had not yet grasped the essence of the flying sword. Otherwise, he really had never heard of a martial artist being able to catch an immortal flying sword with his hand. This was the biggest joke in the world. The old man advised, young man, although I can't see your face, but I can roughly guess your age. Moreover, I know your figure and back. You have to consider carefully. Although I can't capture you, but for now, you can't do anything to me. You can leave today, and I will definitely not make things difficult for you. But, the moment you walk out of this hall, I will leave and let my sect announce to the entire Jianghu that you are a person of the way of immortality, and that you have the inheritance of the way of immortality. Also, I will draw your silhouette and back into a drawing. That's right, the fact that you know the ethereal steps will be announced to the entire Jianghu. Tell me, although I can't capture you, but can the entire Jianghu not capture you? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's face changed greatly. The thoughts in her mind spun a few times. This old man was right. As long as the news that she had the inheritance of the way of immortality spread out, she would definitely become the most delicious bait in the entire Jianghu. She would definitely be the target that everyone in the Jianghu would want to capture. What was the way of immortality? It was a path of cultivation that had the ability to overturn rivers and seas. She had only cultivated it for a few years and was already able to face this mysterious old man alone without falling into a disadvantageous position. If she cultivated it for a few more years, this old man would definitely not be her opponent. This was a temptation that no one would be able to resist. The most frightening thing was that there were still super sects with the inheritance of the way of immortality in the Jianghu. They had never been able to find the reason for the annihilation of the way of immortality, so they had never been able to cultivate the way of immortality. If they knew that someone could cultivate the way of immortality and knew the trick to cultivating the way of immortality, even if they had to turn the entire Jianghu upside down, they would still want to find her. At that time, it would no longer be a matter of her alone. Everything about her, including her family, would definitely become the focus of everyone in the Jianghu. However, the old man's thoughts were vicious. He knew that he could not force Zhang Xiaohua to submit, so he used the entire Jianghu to force Zhang Xiaohua to submit. And this happened to be Zhang Xiaohua's Achilles heel. Originally, she had already made an incantation with her hands and was about to escape, but now, she hesitated and stopped there. That old man was actually afraid of Zhang Xiaohua's unpredictable lightness skill. As long as Zhang Xiaohua was determined to leave, he would definitely not be able to stop her. Thus, he used words to threaten her. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's action, he naturally knew that his words had hit her vital point, so he smiled and said, "Little friend, I still have the same promise as before. If you agree to submit to me and tell me all the way of immortality that you know and tell me how to cultivate it, I guarantee with my life that I will absolutely keep your secret. Moreover, when we are old, the power of our entire gang will be handed over to you. At that time, you will be the leader of the gang. Moreover, with your way of immortality and the help of our brothers in the gang, it is not impossible for you to unify the entire Jianghu and become the master of the Jianghu." Unify the Jianghu? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "What's the use of that?" Ha ha ha. When the old man heard this, he seemed to have heard a huge joke and said, "The benefits of unifying the Jianghu are endless. I can't explain it to you at the moment. After you make a poison oath and submit to me, I will tell you in detail. What do you think?" At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had encountered a huge test. Looking at the old man in the underground hall, taking the lives of 77 girls and setting up such a heaven-defying array, she knew that he was definitely not a righteous person. At least, he was not an upright person. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua did not like and was not ashamed to be associated with him. However, if she did not choose to cooperate with him and become his disciple, this old man would announce his secret to the entire Jianghu. Although the Misty School had been destroyed for many years, the number of people who practiced the ethereal steps could be counted with one's fingers. There were also a few people who had obtained the ethereal steps technique. Although Zhang Qingyue was dead and He Tianxu's whereabouts were unknown, during the martial arts exhibition, not only the elite disciples of the Misty School, even the little monk and the old monk of the Dalan Temple had seen him display it. With their intelligence and wisdom, it was extremely easy for them to guess his identity. That was because the Misty School had been destroyed. He was not in the Misty Mountain Villa and still knew the ethereal steps. It was easy for them to guess. And if they were to investigate a little, Lu Zhen, Guozhuang House and even the newly born Bairen would definitely fall into their eyes. At that time, he would not be able to protect them alone. Dilemma, it was really a dilemma. This was a dilemma that interrogated his conscience and chivalry. Zhang Xiaohua did not know how to answer. Should he help the tyrant? Or should he make the entire Jianghu his enemy? He had never made such a difficult choice before. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua thought of many things. There was her mother, her grandmother, her father, her dream, her second brother, and even Ye Qianyu in Pingyang City. If it were them, what would they do? A chivalrous heart and a compassionate heart. Since ancient times, it was difficult to have both loyalty and filial piety at the same time. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have an idea. Perhaps it was time for him to give up something. But, was this kind of sacrifice worth it? Would he be able to gain the recognition of others? Zhang Xiaohua did not have the slightest confidence. But, if he did not make this choice, did he have a better choice? Of course, the best choice would be to kill this mysterious old man in front of him and not give him the slightest chance to speak. However, his martial arts were so profound that even after using all his moves, it was only a draw. Silencing him was just a thought, but it was a bit of an extravagant hope. Did he have any other tricks up his sleeve? That old man saw that Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought and did not rush him. He knew how heavy his weight was and was not afraid that this young man in front of him would not fall into his trap. Zhang Xiaohua, who was opposite him, pondered but still could not think of a good way to defeat the enemy. She had learned a lot from Elder Hua's jade slip but none of them were effective. And her understanding of heaven's law could only be used for cultivation. In terms of spells, she was lacking. Zhang Xiaohua secretly made up her mind. As long as she could get out of this predicament, the first thing she would do when she returned was to look for jade slips for spells. She would cultivate more spells against the enemy and could not simply place her hopes on flying swords and escaping techniques. Running away would always be the inferior option. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have thought of something. She reached into her bosom and after a moment, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. She took her hand out of her bosom, but her right hand was slightly clenched as if she had taken something. The old man was also vigilant. He only circulated all the internal energy in his body and quickly circulated it through his meridians to protect his entire body. He then asked, "Young man, have you considered my conditions?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "You only gave me two options." The old man nodded and said, "The first is to acknowledge me as your master and teach me the immortal path technique. I will return the favor and use all my strength to help you unify the Jianghu. The second is to leave now. I will immediately announce to the entire Jianghu that you possess the immortal path inheritance. You can wait to face the entire Jianghu's search." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "One is to make me help the evildoer, and my conscience won't let me go. The other is to endanger my own safety, so of course I'm not willing to leave. Do you have a third option? The old man sneered. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua also sneered and said, I have just found a new path, but I still need your cooperation. Eh? What path? The old man pretended to be surprised. That is to kill you to silence you. Zhang Xiaohua said sternly. Ha 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 ha. The old man looked up and laughed, saying, then I will tell you clearly, this path is blocked. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Zhang Xiaohua's figure flashed and his hand formed a seal. With a twist of his body, he disappeared. The old man felt that he was circulating his inner force and paying close attention to his surroundings. Sure enough, after a short while, Zhang Xiaohua's figure flashed behind the old man. The old man seemed to have a pair of eyes hiding behind his back. He immediately turned around and raised his short sword to stab at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not dodge. Instead, he leaped high into the air and raised his right hand, swinging it at the old man. Chapter 407. Zhang Xiaohua waved her right hand and a light red object shot towards the old man like an arrow. The old man had already raised his vigilance by 100 times. He was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would use some unexpected method. Although the short sword in his hand was aimed at Zhang Xiaohua, he did not use all of his strength. He was just waiting to see how Zhang Xiaohua would react. At this moment, when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua actually chose to throw a hidden weapon, he could not help but laugh in his heart, this youngster is still inexperienced. Although the hidden weapon emitted a light red color under the light, it must be a highly toxic item. The old man naturally could not let it get close to him. The short sword that was aimed at Zhang Xiaohua was slightly deflected and directly hit towards the light. In the blink of an eye, it hit the hidden weapon that was flying towards him. The old man felt the short sword sink and an abundant force hit the short sword. The short sword in his hand could not help but tilt to the side. The old man was astonished, the force contained in this hidden weapon is too frightening. Just as he thought about it, he heard a "gotcha" sound in his ears. The concealed weapon that came into contact with the dagger actually broke apart. At this moment, the old man finally saw the concealed weapon that was blocked in front of his chest by his dagger and was breaking apart. Jade Talisman! The old man exclaimed and his eyes immediately narrowed. At this moment, a ball of fire the size of a wicker basket suddenly appeared from the broken jade talisman. Although the jade talisman was blocked by the short sword, the ball of fire followed the inertia and quickly flew towards the old man's chest. Although the ball of fire was small, in the old man's heart, it might not be able to hurt him. However, it was not good to attract fire to himself. Therefore, the old man raised his left hand and held Zhang Xiaohua's short sword in his hand and slashed towards the ball of fire. However, the short sword slashed through the air and could not stop the ball of fire at all. The old man had no choice but to use his inner energy and covered the ball of fire with his right sleeve, wanting to extinguish the ball of fire. Unfortunately, things went far beyond his expectations. Although the inner energy in his right hand was surging, if it was a normal flame, it would have been extinguished long ago. However, this wicker basket of fire with inner energy seemed to have added fuel to it. It suddenly increased in size and immediately lit the old man's sleeve on fire. Then, it burned the old man's right hand. A piercing pain came from his right hand and he almost lost his grip on the short sword. The old man did not dare to be negligent. He clenched his teeth and tried to use his inner energy to control the short sword. At the same time, he quickly used his left hand to slap the flame on his right sleeve. It would have been better if he did not slap it, it was his left hand. A flame also ignited in his left hand. The short sword in the old man's hand was also burning. That old man's eyes flashed with fear and he no longer cared about the short sword and small sword in his hands. He kept slapping left and right in an attempt to extinguish the strange flame. Only to hear a clanging sound. The old man's short sword was burning and fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua's small sword was still jet black in color. It fell from the old man's hand, and just as it was out of the old man's control, it seemed to have a life of its own. It raised the tip of the sword and flew towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand to catch it and casually held it in her hand. She stood not too far away with her eyes sparkling. No one knew what she was thinking. Just as the small sword flew back to Zhang Xiaohua's hand, there was a new change on the old man's side. The bronze-masked old man was also an ambitious and ruthless person. When he saw that his hands were on fire and he was unable to extinguish the flame and that the flame was burning up his arms, he could not help but have the idea of sacrificing the rook to save the king. But when he looked down at the ground, the small sword that had just fallen to the ground had been burnt by the flame until only a short sword tip was left. Even the ground had been burnt into a small pit. This fire, what kind of fire was it? True Samadhi fire? The old man's mind immediately flashed with a popular name from the legends of the past. Since the small sword was gone, the old man's eyes flashed with a look of desperation. He raised his left hand and was about to land it on his right arm when he lost all feeling in his left hand. At this moment, both of the old man's hands had been burnt off. Even if the old man wanted to sacrifice both of his arms to save his own life, that was an extravagant hope. Seeing that the flame had already reached his shoulders, the incomparable pain caused the old man to howl like a wild beast. The eyes under the bronze mask shot out a maniacal light. The old man exerted strength in his feet and suddenly pounced towards Zhang Xiaohua, who was not too far away. It seemed that he had not given up and wanted to pass the flame onto Zhang Xiaohua's body. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him have his way? Seeing the old man pouncing towards her, she immediately used the ethereal steps and skimmed towards the corner of the hall. Nonsense, even if she was not afraid of the flame, there was no need to let the old man get close to her, right? Moreover, this hall was filled with innocent girls. If they were to be burnt by the flame, it would not be good. Taking advantage of the fact that the old man had not come to his senses, it would be better to lead him far away. The old man was also blinded by hatred as he blindly chased after Zhang Xiaohua. The treasures in heaven and earth were only owned by the virtuous. Zhang Xiaohua's morality was 100 times stronger than the mysterious old man's. It was only right that Zhang Xiaohua took it. The battle in the underground hall was the most dangerous battle Zhang Xiaohua had ever had since she started practicing the way of immortality. Although her life was not in danger, she had encountered the most difficult choice. Fortunately, the incomparably brave Zhang Xiaohua used her own heart to overcome the difficulty. She used her daily accumulation to eliminate the opponent that made her scratch her head. From this battle, Zhang Xiaohua had two most basic gains. One was that the way of immortality had its own offensive and defensive methods. If she blindly used the martial arts method, she would only be using her own weak points against the enemy's strong points. If she encountered the same opponent in the future, it would be better to use the way of immortality to resolve it. And related to this, she had to find the way of immortality's offensive methods and cultivate it herself. Two was that the way of immortality's martial arts was a delicious cake that the entire Jianghu coveted. When she roamed the Jianghu in the future, she must pay more attention. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she absolutely could not let others know that she was the way of immortality's inheritor. On the other hand, if the enemy knew about her situation, then she only had one way to go, and that was to silence them. Of course, through this battle, Zhang Xiaohua also had a clear understanding of her own martial arts. This mysterious old man should be the leader of this gang or something. He could be considered a high-ranking leader, and should be a somewhat famous figure in the Jianghu. Since she could fight him to a standstill with just her flying sword, she should be able to join the ranks of the so-called experts in the Jianghu. Moreover, she had the earth escape. Even if she encountered a truly top-notch expert, if she could not win, she could still run. Of course, at that time, she would have to risk revealing her trump card as a way of immortality's chief practitioner. Chapter 408. In the underground hall, the lights flickered and countless coffins were placed haphazardly. In the corner of the hall, Zhang Xiaohua stood quietly. He was truly exhausted, not physically, but mentally. Looking around the messy hall, Zhang Xiaohua came to Little Orange. At this time, the underground hall couldn't see the time outside, but Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was close to midnight. Even if he could take Little Orange out now, he would soon fall asleep. It was the 12th lunar month of winter, and it was extremely cold outside. His body was naturally fine, but how could Little Orange be fine? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and walked to the few remaining jade coffins that still had lids. He reached out to open one and jumped in. He then closed the lid and closed his eyes to cultivate. The next day, when Zhang Xiaohua woke up, he wasn't in a hurry to get out of the coffin. First, he used his divine sense to observe the entire underground hall, then to check the ground. There was nothing out of the ordinary. This hall must be an important place in the gang, and no one would rashly disturb it without the orders of the gang master. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to continue releasing his spiritual consciousness, he heard the sounds of fighting in his ears. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. This Yudai had indeed called for reinforcements from Lu Town. His divine sense stretched out like a waterfall. At the front gate of the manor, there were over 100 soldiers with weapons in their hands. They were fighting against a dozen burly men in martial attire. They were shouting as they attacked the manor. Inside the manor, there were also dozens of gang members with weapons in their hands. Zhang Xiaohua saw Brother Zhang, Old Seven, and the others yesterday. They were also fighting against the soldiers. Banner leader Gao was also holding a long sword and fighting against a few men in martial attire. The other banner leaders weren't among them, so they must have left yesterday. But even so, the soldiers did not have the upper hand. Instead, they were at a disadvantage. Many soldiers screamed as they died under the blades of the gang members. Not far away, Yudai, who was supervising the battle, and another middle-aged man dressed in an official's uniform looked worried. Yudai's eyes were not looking at the battle in front of the gate. She kept looking inside the manor, as if she was anticipating something. The middle-aged man in the official's robe urged anxiously from the side. Yudai became even more anxious. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the situation, she knew that the soldiers could not be compared to these brave and fierce men who had been licking blood on the blade all year round in Jianghu. Even if the soldiers only attacked the front of the manor and did not care about the other three sides of the manor, it was obvious that these Jianghu gangs were aware of the difficulties and retreat. If they escaped from other places, the authorities would not pursue the matter. However, the leader of this manor had already been turned into ashes by Zhang Xiaohua last night. How could he still give orders? Without the order to retreat, the gang members naturally did not dare to retreat rashly. Moreover, in this situation where they had the upper hand, how could the Jianghu gang members escape? Seeing the situation, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay. She jumped out of the coffin and came to Little Orange. She reached out her hands and carried Little Orange in her arms. She made a hand seal and escaped through the earth. When she escaped from the manor, she released her divine sense. That big guy actually ran to the side door. Fortunately, it was not far from the front. She used the levitation technique and soon arrived beside the odd beast, Huan. When Huan saw Zhang Xiaohua, it squealed excitedly. Zhang Xiaohua patted its bald horn and placed Little Orange on the odd beast's back. She then took the long sword from its back and returned to the front door. She walked to the back of Yudai. Although Yudai was well versed in martial arts, his attention was focused on the manor in front of him. How could he care about the back? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Brother E, you are early. Io. When Yudei heard the voice, he was overjoyed. He finally found his savior. He quickly turned around and said, Hero, where have you been? I thought you were at the manor. Why are you only here now? Cough, cough. Zhang Xiaohua coughed for a while and scratched her head. She said, well, I woke up too late last night. I thought you would arrive late in the morning, so I overslept. Plop. Yudei could not sit still and fell from the red date horse. What kind of people are these? I did not sleep at all last night and ran here and there. It was not easy to persuade the soldiers of Lu Town to send reinforcements here. You overslept. However, Yudei did not know Zhang Xiaohua's depth and did not dare to offend her. He climbed up from the ground and said, Hero, I wonder how your investigation went yesterday. It seems that we are unable to break in. If your reinforcements do not come, I am afraid. Sigh, Yudei was still thinking about the so-called reinforcements that Zhang Xiaohua made up yesterday. At this time, the officer beside Yudei also rode forward. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's face was covered, he was already unhappy. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua's lazy reply, he was even angrier. He came forward and did not cup his hands. He asked, Hero, I heard from young Master Yu that you and your reinforcements have found out that there are remnants of the Jianghu gang in this manor. They actually kidnapped young Master Yu's niece. It is not that I do not trust you, but you have no evidence. If you do not find any results this time, you will be punished severely. Moreover, the officer raised his eyes and looked at the battle in front of him. He frowned deeply and said, My brothers have suffered heavy casualties. It seems that we may not be able to safely take down the manor. If you lie about the military situation and lure us into a trap, I will immediately return to Lu Town and report to my superiors. I will definitely issue an arrest warrant. Even if you are a member of the Jianghu gang, I will still arrest you and bring you to justice to avenge my brothers. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was slightly angered. This young master gave you the merit for free. Instead of thanking me, you are noisy and threatening this hero. Who do you think you are? Then, he stared at that guy and spat on the ground. He raised his voice and laughed, Brother E, who is this? Why did he call you young Master Yu? Yudei awkwardly said, This, please forgive me, hero. My name is Yudei. I didn't want to deceive you, hero. But at that time, I saw that you were in a special situation, so I had no choice but to leave some leeway. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and used his hands to dig his ears. He looked at the white clouds in the sky and said, Oh, so that's the case. What is this? I came out early in the morning for a walk. I haven't washed my face and brushed my teeth. What are you guys talking about? It's too noisy, I don't understand. Forget it, I'll go eat some soup dumplings first. After filling my stomach, I'll go back to sleep. After saying that, he patted his butt and turned to leave. Yudei was shocked. He dared to go into danger alone because of this so-called hero. Now that this guy patted his butt and left, what should he do? Not to mention his little niece's life, even his own safety would not be guaranteed. He did not care much and hurried forward. He pulled Zhang Xiaohua's arm and said, Hero, you are a great person. Please don't lower yourself to our level. We are not people of Jianghu. It's inevitable that our words will not enter your ears. You can just treat it as a wave of pee. When the wind blows, it will disperse. The official's face was also green and red. He knew that people of Jianghu were unruly and had strange temperaments. They would draw their swords at the slightest wrong. But seeing this person's behavior just now, he was really unhappy. Moreover, the situation in front of him was indeed unfavorable. He only complained a little. But after all, he was the official's representative and had always been respected. Just now, he was just routinely showing his authority. Who would have thought that such a situation would occur? Now, he was already riding a tiger and could not get off. Zhang Xiaohua only blindly looked at the faint white clouds in the sky, as if there were fairies lying on them. He did not pay much attention to Yu Dai. When the official saw this, he gritted his teeth and turned over to dismount. He walked to Zhang Xiaohua and deeply bowed. "This one is Lujichuan. Just now, I really offended Hero. Please forgive me. It's because this subordinate's brothers have suffered heavy casualties that I am in a bad mood." Zhang Xiaohua sneered and said, "If you were really thinking for this subordinate's brothers, why would you treat the person who came to help you like this? You don't need to think about your little schemes. This old man has eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. How could I not know? Sigh, forget it. This old man is also a soft-hearted person. After all, you are protecting the peace of this place. If I don't reach out to help you, who should I help?" After he finished speaking, he did not help him up. Instead, he exerted a little force on his feet and flew into the air. Like a large bird, he flew towards the group of people in front of him. When Zhang Xiaohua was wasting time with Yu Dai and Lujichuan, he had already used his divine sense to see through the group of people in front of him. He did not attack the small fries like Brother Zhang. His sword was pointed at Bannerman Gao, who was surrounded by several people. Yes, it should be Manager Gao. Manager Gao was also very powerful. He was not at a disadvantage when fighting against several people with his sword. He even had 2 people on top of him. When Manager Gao saw a masked person holding a sword and rushing towards him, he saw that the masked person's lightness skill was extremely high. He already had a bad feeling in his heart. When Zhang Xiaohua raised his sword and slashed at him, Manager Gao solemnly circulated his internal energy to meet the attack with all his might. But he didn't. However, with the vice commander's profound martial arts, he couldn't clearly hear the ferocious wind coming from the sword. When the incomparably ferocious force came from the sword, he had no choice but to be smashed into a bloody mess. Manager Gao was lying on the ground. He still did not understand how the strength of the sword was so great. It was not something that his internal energy could match. Furthermore, he had only been a manager for a day. Yes, it was just the deputy commander's words. There was no formal writing. When the experts surrounding Manager Gao saw this, they were all dumbfounded. They really did not expect that this masked person would be able to defeat the expert that they had been unable to attack for a long time with just one slash. Zhang Xiaohua's movements did not stop. After a few leaps, he once again clashed with the so-called Steward Qi. Steward Qi, on the other hand, had some tricks up his sleeves. In just one move, he had actually managed to dissipate a large portion of the 10,000 kilograms of force, barely dodging it. Unfortunately, he was unable to dodge the second sword no matter what. Zhang Xiaohua straightened his body and thrust forward, actually smashing Steward Qi's right arm. Chapter 409. After severely injuring Steward Qi, Zhang Xiaohua no longer made a move. Instead, he rushed to another place. How could the soldiers who had just been bullied by Steward Qi let go of such an excellent opportunity to throw a stone into a well? They rushed up and cut him down to the ground. After a dozen or so ups and downs, Zhang Xiaohua had already defeated the most skilled clan member. Behind him, there was already a group of officers and soldiers who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Of course, this was the demeanor of an expert. With one sword strike, the opponent was thrown down without any strength to fight back, and then went on to gnaw on other tough bones, giving the credit of capturing the opponent to others. Anyone would be willing to follow. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the situation was set. Thinking about the unconscious little orange, he did not stay any longer. He passed his sword to his right hand, exerted force on his feet, and jumped out of the fighting circle. Behind him was a group of soldiers. Their eyes were filled with reluctance. Countless of them had the same thought, hero, you're leaving just like that. Don't you want to kill a few more? Yu Dai and Lu Jichuan, who were supervising the battle behind him, were already stunned. It was not that they did not think that Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were strong and could help them, but this martial arts, was it not a bit too high? You joined the battle, and in just a few minutes, you defeated more than a dozen of the enemy's most powerful people. Could this person be a famous master in Jianghu? The two of them coincidentally had such a thought in their hearts. That's right. Otherwise, why would he cover his face when his martial arts are so high? Maybe this is the demeanor of a master. He doesn't want people to know his whereabouts. Is this the legendary elusive dragon? A master, we must get to know him. In an instant, Yu Dai regretted not being respectful enough to the old man a few days ago. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why didn't he know how to cherish it? When Zhang Xiaohua returned, the two of them immediately jumped down from their saddles. They were unusually respectful. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the two of them had something to say, so he didn't beat around the bush. He cupped his hands and said, this old man won't interfere with the rest of the matter. General, you should be able to deal with these small fries. Lu Jichuan hurriedly said, the hero has already pulled out the enemy's fangs. The rest is up to me. I will not let you down. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, that's good. Then I can leave without worry. That's right, Yu Dai, your niece is right below the main hall of this manor. There are also a few dozen other girls inside. I would like to ask young Master Yu to help me settle them down properly. Alright, please be at ease, senior. I have already done my best to make arrangements for them. Io, senior, you're leaving just like that. Zhang Xiaohua nodded his head. Behind the handkerchief, his face looked very deep and unfathomable. He smugly said, young Master Yu, is there any reason for this old man to stay here? Yu Dai's heart trembled. He hurriedly said respectfully, of course not. I can handle the rest, but, Zhang Xiaohua flew up and raised his voice, but what? Yu Dai saw that Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave and hurriedly asked, but, senior didn't leave your name. If those girls ask who saved their lives, how should we answer? Sigh, this flattery was really effective. Zhang Xiaohua was already in the air. He raised his voice and laughed, this old man is just a wild crane. Why would I care about this kind of empty reputation? As he spoke, his figure had already landed on top of a pine tree a few zhang away. Yu Dai and Lu Jichuan both cupped their hands and sent him off. Their eyes were filled with stars. Senior is an expert, senior is an expert. Other than this sentence, there were no other words that could describe Zhang Xiaohua's behavior. Yu Dai still didn't give up. He raised his voice and said, senior should at least give us a name or something so that we can be grateful. Yu Dai was also impatient. He clearly had a head full of black hair, but now he was suddenly elevated to the status of senior. Zhang Xiaohua, who was flying in the distance, raised his voice and said, young Master Yu, we are old acquaintances. An old friend of the Lotus Escort Agency. In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, he had already made it very clear. He and Yu Dai had fought a few times, so it could be said that they had become friends. He thought that this guy would have some impression of him. Unexpectedly, Yu Dai thought for a moment and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and bowed again. He said loudly, so it's fourth Master One. Little Yu pays his respects to you. Zhang Xiaohua, who had already flown far away, heard this and almost fell from the high treetop. Is there a need? Yu Dai, am I that old? Yu Dai, who was far away, saw that his hero, fourth Master One, almost fell from the treetop. He couldn't help but worry inwardly, sigh, fourth Master One is too much. He's already so old, yet he's still flying so high. Shouldn't he try to be brave when he's old? That's right, fourth master's hair seems to be quite black. I wonder what kind of hair dye he uses. Zhang Xiaohua steadied himself with difficulty and continued to run forward. He had forgotten that it was precisely because he had fought a few times with Yu Dai that Yu Dai understood Zhang Xiaohua's level of martial arts. Therefore, even if Zhang Xiaohua threw down his handkerchief and stood in front of Yu Dai now, he would still think that Zhang Xiaohua was fourth master Wen in disguise. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want that false reputation and only wanted to keep a low profile. After all, this was still the territory of Pingyang City and Lu Town. It might not be a good thing to be exposed too much. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the side of the odd beast, Huan, Little Orange was still sleeping peacefully there. Zhang Xiaohua leaped onto the odd beast and carried Little Orange in her arms. She urged the odd beast to hurry on with their journey. Only then did she send a wisp of vital energy into Little Orange's meridians. As expected, there were signs of internal energy tangling in several parts of Little Orange's meridians. It must be the work of that mysterious masked old man. Unfortunately, this was a martial arts technique. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to solve it. Perhaps she could use her vital energy to break them open one by one. However, how to break them open was a problem. If she wasn't careful, there might be other consequences. Her efforts would all be in vain. In the worst case, she might even lose Little Orange's life. Since she couldn't act rashly, she should quickly return Little Orange to Nie Qianyu. Nie Qianyu looked like she came from a prestigious family. Although Zhang Xiaohua hadn't heard of the so-called Rejuvenation Valley, Nie Qianyu was able to prescribe medicine for herself at the age of 12. She must have some skills. It was better to seek her opinion. After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua urged the odd beast, Huan, to hurry on with their journey. After a few months of recuperation, Huan had already recovered to some extent. She was also full of energy. Seeing that her master was urging her, she even occupied the center of the main road and sped towards Pingyang City at lightning speed. The odd beast, Huan, ran happily on the road. However, Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting on her back, felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Yes, the 18-year-old Zhang Xiaohua had never been so close to a girl. Moreover, Little Orange was unconscious and had no control over her body. She sat weakly in his arms. At first, Zhang Xiaohua put Little Orange horizontally on Huan's back. However, it seemed like she was abusing Little Orange. If she carried Little Orange, she would feel restless. However, if she stopped and bought a carriage, wouldn't she be much slower than Huan? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua hadn't seen Little Orange eat since she saw her. She didn't know how the mysterious old man ensured that these girls wouldn't starve to death. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to delay for a moment. She could only reluctantly carry Little Orange around her waist. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was quite tall. Little Orange was unconscious and could snuggle up in his arms. She pretended that she was asleep. With a soft body in his arms and the girl's body fragrance, his heart that had been tempered by the immortal Tao was not working well. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to meditate on the heavenly Tao for fear that she would be dragged into the abyss of eternal damnation by this extremely tempting inner demon. This was even more tiring than fighting with the mysterious old man. When they returned to the inn in Pingyang City, Zhang Xiaohua was exhausted. Yes, there was also a strange feeling in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua carried Little Orange and walked quickly to Nie Qianyu's room. She didn't even bother to knock on the door. She pushed the door open and wanted to barge in. However, the door was actually locked from the inside. Zhang Xiaohua shouted, little fishy, nye." At this moment, Nie Qianyu's panicked voice was heard from the room. "Brother Ren, is that you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua panicked. With such a frightened voice, it was obvious that she had been kidnapped by bad people. Without thinking, she exerted a little force in her hands. With a crack, the door bolt behind the door was broken into two. Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and shouted, "Little fishy, don't panic." At the same time, there was a scream from the room. "Brother Ren, you, don't come in first." However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already stepped into the room. In front of her, Nie Qianyu was sitting on the bed. Her uninjured hand was holding a piece of clothing to cover her chest. Her snow-white arms and shoulders were exposed. Nie Qianyu's frightened and shy eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaohua. Her face was flushed red from shyness. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She hurriedly said, "Little fishy, it's so dark. Why didn't you light the lamp? Quickly light the lamp. I don't even know where you are." After finishing her words, she immediately retreated and closed the door tightly. Pooh! Nie Qianyu, who was sitting on the bed, couldn't help but spit out. She said in a low voice, "It's already late in the morning. Why would I need to light the lamp?" However, thinking about the situation just now, Nie Qianyu's face couldn't help burning up. Immediately, Nie Qianyu remembered that Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be holding someone in her arms just now. Oh, could it be that little orange has been rescued? Nie Qianyu was overjoyed. She lifted the quilt and was about to get out of bed. However, she immediately felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly put on her clothes and wiped her burning face with a wet towel in the room before opening the door. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua was also a little absent-minded at the door. When she saw Nie Qianyu open the door, she said unnaturally, "Little fishy." Chapter 410. Seeing that Nie Qianyu was also shy, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to say anything more. She quickly raised Little Orange in her hands and said anxiously, "I brought Little Orange back. How is Little Orange? Why are you still holding her? Is she hurt?" Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Nie Qianyu put her shyness to the back of her mind and looked at Little Orange anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Can you let me put Little Orange in the room first?" "Yes, I've been holding her for a long time. I'm a little tired." Seeing this, Nie Qianyu quickly stepped aside. Zhang Xiaohua carried Little Orange into the room, which still had some lingering fragrance. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua put Little Orange in the bed she had just slept in, Nie Qianyu had a strange feeling. When Zhang Xiaohua's hands touched the quilt, which was still warm, she also had a strange feeling. After Zhang Xiaohua put Little Orange down, she turned back and told Nie Qianyu about Little Orange's condition. Nie Qianyu listened and frowned. She walked quickly to the bed and carefully observed Little Orange's condition. Then she put her left hand on Little Orange's wrist to feel her pulse. Nie Qianyu's brows went from tightly knitted to relaxed, and then from relaxed to tightly knitted again. Zhang Xiaohua, who was watching from the side, was extremely nervous. When Nie Qianyu frowned and loosened her hand, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, "Little fishy, is it?" Nie Qianyu said, "Yes, Little Orange was drugged with a strange drug. Moreover, all the important acupoints on her body were sealed." "So serious?" Zhang Xiaohua also frowned and asked, "How should we deal with it? She hasn't eaten or drunk anything for several days." "Sigh, I don't know how to seal acupoints, but judging from his pulse, Little Orange seems to be a little weak, but his life is not in danger. I think the knockout incense and the sealing of acupoints are special and can protect his body." "Oh, Little fishy, you don't know. It seems that we have to find another expert." Pfft. Nie Qianyu's face was stiff, but she could not help laughing and said, "Brother Ren, you misheard me. I just said that I don't know how to seal acupoints, but I know how to use the drug." Seeing Nie Qianyu's complacent face, Zhang Xiaohua could not help laughing and said, "Why are you still in a daze? What antidote do you give Little Orange?" Hearing this, Nie Qianyu, without delay. She went to the side, the bed, and found a small porcelain bottle. She found a small porcelain bottle and poured a small black pill the size of a Chinese sycamore. Once the pill, the size of a sycamore. The pill taking the pill the size bottle. Zhang Xiaohua as she sniffed to smell it. Smell a smell. She sniffed a sniff. Li's right, she try. Nie Qianyu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled. She went to the bed and said, Brother Ren, come and help me. Pinch little orange's mouth open so that I can give the pill to her. Zhang Xiaohua did as she said. Anyway, they had been holding each other all the way, so she did not mind pinching her little face. After Nie Qianyu put the pill into little orange's mouth, Zhang Xiaohua quickly ran to the table next to them, poured a glass of water, and handed it over. Nie Qianyu smiled and said, No need, Brother Ren. Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. On the deserted island, he had refined the fasting pill. That pill melted in the mouth and did not need to be washed down with water. Could it be that this pill was the same? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's surprise, Nie Qianyu explained, This refreshment pill is specially made by my rejuvenation valley. It is especially used to deal with these despicable drugs and is extremely effective. Moreover, the refreshment pill is only the size of a Chinese sycamore. Little orange's own saliva can dissolve it, so naturally it can be swallowed down without water. Moreover, didn't you see little orange's appearance? She can't even move, so how can she drink water? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, You are indeed a person of the Rejuvenation Valley. Your experience in treating people is unparalleled. Nie Qianyu covered her mouth and smiled, Thank you for your praise, Brother Ren. Zhang Xiaohua asked again, And then? And then? Nie Qianyu was stunned and said, And then naturally Brother Ren will do it? Me? Yes, I don't know the method of sealing acupoints. Naturally, Hero Ren will do it himself. Presumably, this insignificant method of sealing acupoints is inferior to Hero Ren's discerning eyes, right? This. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Little fish Nye, I really don't know how to seal acupoints. Ah. Nie Qianyu was also surprised and said, You should know how to do it. This, I really don't know how to do it. How is that possible? Sealing acupoints is a common method used by Jianghu people, especially those who have succeeded in cultivating internal strength. It is a basic method used to train the use of internal strength. How can you not know how to do it? Did your master not teach you? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head again and said, Alas, it's hard to explain it to you in one sentence. Simply put, I really don't know how to seal acupoints. Then what should we do? Hearing this and seeing Zhang Xiaohua's serious expression, Nie Qianyu could not help but feel nervous. She said, I heard that the acupoint sealing technique is very complicated. Everyone has their own secret. Little Orange looks like he is sleeping. Maybe there is something wrong with his body. Moreover, according to Brother Ren, Little Orange's acupoints have been sealed for at least 3 days. Generally, the sealed acupoints will be unsealed after 24 hours, but it has been sealed for 6 hours. It must be a unique technique. There must be something mysterious in it. There must be something mysterious about it. Zhang Xiaohua was also helpless. The immortal jade slip left behind by Fire Dragon Immortal did not mention anything about sealing acupoints. Presumably, there was no such thing as sealing acupoints in the immortal Tao. He did not know where to start. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and said, I went out a few days ago and saw a Lotus Escort Agency in Pingyang City. There are people who practice martial arts there. Why don't I invite their experts to help unseal the acupoints? At most, it will cost you a few taels of gold. Alas, Nie Qianyu sighed and looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely. She said, Brother Ren, this is probably your first time in the Jianghu, right? Zhang Xiaohua did not understand and could only say, I used to practice in the mountains. It is rare for me to enter the mortal world. This is considered my first time. Yes, that's right. Brother Ren, your master is too irresponsible. It's fine if she doesn't teach you how to seal acupoints, but why doesn't she explain some common knowledge in the Jianghu? Do you know that details determine success or failure? Some details can kill. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Was this what a 12-year-old girl should say? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's modest and cautious look, Nie Qianyu earnestly said, there is an unwritten rule in the Jianghu. For example, when it comes to sealing acupoints, poisoning, and injuries, unless it is a real doctor or a power that is publicly recognized in the Jianghu to be able to treat injuries publicly, no one else is allowed to rashly intervene. Oh, let's just talk about sealing acupoints. Unless the person sealing acupoints personally unseals them, as long as anyone else unseals the acupoints, it means that they are interfering in the grudge between the two people. It can even be seen as taking on the grudge between the two people on behalf of the injured. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, so, the person who unseals the acupoints is usually a close relative of the injured person, a friend, or someone from the sect? Everyone else is usually a bystander. Nie Qianyu nodded and said, that's right. Brother Ren is really smart. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, moreover, according to what you said, the person who sealed Little Orange's acupoints must be highly skilled in martial arts. The Lotus Escort Agency is just an escort agency in Pingyang City. Even if they want to earn this gold and take on this grudge for us, they may not have the ability to do so, right? Nie Qianyu said with a look of astonishment, Brother Ren, your thinking is really, jumping around. I didn't think of this. Nie Qianyu was never stingy with her praise for Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, don't praise me anymore. After hearing what you said, I just realized that after your and Little Orange's bodyguards were killed by the people from the unknown sect, you and Little Orange could only be protected by the original escort agency, right? If the bodyguards from the other escort agencies were to take on the grudge between the two of you? Sigh, from the moment I saw the two of you, was it destined that I would send the two of you to Mo Cho City? Hearing the word destined, Nie Qianyu blushed slightly and said, Brother Ren, you have misunderstood. The escort agency deals with money. It's not quite the same as what you said just now. Escorting us and unsealing our acupoints are fundamentally different. Forget it, forget it. Zhang Xiaohua said impatiently, let's not talk about this. Little Orange is already in such a state and you still want to teach me the basic knowledge of the martial world. Anyway, I know that no one in the Lotus Escort Agency can unseal this acupoint. That was because the mysterious old man was not even afraid of the flying sword of the immortal Tao. How could the Lotus Escort Agency have such a person? Fourth Master 1. That was just Yu Dai's wild guess. That's right, was the Lotus Escort Agency still around? But from Yu Dai's tone, it did not seem to have changed much. This righteous alliance would actually let the Lotus Escort Agency go. Thinking of the righteous alliance, Zhang Xiaohua's mind lit up. That's right, doesn't the righteous alliance have experts? Could he ask them for help? But immediately, he laughed hoarsely, didn't Nie Qianyu just say that the righteous alliance has nothing to do with me? Why would they help me unseal my acupoints? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and thought, if I owe the righteous alliance a favor today, how will I seek justice for Hero Wen, Hero Lu and Heroine Shui of the Misty School in the future? But he couldn't just watch Little Orange sleep like this. After a long time, even if he thought with his feet, he knew that it would definitely harm his body. What should I do? Nie Qianyu only knows simple martial arts. If she knew how to seal acupoints, she would have already done it herself. Now I can only rely on myself. That's right. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, how could I forget this? Nie Qianyu also stared blankly and said, Brother Ren, what did you forget? Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, "You wait in the room for a moment. I'll be back soon." After saying that, he quickly walked out of the room. Nie Qianyu was astonished. Just as she was about to ask, she heard a sentence. She immediately stopped in her tracks. That sentence was said by Zhang Xiaohua as he walked out of the room. "Little you, close the door properly. But this time, you don't need to lock it." Chapter 411. Bah! Nie Qianyu could not help but spit again. Her face, which had returned to normal, turned red again. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the house and mounted the deer. She patted Huan's bald horn and was about to go out. However, when she looked at the sky, she could not help but frown and jumped down again. Nie Qianyu happened to walk to the door. She could not help but ask, "Brother Ren, why don't you go out?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sigh, I've been rushing all the way and am tired. Seeing that it's still early, I want to sleep for a while. It won't be too late to go out after I've rested enough." After that, she went straight back to her house. Nie Qianyu stomped her feet angrily and went back to her house. She closed the door but remembered Zhang Xiaohua's words and did not interrupt. When the sky turned dark, Zhang Xiaohua came out of the house. She mounted the deer and went straight out of Pingyang City. After exiting the South City Gate, she walked for another hour and arrived at the old site of the Misty School. Seeing that she was about to reach the Misty Heights, Zhang Xiaohua got down from the deer and threw Huan into the withered bushes by the roadside. She released her divine sense and checked briefly. Then, she twisted her body and escaped through the earth. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to enter the Righteous Alliance for the second time. The last time Zhang Xiaohua came to the Misty Heights, she just took a look at the Misty School's memorial archway on a snowy night to express her condolences. Why did she come this time? Could it be that the Righteous Alliance had the key to unlocking Little Orange's acupoints? Zhang Xiaohua moved closer and did not dare to move forward casually. The Righteous Alliance was a super sect in the pugilistic world. Although the Misty School's branch was not as good as the Righteous Peak, it must be heavily guarded. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had already covered the entire Misty Heights. However, when she escaped through the earth, there was no reference for the ground. If she happened to escape under the feet of a bunch of Righteous Alliance disciples, wouldn't it be bad? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua only reached the outside of the Misty Heights and came out from the ground. Although the Misty Heights security was very tight, there were many open and hidden sentries. However, with Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, she could see everything clearly. She saw Zhang Xiaohua's figure float through the air, leaving behind afterimages. She directly entered the Misty Heights. Her levitation technique had improved compared to the past few days. The nearby patrolling Righteous Alliance disciples actually did not notice her. The sects in the pugilistic world had always been tight on the outside but relaxed on the inside. The Righteous Alliance was also the same. Since she could easily enter the Misty Heights, there was no need to talk about the interior of the Misty Heights. Moreover, the sky was already dark. Although there were lights in the house and many disciples were walking around in the Misty Heights, but after all, many places were dark. With Zhang Xiaohua's current skills, as long as she was not in broad daylight, how could she be discovered by the ordinary disciples of the Righteous Alliance? Zhang Xiaohua's figure constantly moved forward, sometimes crouching down, sometimes hurrying forward. She was always able to cleverly avoid the eyes and ears of the Righteous Alliance disciples. After walking like this for a long time, she came to the front of a small building. This was a 3-story small building. It was brightly lit but it was silent. The small signboard in front of the building wrote, "Book Collection Pavilion." Wasn't this one of the few buildings in the Misty School that Zhang Xiaohua knew about? Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the place and then the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. Sure enough, the box that was originally placed on the long table was long gone. On the bookshelves, there were a few books. Zhang Xiaohua first walked to the side of the long table. She used her hand to gently rub it a few times. Then, she withdrew her reminiscing gaze and looked at the bookshelves. There were not many books on the bookshelves. It was estimated that they were important martial arts manuals of the Righteous Alliance. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua did not practice martial arts and was not interested in these. She just casually flipped through the books. But she was immediately attracted by one of the books. Enchanting Finger. The name of this martial art was a little strange. Could a finger make people enchanting? When Zhang Xiaohua took it out and flipped through it, she found that this was simply a sheep's head selling dog meat. What bullshit enchanting! It was just an acupuncture point sealing technique. She then flipped through it again. It was similar to Little Orange's situation. Anyway, it was also an acupuncture point sealing technique. Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony. Just like her own things, she casually put it in her arms. The remaining few secret manuals also had some divine martial arts or secret techniques written on them. She just let them stay here. Since she had already achieved her goal, Zhang Xiaohua did not intend to stay here any longer. She looked around at some of the empty spaces. Naturally, she released her divine sense. Actually, in Zhang Xiaohua's opinion, that day when the Misty School was annihilated by the three sects, it was very sudden. During this period of time, the Misty School had hurriedly fought and fled. Many of the things in the sect may not have been taken away. Of course, the things that were left out in the open or were slightly more conspicuous must have been obtained by the Righteous Alliance. After all, the sect had been occupied for 3 years. Most of the secrets would have been exposed. But for the Misty School to have the Carefree Heart Sutra, an immortal cultivation technique like the Immortal Path Sutra, a protective formation outside the villa, and a mysterious forbidden area in the sect, it was definitely a large sect that inherited the immortal path. This library that was regarded as an important place in the sect, how could it not have some secrets? Ordinary secrets, Zhang Xiaohua did not care about them. But he would not let go of the immortal path secrets. Moreover, these kinds of secrets were always protected by the immortal path's restrictions. Without divine sense, it would be impossible to discover them. Even if the Righteous Alliance studied them for 100 years, it would still be in vain. Sure enough, hard work pays off. Under Zhang Xiaohua's careful investigation with his divine sense, he really found a place with obscure yuan qi fluctuations. But this place was not on the 3rd floor, but on the 1st floor where ordinary fist and sword manuals were stored. Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked down from the 3rd floor, using his hand to gently caress the old wooden ladder. His heart was filled with emotions. This library, this wooden ladder, he had also been here many years ago. He had also walked down it like this, but his feelings were completely different. When Zhang Xiaohua calmed his emotions, he came to a dark corner on the 1st floor. The yuan qi fluctuations were coming from this corner underground. Looking at the solid bluestone slabs on the ground, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Isn't this underground this young master's world? Zhang Xiaohua's hand seals were formed without hesitation. He escaped into the library's underground. Not long after, he saw a light cyan brilliance in the soil in front of him. Looking closer, it was actually a restriction that was about to lose its yuan qi. Zhang Xiaohua was not polite. His left hand gathered true qi and grabbed it. That restriction was about to collapse. Zhang Xiaohua's hand immediately broke the brilliance. The cyan light dissipated, leaving behind a dark green jade slip in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. That jade was actually somewhat similar to the coffin lid that Zhang Xiaohua obtained in the underground hall. However, when Zhang Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into it, he discovered that this small jade slip actually had a layer of restriction. Furthermore, Due to the protection of the light cyan restriction on the outer layer, the yuan qi of the restriction on this jade slip was still very abundant and there was no sign of it being worn out. If Zhang Xiaohua wanted to see the contents inside, he would have to put in more effort. However, Zhang Xiaohua only took a quick glance at it and he already had a little bamboo shoot in his heart. Ever since he had comprehended Immortal Fire Dragon's arrayed jade bamboo slip, he already had a foundation. Recently, he had also comprehended the rabbit amulet in his Naiwan palace. He felt that his array formation and prohibition spell had improved tremendously. Although the prohibition spell on the jade bamboo slip was abstruse, it was not unbreakable. The more powerful the prohibition spell on the jade bamboo slip, the more important the contents of the jade bamboo slip would be. How could Zhang Xiaohua not be happy? After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua carefully kept the jade slip in his clothes and made a gesture. He then flew towards the direction of the decorated archway in his heart. As long as he was out of the Misty Mountain Villa, there was no harm in coming out from anywhere. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to use the levitation technique. However, not long after he left, there was a wave of yuan qi in front of him which immediately attracted Zhang Xiaohua's attention. Could it be that there was something good over there? Without any delay, Zhang Xiaohua immediately deviated from his original path and flew towards the place where he could possibly find the treasure. However, when he got closer, he felt a little helpless. That was the place where the fluctuation of primordial qi came from. It was the same light green restrictive shield that he had seen in the jade slip. However, this restrictive shield was a few times bigger. It was like a huge ball, tightly wrapping around an area. It was just like the light red shield that protected Fire Dragon Immortal's cave on the deserted island outside the sea. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and flew out from the ground. When he stood on the ground and looked carefully, there was a thick white fog in front of him. He used his divine sense to scan and found that he was indeed in the medicine hall. Could it be that this was the restricted area in the medicine hall? Please accept, please tip, thank you. Chapter 412. Zhang Xiaohua's guess was not wrong. It was the forbidden area that Tianshu had previously pointed out to Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, the white fog in the forbidden area was still dense, completely blocking the line of sight. Even Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could only penetrate from the periphery. She was unable to clearly see what was inside. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua already knew that the white fog in front of her was only a protective barrier. As long as she could break the barrier, the white fog would dissipate. However, Zhang Xiaohua only stood far away and did not have any thoughts of going up to try. This barrier was clearly different from the orange light barrier on the deserted island. If she wanted to break the barrier and enter, she would definitely have to carefully comprehend it. Only when she was 100% confident would she be able to make a move. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua believed that if she used the small sword in her hand, she would be able to succeed. Unfortunately, the small sword breaking barrier was her final trump card. Now that she had already learned the way of formations, she naturally had to use more normal methods to solve the problem. If she blindly used force and used those kinds of methods that did not contain any technical content, not to mention that it was a bit of forcing herself on him, it would appear boring. More importantly, wasn't it impossible to master formations? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua was still willing to practice these kinds of barriers that could be used to practice. Moreover, the Misty Mountain Villa was no longer the territory of the Misty School. The wolf-like righteous alliance was lingering around. If she were to break the barrier, wouldn't it be the righteous alliance who would benefit from it? Her money pouch would no longer be able to hold large items. How could Zhang Xiaohua do something that would benefit others without benefiting herself? Rubbing her chin, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and left. She would leave this thing for later. In any case, she would not return empty-handed today. In the darkness, Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and looked around. Sigh, what was wrong with her sense of direction? She had actually escaped to this place. After going underground, Zhang Xiaohua finally arrived near the decorated archway after several times of running. Looking back at the dimly lit misty mountain villa, Zhang Xiaohua did not know what to feel in her heart. When they returned to the inn, it was still early. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the light in Nie Qianyu's room was still shining. She knocked on the door gently and asked, "Little fish Nie, you're still awake?" An astonished voice came from the other side of the door. "Big brother Ren, when did you learn to be so refined? Why don't you just push the door open and enter?" The sound was getting closer and closer. When the door opened with a creak, Nie Qianyu looked at Zhang Xiaohua curiously. Then, she looked behind him. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. "Little fishy, what are you looking for?" "Of course it's the helper you went to look for at night. If there wasn't an outsider, how could you be so refined?" Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. "Little sister, am I that rude? To think that I even called you little fishy. I might as well call you big head fish. What would you say about me?" Pfft, Nie Qianyu laughed. The faintly worried expression between her eyebrows faded a little. She asked, "Big brother Ren, let's not talk nonsense. You didn't find any helpers. When did I tell you that I went to look for helpers?" Zhang Xiaohua was very astonished. Nie Qianyu was even more astonished and somewhat anxious. She said, "If you didn't go to look for helpers to unseal Little Orange's acupoints, then what did you go to do? Don't tell me you don't want to think of a way for Little Orange." "Big brother Ren, Little Orange has been sealed for several days. I will check her pulse in a while." Her pulse is getting weaker and weaker. At this time, Nie Qianyu was no longer in the mood to joke with Zhang Xiaohua. She spoke very quickly and was really begging Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. He took a breath and asked, "Then, when do you think Little Orange will?" He didn't dare to say the following words. Nie Qianyu said without hesitation, "Big brother Ren, maybe tomorrow at this time, maybe the day after tomorrow. In short, I don't think Little Orange will make it past the night after tomorrow." "I see." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little heavy on his shoulders. "That's right, I've never touched acupoint sealing before. If I want to unseal the acupoints sealed by the mysterious old man with just 1 or 2 days of comprehension, it's really a little, alas, but if he didn't do this, what better way did he have?" After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "It's okay, little you, I went to find an old friend of my sect today. He is not here today. I heard from his disciples that he might come back tomorrow morning. You can rest assured and go to sleep. When you wake up tomorrow, maybe I will invite a master who can unseal acupoints. At that time, I will definitely give you a good Little Orange." "Really?" Nie Qianyu was a little happy. She smiled and said, "Big brother Ren, you won't lie to me, right?" Plop! Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. He touched his nose and laughed in his heart, saying, "Little you, am I so untrustworthy?" No, Nie Qianyu hurriedly explained, "I don't mean to doubt Hero Ren. It's just that Big brother Ren said it too easily. It's as if it was my father who coaxed me in the past. Are all mature men like this?" Zhang Xiaohua secretly asked himself. Then he waved his hand and said, "Well, you should rest early. When you have enough energy, tomorrow." "Yes, what should I do tomorrow?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to say. Nie Qianyu was very clever. She smiled and said, "Big brother Ren, thank you. I thank you on behalf of Little Orange for saving her life." Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said, No need. It's not an outsider." "Oh, if she's not an outsider, then she's an insider." Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself. Nie Qianyu obviously didn't understand the other meaning of this sentence. She turned around and went back to the house. When she was inside, she still looked back and asked, "Big brother Ren, how about you go to your elder's house tonight?" Bang! Zhang Xiaohua steadied himself and said with a bitter smile, "Big sister, don't worry. I will take care of these things." Nie Qianyu clenched her teeth and didn't say anything. She went back to the house and closed the door. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He knew that Nie Qianyu was worried about Little Orange, but he still had to rely on himself. Back in the house, Zhang Xiaohua lit the oil lamp and took out the books on acupoint sealing. It was still early and it was better to study them early. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua would definitely fall asleep at midnight, he would have borrowed an awl and rope from the inn's owner. There were a total of 7 books on acupoint sealing that he had obtained from the library. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua started from the most basic one. Zhang Xiaohua didn't really want to learn acupoint sealing techniques. He just wanted to find a way to unseal acupoints and understand the principles of acupoint sealing. Therefore, he didn't read slowly. Moreover, ever since he started practicing immortal techniques, his brain became more sensitive. He remembered that when he read the Arhat Fist a few years ago, there were still many things he didn't understand and he slowly tried to figure it out. Now that he saw this acupoint sealing manual, which was 100 times more profound than the manual, he felt like he was handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. After reading for a long time, the light from the oil lamp dimmed a little. Then, he heard a light pop, and a spark appeared. Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly put the 6th secret manual to the side. These 6 manuals explained the principles and techniques of acupoint sealing and unsealing in great detail. Although Zhang Xiaohua had never touched acupoint sealing, he had a deep understanding of it now. In fact, as mentioned earlier, martial arts techniques were born out of immortal techniques. The same was true for acupoint sealing techniques. In immortal techniques, there were binding techniques, petrification techniques, and a series of techniques. They all used techniques to stimulate the qi of heaven and earth to immobilize the opponent. However, with the qi of heaven and earth greatly reduced, the immortal techniques didn't have enough qi of heaven and earth to support them. Of course, these techniques couldn't be used. However, these techniques were very effective and often very useful in actual combat. Martial artists wanted to immobilize the opponent without qi of heaven and earth and techniques. Therefore, martial artists found a new way and thought of using the technique directly on the opponent's body. This was the origin of the acupoint sealing technique. By using the internal energy unique to martial arts and forcing it into certain acupoints in the human body, one could cut off the internal energy or blood qi and achieve the effect of immobilizing the human body. Moreover, with the in-depth study of acupoint sealing techniques and acupoints by martial artists, during the 10,000 years since the immortal Tao was destroyed, the acupoint sealing techniques of martial arts had developed by leaps and bounds. Every sect had its own unique acupoint sealing techniques and corresponding acupoint unsealing techniques. If one didn't understand the acupoint sealing technique and only used their own acupoint unsealing technique, at best, it wouldn't be effective. At worst, it could take the person's life. As a result, unsealing acupoints could be both simple and difficult. It was all because, it's easy for those who know it, but not for those who don't know it. Sighing softly, Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her temples with her thumbs. She was still thinking too simply and had underestimated martial arts. In just a few short days, she wanted to achieve the results of several years of arduous training. She had the will, but she didn't have the strength. Thinking about Nie Qianyu's disappointment tomorrow, Zhang Xiaohua felt quite distressed. That's right, this was the acupoint sealed by that mysterious old man. That was a martial arts technique close to immortal techniques. How could it be so easily unsealed by others? With a wry smile, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the last book, Bewitching Finger. This was also a secret manual that described acupoint sealing techniques. It didn't indicate that it was for the exclusive use of the Righteous Alliance. Perhaps when the Misty School was destroyed, they didn't have time to take it away. As expected of a secret manual from the third floor of the library pavilion. When she looked carefully, it was actually 100 times more complicated than the previous 6 books. The techniques inside involved the meridians, acupoints, dantian, and even faintly had traces of the Naiwan Palace. The more Zhang Xiaohua read, the more shocked she became. She didn't know who exactly created this bewitching finger. There were many places inside that pointed directly to immortal techniques. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't learn any binding techniques or bewitching techniques, she actually had an extremely clear understanding of these 2 types of techniques from this book. This book was definitely an inheritance of immortal techniques. It was directly created based on the immortal techniques of the ancestors. Qidian Chinese website welcomes all readers to come and read. The newest, fastest, and most popular series are all original works from Qidian. This martial arts acupoint sealing technique was based on the true qi circulation of immortals. This enchanting finger imitated the circulation of true qi, so naturally, it could unseal all acupoint sealing techniques. Reading up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel that it was very absurd. The most useful part of the enchanting finger book for him was this sentence. The genuine qi that was circulating in his meridians was the genuine qi that was refined from the genuine qi of heaven and earth. It was genuine and honest. If this fake genuine qi could unseal thousands of acupoints, then wouldn't he be able to do it even more? Moreover, if he sealed acupoints, then wouldn't no one in Jianghu be able to unseal them? Zhang Xiaohua almost threw the book to the ground. Why didn't you write this sentence at the very front? However, after Zhang Xiaohua's anger subsided, he finally understood that knowing that true qi could unseal acupoints was completely different from knowing how to use true qi to unseal acupoints. Although he only learned this enchanting finger to unseal Little Orange's acupoints, hadn't he already mastered the enchanting finger? Moreover, he had already learned how to seal and unseal acupoints. In the future, if he encountered these kinds of things in Jianghu, wouldn't he no longer have to beg for help? Most importantly, he had learned another martial arts technique. Although it was a fake technique, it was still an acupoint sealing technique. It was enough to conceal his identity as a cultivator of the immortal Tao. This seemed to be the result of his hard work last night. In his mind, he carefully recalled the acupoint unsealing techniques described in the enchanting finger book. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua put the secret books on acupoint sealing into his money pouch. At this time, the sun had already risen from the east. A new day had begun. Chickens were crowing and dogs were barking. It was very lively. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Nie Qianyu's door was open, so he unceremoniously pushed the door open and entered. When Nie Qianyu saw Zhang Xiaohua, she was very happy and said, "Big brother Ren, is your family's elder here?" However, when he saw that there was no one else behind him, he couldn't help but frown. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "I said Little Orange's savior, but I didn't say it was my family's elder." Nie Qianyu was speechless. Even at this time, Ren Baqian still wanted to bicker. Did Ren Baqian really think that he was a bookworm who had only studied the 3-character classic for 3 months? However, Nie Qianyu's eyes immediately lit up as she said, "Don't tell me, the savior Big Brother Ren was talking about is you?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded with a smile. "But, Big Brother Ren, didn't you say yesterday that you didn't know how to seal and unseal acupoints? After not seeing you for 1 day and 1 night, you already know how to do it." Zhang Xiaohua had a mysterious look on his face as he said in a low voice, "This is a little secret of mine. I'll tell you now, but you must keep it a secret for me. Don't tell anyone else." Nie Qianyu saw his serious face and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Big Brother Ren. I'm Iron Mouth Nie, known as Iron Mouth Nie. Just tell me, and I'll definitely bury this secret in my heart. I'm relieved to hear that. Come closer. Then, Zhang Xiaohua whispered in Ye Qianyu's ear, last night, I had a dream. An old man with a white beard said, Little Orange is a good child with a blessed life. He shouldn't die. So, he taught me how to unseal acupoints. When I woke up this morning, I already knew how to do it. Ah! Ye Qianyu was dumbfounded. She said angrily, Big Brother Ren, how can you joke about Little Orange's life? Seeing that Ye Qianyu was angry, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, Little fish Nye, don't be angry. Of course, I'm just joking with you. But I can really unseal Little Orange's acupoints now. If you don't believe me, I can show you how to do it now. Nye Qianyu didn't believe him. She said with a sobbing tone, Big Brother Ren, we've been together for a long time. You still don't take Little Orange's life seriously. You obviously didn't know how to do it yesterday. How can you know how to do it today? If you knew how to do it, why didn't you unseal Little Orange's acupoints first yesterday? This. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to explain it at that moment. But then, Nye Qianyu gave a very reasonable explanation. I know, Big Brother Ren. You must have found your elders yesterday. They didn't dare to take this matter on their own, so they told you how to forcefully unseal Little Orange's acupoints and asked you to do it yourself. But Big Brother Ren, if you don't have a unique acupoint unsealing technique, and this is your first time unsealing Little Orange's acupoints, maybe it will backfire and kill Little Orange. Taking the pillow from Nye Qianyu, Zhang Xiaohua said, Alas, you really guessed it. Little fish, you're really smart. To be honest, I thought about it all last night. If I don't do it myself, Little Orange won't be able to make it tonight. But if I do it myself, I really don't have the confidence to do it. Didn't you say that very few people would interfere in other people's grievances for no reason? Since I can't find you to help, what do you think I should do? Nye Qianyu's eyes were a little misty. She nodded and said, Big Brother Ren, I really wronged you. I thought, Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, No need, little fish. I've already decided to unseal Little Orange's acupoints now. I'll take responsibility for Little Orange's life. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's awe-inspiring righteousness, Nye Qianyu's impression of him immediately improved. He was really a man who dared to take responsibility. Nye Qianyu wiped her tears and said, Then, Big Brother Ren, I'll leave Little Orange's life to you. I know you'll definitely do your best. Little Orange and I grew up together and were like sisters. I'll thank Big Brother Ren on behalf of Little Orange. Big Brother Ren, please feel free to do it. Little Orange definitely won't resent Big Brother Ren because of some accidents. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and put away the smile on his face. He sat in front of the Kong bed with a serious expression on his face. He extended his hand and placed his finger on Little Orange's wrist. He sent a wisp of true qi into Little Orange's meridians. Then, he began to slowly check Little Orange's sealed acupuncture points according to the teachings of Ecstasy Finger. Nye Qianyu stood at the side and didn't dare to breathe loudly. She only watched carefully for fear of disturbing Zhang Xiaohua. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes with a smile on his face. Nye Qianyu was overjoyed and said, Big Brother Ren, how is it? Can you unseal it? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I'm lucky. Yesterday, the elders taught me a few techniques and one of them happened to be able to unseal Little Orange's acupoints. Zhang Xiaohua's words were not exaggerated. There were many techniques to seal and unseal acupoints in the enchanting finger. The symptoms of Little Orange's acupoints being sealed happened to be one of them. There were ready-made techniques in the secret manual that could be used, so Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to imitate them. Seeing this, Nye Qianyu was even more delighted and raised her eyebrows. She said, Big Brother Ren, what are you hesitating for? Then, she rolled her eyes and said, Could it be that Big Brother Ren needs to take off Little Orange's clothes? Chapter 4:14. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and embarrassed. She asked, "Why do I have to take off my clothes?" Nie Qianyu smiled and said, "I heard that the acupoint sealing techniques in Jianhu are passed down from master to disciple or husband to wife. It's impossible for a master and disciple of the opposite sex to do it because it's the most difficult to recognize. Sometimes you have to take off your clothes to recognize it clearly." "Oh, I see." Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. "Well, since it's your first time unsealing acupoints, do you want to take off Little Orange's clothes?" "It's okay, Brother Ren. A doctor has the heart of a parent. That's what my father taught me." Then she was about to go up. Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hands and said, "No, no, no, little fish Nya, it's okay. I'm just thinking about what to do next. You'd better stand aside." Alas, Zhang Xiaohua was really afraid that Nie Qianyu would quickly take off Little Orange's clothes. If that happened, it would be difficult for her to distinguish. She couldn't let her eyes grow needle holes. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't worried about taking off her clothes, Nie Qianyu was secretly relieved and stepped aside. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and thought for a while. Then she stretched out her hands and slowly tapped on a few major acupoints around Little Orange's body. After a while, she tapped on a few other acupoints slowly. Then she stood up. Nie Qianyu was stunned. Although her martial arts were not good, she was after all a person who had seen the world. When others unsealed acupoints, they all held their breath and gathered their internal force. Then they moved as fast as lightning and strong as the wind, showing the demeanor of a master. However, how could this guy be so lazy and be done with just a few strokes? Could it be that he was lying to her? Nie Qianyu was suspicious. Seeing that Nie Qianyu was looking at her as if she was a monster, Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "What? Haven't you seen a master unseal acupoints?" "You." Nie Qianyu was really speechless. How could she be called a master with just a few strokes? But at this moment, a groan came from the Kong like a thunderbolt. Nie Qianyu turned around and saw that it was Little Orange, who was still sleeping a few days ago. "Thank God, thank God." Nie Qianyu muttered and hurried to the bed. Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips. "You only know how to thank the heavens and earth. You don't even know how to thank Brother Zhang." Nie Qianyu came to the bed. She was not in a hurry to wake Little Orange up. Instead, she put her finger on Little Orange's wrist. Sure enough, Little Orange's pulse had gradually stabilized. There was no abnormality, just a little weak. Nie Qianyu was overjoyed. She was about to wake Little Orange up when Little Orange slowly opened its eyes. Seeing Nie Qianyu sitting in front of the Kong, she hurriedly tried to sit up. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't sit up. She had no strength at all. She hurriedly said, "Miss, why are you up so early? Wait a minute. I'll get up right away to get you some hot water." As he spoke, he tried to get up again. Nie Qianyu couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She cried, "Little Orange." Boo-hoo! Little Orange saw this and hurriedly said, "Don't cry, don't cry. Miss, look at you. Why are you crying so early in the morning? The fortune teller yesterday was just talking nonsense. I think Brother Ren likes you very much. For you, he specially took a detour from Tanha City to Macho City. If you cry until your face is ruined, let's see what will happen to you when Brother Ren comes back." Little Orange. You. Nie Qianyu couldn't care less about crying. She hurriedly went forward and covered Little Orange's hand with her left hand. She didn't care about Little Orange's body at all. "Oh. Miss, you're not crying anymore." Little Orange's mouth was covered and he stuttered. Nie Qianyu's face was red and she looked to the side uneasily. Little Orange only noticed that Mrs. expression was different from usual. He followed Nie Qianyu's gaze and saw Zhang Xiaohua standing not far away. She looked embarrassed and helpless. Little Orange was surprised. He wanted to cover his mouth with his hands, but his arms were too weak. Fortunately, Nie Qianyu's left hand was there and she covered it for him. The whole room was silent. After a while, Nie Qianyu's left hand finally moved away. Little Orange smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Ren, when did you come back? Have you settled everything? Today is the 16th day of the first lunar month. It's also the day of the full moon. You must eat dumplings with us." Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, "No problem, Little Orange. As long as you have the strength." Little Orange said unhappily, "Let's not talk about whether I have the strength or not. Please, can you not come and go like a ghost? This is the boudoir. Moreover, you've been gone for a few days. Let us." Before Little Orange could finish, Nie Qianyu smiled and said, "Little Orange, don't talk. Sleep for a while more. When you wake up, we'll eat dumplings." Zhang Xiaohua also seemed to have realized something and said, that's right. You rest first. I'll go to the kitchen to hurry up the dumplings." After saying that, she ran out like a wisp of smoke. After hearing what Little Orange said just now, Zhang Xiaohua really had the impulse to save her. After Zhang Xiaohua went out, Little Orange whispered, "Miss, when did Brother Ren come back? Why did you let him into the room? I haven't even woken up yet." Nie Qianyu smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Do you still remember what happened yesterday?" Little Orange said curiously, "What are you talking about? Miss, you make it sound as if I'm a patient with amnesia." "Oh, that's right, it's true. I remember that when we returned to the entrance of the inn last night, I was walking. Before I reached the inn, my vision turned black. Did I slip and fall? Sigh, I didn't feel like I slipped. How did I sleep until now? It's already late in the morning, but why don't I have any strength in my body? Could it be that I'm sick?" Nie Qianyu asked, "Little Orange, are you hungry?" "Hungry? I'm not very hungry. I ate a lot last night, so I don't feel hungry now." At this moment, there was a soft knock on the door. It was Zhang Xiaohua who came in with a food box. She smiled and said, "Little Orange must be hungry. Come, have some porridge first." Little Orange said, "Thank you, young Master Ren. I just told Miss that I ate a lot last night, so I'm not hungry now." "Oh, yes, Miss, I didn't serve you breakfast this morning. I'll get up now and feed you porridge." Nie Qianyu quickly held her down and said, "It's okay. My right hand is almost healed. Even if I don't use my right hand, my left hand can still eat. You should rest well." "Rest?" Little Orange was very puzzled. "Miss, I don't seem to be sick, right?" Nie Qianyu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Brother Ren, why don't you tell Little Orange what happened?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "I'm not good with words. You tell her." Nie Qianyu didn't refuse and told her everything that had happened to Little Orange. Little Orange was stunned. Wasn't this just listening to a storytelling? Was this something that she experienced personally? But if it wasn't, why was she so weak? But if it was, why didn't she feel anything at all? Little Orange still didn't believe it and asked, "Miss, could it be that you and Brother Ren came up with a plan to trick me? Just now, you said that Big Brother Ren brought me back to the inn. It took him 2 days, and I was unconscious for a day. In addition to the time that I didn't know before, I haven't eaten for several days. But why am I not hungry at all? About this?" Nie Qianyu thought for a while and said, "You were unconscious and your body didn't move, so you didn't consume much energy. Moreover, your acupoints were sealed by evil people, so your body didn't consume much energy. So you didn't need to eat, so you weren't hungry. Oh right, do you still remember the fasting pills in our valley? Fasting pills. Little Orange and Zhang Xiaohua asked in unison. Eh? Brother Ren, I thought you didn't know about Rejuvenation Valley. Why do you know about the fasting pills? Nye Qianyu was puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I didn't know about the fasting pills either. I just thought it sounded strange, so I asked. When Nye Qianyu heard this, she did not doubt it and continued, our Rejuvenation Valley's special fasting pill can prevent you from eating for 2 to 3 days. You must have been fed such a pill, so you don't feel hungry. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. This fasting pill is something from the immortal Tao. How can Rejuvenation Valley refine it? Is Rejuvenation Valley also an immortal Tao legacy? Moreover, I brought Little Orange all the way back to Pingyang City. How did I forget that I had the fasting pills with me? I was worried about what to do if Little Orange didn't eat. It wasn't Zhang Xiaohua's fault. That fasting pill was just something that Zhang Xiaohua made out of boredom. He had long thrown it in a corner of the space. He had already fasted himself and naturally didn't need it. Why did he think of it in his anxiety? Little Orange had already woken up. She was just physically weak, but other than that, she was fine. The disaster had passed without any mishap. Although it wasn't the 16th day of the first lunar month, money made the world go round. Zhang Xiaohua, Nye Qianyu, and Little Orange still ate dumplings at night. Little Orange, who was weak, didn't eat much. Zhang Xiaohua didn't eat much either. On the other hand, Nye Qianyu, who couldn't eat or sleep well, ate a lot in one go. It was as if she was the one who was injured and not Little Orange. Little Orange's body was weak. For her safety, Nye Qianyu suggested that they rest for a few more days in Pingyang City. Zhang Xiaohua naturally had no objections. He knew that he might not be able to return after leaving Pingyang City. Although Pingyang City wasn't his home, it was his second home. He was happy to be able to stay for one more day. During the few days of rest, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to visit the Lotus Escort Agency. However, after careful consideration, he realized that without Zhang Xiaohu, the Lotus Escort Agency really had nothing to do with him. Why should he mourn over it? Therefore, during his free time, he hid in the house and comprehended the heavenly Tao, the array formations and restrictions. Occasionally, he would practice the bewitching finger. His days were really carefree. Chapter 4:15. An ordinary horse carriage was pulled by a black horse. The bells of the carriage jingled as it drove out of the east gate of Pingyang City. It was no different from other long-distance carriages. The only eye-catching thing about it was that there was a mule beside the black horse. The one sitting on the carriage wasn't an old carriage driver who had weathered many hardships, nor was it a robust and powerful middle-aged man. Instead, it was a skinny young man. This young man looked extremely ordinary. Forget about being thrown into a crowd, even if he was sitting on the carriage like this, no one would give him a third glance. Yes, other than the first look, the second look would be to wonder why he did not use a whip to drive the carriage. Was this not our ordinary Zhang Xiaohua? Anyone who was successful in martial arts would know that the path of martial arts was to train one's skills and refine one's essence, energy, and spirit so that one could stand out among ordinary people. Only then would one be able to suppress others. Why was it that many Jianhu experts could be seen from afar? It was because their aura was different from the aura of martial arts. However, as one's martial arts reached a high level and reached the pinnacle of martial arts, their aura would be restrained. At this time, if one did not actively release their aura, no one would notice this person's uniqueness. It was just like Zhang Xiaohua's current state. Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts at this time, if one were to use the Jianhu's term to describe it, he would be considered an expert. Moreover, he should be a slightly top-notch expert. He had spent the past few years of his rapid progress on a deserted island. Even if he revealed his aura, no one would notice. By the time the people from the Xian Rong faction met him, his aura had already begun to retract on its own. That was why Bai Yonggui and Chai Feng did not notice it. When Zhang Xiaohua first saw the heavenly Tao in Songning Town and saw life and death on the way back to Lu Town, he had gradually walked his own path of cultivation. He had faintly merged himself with this world and the high and mighty heavenly Tao. This was what the immortal Tao talked about, returning to one's natural state. Therefore, even though Zhang Xiaohua was sitting high up in the carriage, she was still as inconspicuous as he was in the crowd. The horse carriage went out of the east gate and continued for a while before it reached a fork in the road. The curtains of the horse carriage were pulled open, revealing Nie Qianyu and Little Orange inside. At this moment, Little Orange's face was slightly pale, but he was still full of energy. He must have been bored out of his wits in Pingyang City and was looking around. Looking at the fork in the road ahead, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fishy Nye, we should go south." Nie Qianyu replied, "That's right, Big Brother Ren. This official road is the easiest to recognize. You can just head south." Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Little Orange has rested for a few more days in Pingyang City. Aren't you guys in a hurry to go home? If there's a shortcut, we can take it." After the fight with the mysterious old man mastering the bewitching finger, Zhang Xiaohua was full of courage. Nie Qianyu's eyes curved and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said, "There's no need for that, Big Brother Ren. We can just take the official road. The smaller roads are not safe. Although we're not afraid, there's no need to provoke them for no reason. We've already been delayed for a long time, it won't hurt to travel for a few more days." Little Orange, who was at the side, heard and exclaimed, "Io, miss, look at what you're saying. Since that's the case, why don't you rest for a few more days in Pingyang City? I've already said that my limbs are still weak, but you just have to let me rest in this horse carriage." Nie Qianyu could not help but spit again. "You're just eating and sleeping every day. My wrist is injured and I only let Big Brother Ren do the work. Aren't you embarrassed? I've already checked your pulse and it's already fine. Won't your family be more assured if you go back earlier?" Little Orange pouted and muttered softly, "I don't know what she's thinking." Zhang Xiaohua was tactful and did not say a word. She moved her hands and steered the horse carriage onto the official road towards the south. Ever since Little Orange had said so much when she first woke up, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little awkward. She did not gossip with them when she had nothing to do. Especially when the two of them were quarreling, she did not utter a word and only acted like a taciturn person. They continued to head east. It was almost the first lunar month now. The weather was still cold and the snow by the roadside was still thick. The surface of the river was also frozen. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the horse carriage and was resting with her eyes closed. Her body seemed to have become one with the horse carriage. Although the horse carriage was sometimes bumpy, her body moved up and down along with the horse carriage, appearing very harmonious. After traveling for half a day, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. She opened her eyes and realized that this official road seemed familiar. She took a closer look. Wasn't this the same route that she took when she went south with O Yen and the rest a few years ago? It was just that the last time, she followed the stone cow from the ethereal mountain villas and took a detour to the official road. But this time, they took the main road from the east gate of Pingyang City. Could it be that Nie Qianyu's Rejuvenation Valley was the same place that O Yen was heading to? Just as this thought arose, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head in amusement. There was only one official road from Pingyang City to the south. As long as they went south, they would definitely take the same route as O Yen and the rest. This was not just a matter of coincidence, but a necessity. She might not be able to imagine too much. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask Nie Qianyu what kind of place Rejuvenation Valley was. He knew that as long as he asked, Nie Qianyu would definitely tell him in full detail. However, there was a faint feeling of rejection in his heart. Nie Qianyu only called him Big Brother Ren and did not ask about his background. Why should he pry into her privacy? There was only one official road, but this official road contained the memories of Zhang Xiaohua's journey to the south a few years ago. Now that they were walking the same road again, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but have a myriad of thoughts. Unconsciously, he thought of how well the people in the Huanxi mountain villas treated him. Therefore, he looked a little depressed for the entire day. The attentive Nie Qianyu and Little Orange had already noticed this situation. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not talk much on normal days, she always looked calm and carefree, just like her name. Today, she was obviously different. Something must be wrong. Unlike men, girls were more thoughtful and knew that it was best not to ask too many questions. Therefore, even the two girls hid in the carriage and did not talk. The sky gradually darkened. There were small villages and towns on the roadside, but Zhang Xiaohua did not seem to stop or ask Nie Qianyu about lodging. This made the two people in the carriage puzzled. This was not Zhang Xiaohua's style in the past. Nie Qianyu was about to ask what was going on when she heard Zhang Xiaohua whispering, "Why haven't we arrived yet? It's clearly just one road." Nie Qianyu was stunned. She poked her head out and asked, "Big Brother Ren, are you looking for somewhere?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaohua could not help but answer, how did you know?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. Nie Qianyu covered her mouth and laughed, "Big Brother Ren, you are obsessed. I have never seen you have something on your mind before. Today, you have not spoken much to us. Of course, we know you have something on your mind. Moreover, the sky is so dark. If it was before we reached Pingyang City, you would have found a place to spend the night. Today, you did not stop. You must know that there is a place to stay in front. You will not miss it. Most importantly, you asked why haven't we arrived yet just now. Didn't you say that you were looking for a place? Did I say that?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. However, she immediately looked happy and said, "You are right. It should be not far ahead." After saying that, she slapped the black horse's butt. The horse neighed and its four legs quickened. However, Zhang Xiaohua said that the black horse had been traveling for a long time. This made Nie Qianyu and Little Orange puzzled. However, thinking that Zhang Xiaohua had been to this place before, it was normal that she could roughly estimate the time. Although Zhang Xiaohua had a poor sense of direction, the inn she stayed in last time was on the road to the town. Therefore, she could find it as soon as she drove the horse carriage into the town. This time, Zhang Xiaohua stayed in a small courtyard as usual. The shopkeeper was still the fat shopkeeper from a few years ago. He looked amiable and ran around to take care of things. However, no matter how good the shopkeeper's memory was, he could not remember this small manservant from back then. Zhang Xiaohua drove the horse carriage to the courtyard. After giving some instructions to the shopkeeper and Nie Qianyu, she was about to leave. Nie Qianyu asked carefully, "Big Brother Ren, are you looking for someone or something? Why don't you ask the shopkeeper of the inn first?" The shopkeeper was also unusually enthusiastic. He rubbed his hands and said, "Young master, what are you looking for? Just ask." I have lived in this town for decades. There is nothing that I don't know. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the shopkeeper for a moment and said with a smile, "Nothing. I just want to walk around. You don't have to ask." Then, "Big Brother Ren, go early and come back early. Do you need me to leave some food for you?" Nie Qianyu asked with concern. "No, I will just eat some snacks outside. Go to bed early. We have a long journey tomorrow." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and walked out. He knew that he did not know the way, so when he walked out of the inn, he released his divine sense and looked carefully. He wanted to find the weapon shop where he got the small sword that day. Unfortunately, there was no weapon shop in the place that he remembered. Did I remember the wrong place? However, when he looked in other places, there was nothing. That's strange. After walking a few streets, Zhang Xiaohua saw a dim light in a butcher shop. He walked up and saw a white and fat middle-aged man with an unshaven beard. He was cutting pork with a white and fat young man who was also white and fat. Seeing someone come in, the middle-aged man hurriedly greeted, "Sir, are you here to sell meat? The meat in this shop is the one and only meat in this town." One and only? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She asked curiously, "Is it so good?" "Of course. If it is not good, how can this small shop develop from a small meat stall to such a big shop?" "Ha!" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Congratulations on your success. However, I am not here to buy meat." When he heard that she was not here to buy meat, the man's face turned cold. He said, "Then what can I do for you?" Chapter 4:16. Zhang Xiaohua saw the shop owner's indifference and did not take it to heart. She asked, "I remember that there was a weapon shop here 5 years ago that sold swords. How come I can't find it now?" The fat shop owner was surprised and said, "There was a weapon shop here 5 years ago. Have you been here before? Why are you looking for the blacksmith?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed and said, "May I ask, where is the blacksmith now?" The fat shop owner sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, my shop used to be a weapon shop. Unfortunately, in this day and age, the skills are not as good as those of us who butcher pigs and sell vegetables. Although the blacksmith skills are good, no one knows about it. The business of this weapon shop has always been bleak. 3 years ago, he really couldn't do it anymore. He didn't want to make any farm tools, so he had to sell the shop to me. And then?" Zhang Xiaohua was only concerned about the blacksmith's whereabouts. "And then?" The fat shop owner was a little sad and said, "The blacksmith was a talent that was not recognized. Forging all day long exhausted his body. When he wanted to go to a foreign land to make a living, he didn't have any extra energy. He could only stay here and struggle at death's door. Alas, he sold the shop for some money and drank all of it. Last year, he got drunk and slept outside. A heavy snow froze him to death." "Ah!" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Last year, wasn't it a month ago?" "Yes, why?" The shop owner asked, "You're looking for him now. Could it be that you're his relative?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "This guy's imagination is really rich." She said, "No, I just want to ask him something." "What is it?" "You're looking for him now to ask about something that happened 5 years ago." In an instant, the fat shop owner's gossipy heart was raised high. He said, "Young man, what is it?" "Blacksmith and I have been friends for more than 10 years. I know a lot of things about him. It's just that he and widow Xianxia." At this point, he seemed to realize that he had spilled the beans. He hurriedly looked around and said, "I know many things about him, especially his private matters. If you are his son, I can testify for you. He has an empty plot of land outside the town. I can help you with that." "Wow, who are these people?" Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. She waved her hand and said, "It's nothing, shopkeeper. I don't know this blacksmith. I just want to ask him some technical questions. If he's not here, then forget it." "Don't." The shop owner reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua. "Young man, there's nothing to be shy about. If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to talk about technical issues? Why don't you tell me where you found it?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to tell the shop owner about the small sword. But seeing that the shop owner was overly enthusiastic, if she didn't explain the matter clearly, she might be labeled as something. So, she helplessly took out the small sword from her arms and said, "It's nothing. 5 years ago, I came to this town with my martial uncle and bought a long sword from his weapon shop." Before she could finish, the shop owner hurriedly waved his hand and said, "It's been 5 years. I won't return the things that blacksmith sold. Besides, I don't know where he put those old swords. You should give up." However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Zhang Xiaohua's small sword. He couldn't help but call out, "Eh." He stretched out his hand and said, "Can I see it?" Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua handed the small sword over. The shopkeeper looked left and right, then laughed and said, "Young man, you're not young anymore, yet you're still lying. Don't lie to me, I recognize your sword. I was the one who sent it to his shop to consign it for sale. The blacksmith told me that he was giving it away for free. He didn't charge any money at all. If you want to return it now and exchange it for a long sword, there's no way." The shop owner said righteously, as if he caught Zhang Xiaohua's tail. He was very proud. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was truly overjoyed. He quickly took the sword and said with a smile, "Uncle, you've misunderstood. I haven't finished speaking yet. How am I returning it? I was young back then and used this sword as a toy. After playing with it for a few years, I've grown very fond of it. However, I have a younger cousin who has just grown up and actually likes this sword as well. He really wants it, but I don't want to part with it. That's why when I was in town today, I thought of looking for one at the weapons store. Since this small sword belongs to Uncle, then may I ask if there are any other similar things?" This? When the shop owner heard this, he was a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly took out a few copper coins and put them on the counter. She smiled and said, "It's just a child's toy. If you have more, take it out. This time, I won't take it for free." When the shop owner saw the copper coins, he immediately smiled, but there was still a trace of reluctance. He said, "Sir, you'll be disappointed. This thing is not from home. It was picked up from outside." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and pushed the copper coins over. She said, "It's okay. Just tell me about the small sword." The shop owner's white and fat hand deftly picked up the copper coins and shouted, "Xiao San, come here." The white and fat young man who was cleaning the pork in the distance answered and said, "What's the matter, father?" When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she quickly handed the small sword over. The shop owner took it and put it in front of Xiao San. He asked, "Look at this small sword. Did you pick it up when you went up the mountain to play 8 or 9 years ago?" The young man took it and looked at it carefully. He tried hard to recall and said, "Father, it's been so many years. Who can remember it clearly?" The shop owner's face was full of disappointment. He scolded, "How can you not remember? I clearly remember that you were the one who picked it up. I sent it to this blacksmith and let him sell it." The young man scratched his head and said, "Maybe. But father, I really can't remember." "You." Seeing his son return the small sword, the shop owner felt a little embarrassed. He returned the small sword to Zhang Xiaohua. Just as he was about to say something, Zhang Xiaohua asked first, "Xiao San, I want to ask you. Where did you usually play when you were young?" Xiao San scratched his head again and said, "It's all fun places around the town. I've played almost all of them." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. This rascal was really unusually mischievous. Why did he change so much now? He didn't have the cleverness that came from being mischievous at all. At this moment, Xiao San suddenly stopped scratching his head. He seemed to have thought of something and said, I think I remember. I found this small sword when I was digging for bird eggs when I was young. At that time, it even cut my hand and made me bleed a lot. The shop owner laughed and scolded, "What do you mean when you were young? You were already 13 or 14 years old. You could jump up and down and climb trees." Zhang Xiaohua said nervously, "Then do you still remember where you dug for bird eggs?" "Of course I remember. It's on the bald mountain in the south of the town. There's a big locust tree on the western corner. Ever since I cut my hand, I didn't dare to climb that tree again." "I see." Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought when she heard this. Seeing this, the shop owner quickly said, "How about this, young man, where do you live? When the sun rises tomorrow, let Xiao San bring you over to take a look. Who knows, you might be able to find another one. Since the child has nothing to do, you can just give him some pocket money tomorrow." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand and said, "There's no need, uncle. I'm just here to try my luck. If there isn't one, then forget it. At most, I'll go somewhere else to buy one for him. I really don't dare to trouble you." After saying that, she cupped her hands in thanks and left the shop. The small sword was an immortal weapon. There might be other immortal weapons beside it. How could Zhang Xiaohua let others search for it? After leaving the butcher's shop, Zhang Xiaohua saw that it was still early. She used her qinggong and headed towards the south. When she reached the south side of the town, Zhang Xiaohua still cautiously asked the locals about it. Only then did she set off again. As she rushed forward, she released her divine perception to look around. Not long after, her divine perception had already found the bald mountain that Xiao San had mentioned. Furthermore, that big locust tree was still alive. However, what disappointed Zhang Xiaohua was that in her divine perception, there was no movement of vital energy. To go or not to go, Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. But, the feeling of entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed made him a little unwilling. After thinking for a while, he still chose to go. This was a very ordinary bald mountain. There weren't many trees, only some snow. The big locust tree beside it was also covered in snow. Coming under the big locust tree, Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged. She released her divine perception completely and searched carefully in all directions. After about the time it took to eat a meal, she saw Zhang Xiaohua suddenly move. Using Earth Escape, she came to the bottom of the slope on the other side of the bald mountain. There was a small flowing river here, the river water gurgling. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua walked to an unusually dark place by the river. There were many dead branches and thorny bushes here. Zhang Xiaohua released his flying sword. Not long after, a large empty space was cleared out. He walked over and squatted down on one side of the river bank. Picking up the small sword, he started to dig randomly. Not long after, he dug out a pile of messy things from the soil. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind the dirt. She took out a handkerchief from her robes and wrapped up the things that she dug out. Carefully keeping it in her robes, she then stood up in satisfaction and used her qinggong to rush towards the brightly lit town. When she returned to the inn, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange had already gone to bed. Zhang Xiaohua went back to his room. Drawing water, she washed the things in the handkerchief one by one. Only then did she put it on the table to look at it carefully. There were a few pale white jade slips and a dark green jade bracelet. Except, other than one of them which was still emitting a weak vital energy movement, the others were no different from ordinary jade items. Zhang Xiaohua picked up the pale white jade slip with fluctuations and used his divine perception to penetrate it. When he saw the words inside, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Please accept, please tip, thank you." Chapter 4:17. As it turns out, this jade slip actually recorded a method to refine one's divine sense, God's attraction. Divine sense was a special ability that only cultivators in the middle level of the qi refining stage could use. Basically, every cultivator would know how to use it. However, as a basic skill, it was similar to the acupuncture points of martial arts. Everyone had their own ways to use it. As the saying goes, cats have their own ways, mice have their own ways. Zhang Xiaohua's little sword was obtained from this place. It could be seen that this unknown cultivator from 10,000 years ago had a rather high requirement for divine sense to control objects. The cultivation of divine sense must also have its own unique points. Zhang Xiaohua obtained the jade slip from Zhenren fiery dragon on the deserted island. That jade blood pill refining technique was an extreme way of cultivation. Although it could improve the quality of one's divine sense, it was still weaker than the systematic and comprehensive refinement of the god's attraction. Zhang Xiaohua's control over his divine sense was still very primitive. When his cultivation level increased, he would be able to control his divine sense to the smallest detail. He would realize that his divine sense would become stiff and sluggish. Luckily, the heavens had bestowed a great responsibility on Xiaohua. He would definitely have a fortuitous encounter. After obtaining this god's attraction, he would be able to refine his divine sense systematically and strengthen it. Secondly, he would be able to find the flaws in the jade blood pill refining technique and patch them up. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and immersed his divine sense deeply into the jade slip to take a closer look. This god's attraction had a total of 9 levels. Every level had a specific cultivation chant. Zhang Xiaohua carefully memorized the first level. Not long after, he had memorized all 9 levels of the chant. Zhang Xiaohua's brows furrowed. There were quite a number of chants for the 9 levels and memorizing them was rather strenuous. However, this was nothing to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhenren fiery dragon's formations and restrictions, as well as the talisman in his Ni-Wan palace, were much more complicated than this. Zhang Xiaohua furrowed his brows. Out of the 9 levels of the technique, only the first 3 levels had some annotations. It seemed to be a record of cultivation experience. The last 6 levels had no words at all. Could it be that the owner of this jade slip was not the creator of this technique? And he had only reached the 3rd level. Did he not practice it or did he fail to master it? Also, how did this Qi practitioner leave his handwriting on the jade scroll? The jade slips that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before were all completed cultivation methods without any annotations. This was the first time she had seen annotations written on cultivation methods. Of course, he ignored the fact that Venerable Fiery Dragon had written a jade letter. After all, he was a foundation establishment stage expert. With these doubts in mind, Zhang Xiaohua looked back again. This time, the more he looked, the more Zhang Xiaohua relaxed his brows. In the end, he was beaming with joy, as if he had found a treasure. Could it be that there was a more profound technique behind this jade scroll? Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua retracted his divine sense from the jade scroll. He felt like he was scratching his ears and cheeks. He was really too happy. He formed a spell and instantly escaped from the house. He came to the street outside the inn and looked around. He then floated up to the 3-story inn. It was already late and the inn had already closed for business. Zhang Xiaohua stood on the roof of the inn with tears streaming down his face. He looked up to the sky and shouted, Zhang, someone, will finally not get lost in the future, la, la, that sound of la was actually very long. It was like a dragon roaring in the 9 heavens, shaking the 4 seas. It was extremely awe-inspiring. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was feeling emotional, he heard a crisp sound coming from the window of the inn. Someone shouted, "Who is it? Who is still howling so late at night? Don't let people sleep." Yes, who is so immoral and deliberately making trouble? Ah! Is Madman Zhang from the west of the town going crazy again? Oh, my husband, oh, my child's mother, there was a burst of noise and countless strange voices. In an instant, the entire town that was about to fall into darkness was lit up one by one. Men, women, old, and young, who had already fallen asleep, all supported each other as they walked into the courtyard. They pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and whispered. The whole town was lit up. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He had no time to wipe his tears of emotion. He hurriedly jumped down from the inn and escaped into the house with the earth escape. As soon as he popped his head out of the house, he heard someone say, "Miss, what kind of town is this? It's already so late at night, but there is still someone shouting so loudly." Another voice responded, "Quickly go to sleep, little orange. We still have to hurry on with the journey tomorrow." Listen to that loud voice. It might be some martial arts expert. Yes, maybe he has gone mad. Why sleep? I don't know if young Master Ren has returned. I finally managed to close my eyes, but I was woken up by a lunatic. Forget it, miss, let's talk about young Master Ren again. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Oh no, I escaped into the wrong house. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly covered her eyes and ears and escaped to the side. When she popped her head out again, oh, fortunately, wasn't it her own empty house? Sigh, this feeling of being directionally challenged is really not good. I better hurry up and comprehend the divine ability in the jade slip and get rid of this hat. Why do you think Zhang Xiaohua is so happy? It turned out that what was recorded behind God's guide in the jade slip was just some common techniques used by divine sense. Compared to God's guide, it was just a minor Tao. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, it was something 100 times more important than God's guide. Yes, what was needed was the most important thing. Daily details were the way to go. The next day, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange both had dark circles under their eyes. Only Zhang Xiaohua was full of energy. Sitting in the carriage, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange yawned continuously. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua's appearance and felt very strange. They asked, "Big Brother Ren, you seemed a little absent-minded yesterday. How did you become a completely different person after just one night?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Yes, I am a completely different person. Haven't you heard of the saying, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes? I just improved a little and I will be looked at with new eyes after just one night." Ha ha ha. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange both covered their mouths and said in surprise, "Big Brother Ren, your laughter is so familiar. Last night, a lunatic surnamed Zhang laughed loudly outside. It seemed to be the same laughter." Ah. Zhang Xiaohua almost covered her mouth. She said awkwardly, "It can't be, why didn't I hear it? Maybe you heard my happy laughter every day and were infected. You feel that all the beautiful things in the world are related to my laughter." Bah, the two of them spat and laughed. Luckily, Big Brother Ren's surname is not Zhang. Otherwise, we would really think that you are the lunatic who laughed last night. Sigh, last night was a long night and we were not in the mood to sleep. When we finally closed our eyes, we were woken up by that fellow. In the end, we could not sleep anymore. What can we do? Hee, Big Brother Ren, didn't you notice when you woke up this morning? What did I notice? Does everyone in the town look sickly and have dark circles under their eyes? Oh, I saw it. What does this have to do with me? Do I need to know? Sigh, Big Brother Ren, you're also a young hero of this generation. Yesterday, that Zhang guy disturbed the townspeople and caused the townspeople to be unable to sleep. You should also enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, drag him out, and parade him through the streets. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Is it that serious? I can sleep well, okay? Lack of sleep is the biggest enemy of a girl's beauty. That Zhang fellow did not let us sleep well, so he is our biggest enemy. Big Brother Ren, you must help us." This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Then, she rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Then let's go back now. I will personally help you catch that fellow." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was serious, Little Orange quickly said, "Forget it, Big Brother Ren. A good girl does not fight with a man." "Io, Big Brother Ren, you don't count. I am not talking about you." Nie Qianyu also covered her mouth and said with a smile, "You are our big hero. We can't beat you." "Yes, we are in a hurry. Let's not bother with that Zhang fellow. If we have time, we will definitely teach him a lesson. Don't you think so, Big Brother Ren?" Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of black lines, but she could only nod helplessly. Sigh, she almost burst into tears again. "I was so happy last night that I forgot myself and shouted. Do you have to criticize me like this?" After venting their dissatisfaction, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange both yawned and went back to the back of the carriage to catch up on sleep. Only Zhang Xiaohua alone kicked the black horse's butt. The black horse was shocked. "What's wrong with the coachman today? He seems to be angry." The black horse did not dare to neglect. Without waiting for the four odd beasts to urge it, it galloped along the pipeline. Zhang Xiaohua calmed himself down and sat cross-legged at the front of the carriage. He carefully practiced the divine sense technique that he had just learned yesterday. Besides spirit guidance, what was recorded in the jade slip was some commonly used methods of divine sense. For example, how to use divine sense to search, how to use divine sense to mark someone or something, how to use divine sense in the movement technique of the 5 elements, and so on and so forth. The reason why Zhang Xiaohua was so happy was that when he used the earth escape technique, he could mark a place in the range of his divine sense in advance. Then, when he used the earth escape technique, he could sense the mark and move forward. This way, he would not accidentally enter Nie Qianyu's room like last night. Moreover, now that he knew how to use divine sense to mark, he could mark Little Orange and Nie Qianyu. As long as they were within the range of his divine sense, no matter where they went, as long as his divine sense reached them, he would be able to see where they were and what they were doing instantly. Wasn't this something that he had always needed? If he had such skills in the past, why would he need to wait in Pingyang City? He had to admit that it was very difficult to be a self-taught genius. In his divine sense, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua sent a spell over and marked each of them with his divine sense. Good, he did not have to worry about losing them anymore. Zhang Xiaohua drove the carriage and followed the route in his memory. Today, he came to a junction that was not a fork in the road. This official road was heading east, and there was a small road heading south. It was the road that O Yen and the rest had taken that year. Zhang Xiaohua stopped the carriage and stood up. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.